Sub to Flom. 5 gifted. 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 Twitch TV Flom.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7. I am JRT, joined by Paladin once more today, and we've got the semifinals and the grand finals coming at you in today's broadcast. Paladin, first up is M80 versus Getting Info, but we're going to check out the bracket to see how we got here, of course, before discussing the teams. And, well, yeah, we already talked about M80 and Getting Info going through. I think no real surprises there. On the other side, Wildcard was actually fairly strong, right?
Yeah, I think for the most part, we got what we wanted out of them. Feels like they finally have that semblance of a system. Of course, I don't believe their actual first test was as difficult as you might have expected. But now you go into a matchup against Blue Jays, which could be very exciting down the road. Actually, stiff competition for Stanislaw. I know for all the players involved, they've hung around with this level of competition that I'm not worried for them. It's more so just making sure that they're all on the same page and that they've got a cohesive idea moving forward. And if that's the case, then they should still be considered favorites against Blue Jays. But either way, with the Blue Jays that we saw yesterday, I still feel like that one's going to be a competitive bout. And on the other side of the bracket, M80 taking on Getting Info, we think about the EPL quals and the fact that M80 actually dropped the series against them. That, yes, the rematch was won by M80 eventually, but that kind of little bit of doubt in our minds makes this one just slightly more exciting for me, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they were also adjusting to Hex, as you're going to see the roster on your screen for M80 right now. Hex added to the roster in place of Rec, and I think that might have been part of the reason why they had some struggles. But in their second BO3, which was, I think, was only a day later, they actually beat them very handily. So we'll see what we get here from this M80 squad that's only gotten better after, their time at Philadelphia, in my mind. Now, switching gears to the Getting Info squad here, we can talk about these guys. This is... I knew there was a reason, right? Rob's like, we're going to show rosters before we start with everything else. I'm like, there's going to be something here. And of course, without having an image for Slump, I guess, he's going to put Flom in there. Anyway, look, this Getting Info roster is technically ex-Timberman roster that's coming through with a couple of additions. We already talked about it yesterday. I think Marky's a fantastic lurk player. He's always been really good in that role. Obviously, he had his issues with CS2 once it was launched and took a bit of an extended break from competition, but he is back in here. And facing off against his former teammate and junior, right? He used to play with him over on Nouns. And then you have Slump coming in, who I think is a good addition to this Getting Info roster.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this team play. I think, you think about Snav leaving, going towards Boss, and doing a lot of great work, honestly, that I was fully expecting that he would continue his journey there, but rejoining with his old teammates and adding in an exciting op prospect. I think Slump was one of those oppers that was kind of discarded in the big shuffle that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because I do think that he's got a lot to offer and that he is one of those up and coming guys. He proved it on land to some extent, and that alone should give some excitement for orgs out there. But this is his full-fledged shot at the top level of the game, and getting a win over M80 previously is definitely something to hold over your head very highly. So I'm very excited to watch him play today, and I'm excited to see how he goes up against Slacks, who is definitely a formidable foe on the sticks on the other end.
Yeah, on that note, let's check out the Prize Picks analyst segment now and talk about these players and who is going to hit their estimated frag totals or not. And we're going right into getting info. We're just talking about them, so it makes sense. Um, you mentioned Slump. I saw him play. I thought he was pretty strong in some of the appearances that we watched. Some moments where he was great. I know he had some recent results that I believe were good. So certainly on my radar, I would say, but I don't know if he's going to be as effective against M80. I think that's my biggest concern because Slacks is really a
Yeah.
tough customer to go up against. If you're looking at players that could pop off potentially, maybe you look at I guess Dare would be one that tends to be pretty good, but even he's had his struggles lately. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Paladin. I guess as a more wild card pick, I would say Slump.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be difficult when you think about the matchup as a whole whenever we do these analyst segments, just because of, they are pretty heavy underdogs. They're still trying to
Yeah,
figure out how to integrate Slump entirely. But if you want to have the conversation of an upset actually happening, it does have to come from Slump.
yeah, yeah.
If we do have that, want to have that upset on the cards, I think more kills here, if you do want to take a chance on someone, I think going for more kills than 29.5 is not a bad shout by any means. I think that's, if you want to talk an upset in general, I think that's the one that I would look at the most. If not, maybe Marky as well. But even Marky is a very up and down customer that I think we're in a very wishy-washy area
Yeah,
with
yeah.
taking certain takes here, I feel like.
Yeah, and I'd say maybe headshots for Snav because I think he's a little
Yeah.
underrated in terms of his abilities. I feel like in a lot of clutch situations, he'll be a player that can perform very, very well in the 1vx's, and a lot of headshots can come through in those types of situations. So I would say, yeah, that's my pick for that side. Let's switch over now to M80. And we've got, again, the same roster we analyzed yesterday, of course. And Hext was ridiculous yesterday. I think he's going to again be a player to watch out for. Yes, he's an anchor. Yes, some of the fights aren't always great for him. But the thing about Hext, and we saw yesterday, is he doesn't anchor in a traditional manner, right? He's going to be aggressive. He's going to go out and look for fights very consistently. And because he's so good at that, even on the lurk roll on the other side, I think that he can be very effective and continue to get these crazy amounts of frags. And on the other side, the other anchor, Swisher, is also quite strong. And I think that both these guys are able to do very well in terms of frags, and I expect to see them do well again today.
Yeah, I think both the hexed markers here are pretty good.
Yep.
29.5
Yep.
and 16.5 headshots. Both are very viable when you consider his roles on the T side as well, being that extremity player trying to take the opening duels, get that first bullet accuracy to open up these bomb sites. On both ends, you will have value for hexed headshots. So I think that's a very viable strategy to go towards moving forward. But we'll keep an eye on them as the series continues to go on. I think there's a lot of option that you could have gone with for M80. I think Lake stuff could have also been pretty good. But here,
Yeah,
here's the
yeah.
veto for you at this point. Getting info going to Mirage as they always will. I know that core of Timberman have always had a great love for this map. I think for a puggy player like Slump, it'll also be a nice one to go into. And M80 will continue to go into that overpass, John. It looks like they really do want to make this home turf, and I don't think it's a bad idea by any means. And that all being said, you get Ancient as a decider. M80 will be very happy to at least have two of their three maps in the pool, basically their first and second phase rotation maps in the pool. And then you've got the flyer of Mirage, where you've got players that are capable enough to perform on this map. I think they'll be very happy with how this one goes.
Yeah, I think the Mirage is where M80 have looked vulnerable in the past, so I do
Correct.
understand the pick from getting info. They actually ended up losing that map in the three map series that they played against M80, and then winning the series afterwards, which was crazy. But yeah, the Mirage map ended up being a 13-9 in favor of M80. I don't know what's going to happen here. I still think it's a good pick. I praised it last time. I'm going to praise it again for getting info. I agree with you as well. They were one of the strongest Mirage teams in the past. Lately, it hasn't necessarily been great. Over the last month, they've lost 3 of their last 4. Did just win yesterday against Supernova Comets 13-7, but this is a different caliber of opposition in M80. And I agree with you. Overpass is fantastic. I mentioned it yesterday. M80 is going to be picking into Overpass pretty much every single time they're given the opportunity to because they feel like they've got an advantage on this map, and I'm excited to see what they'll be able to do. And I feel like even in if they make the grand finals, I'm guessing there's going to be an Overpass unless Wildcard are banning it, which I haven't had a chance to look into just yet, but I don't think they are, Paladin, but we'll have to
Yeah,
double
I think
check.
they might leave that one open because they were opting in for Anubis previously, but we'll see how that
Exactly.
actually goes around. I mean, we'll obviously be tuning into the wild card game following this one, so we'll definitely have that info moving into the final. But I would love to see Overpass there as well. I don't even feel like we really scratched the beyond the surface of what Sin had in mind on Overpass. Like I think that T side was pretty bare bones, but I don't even think necessarily that's because it was bad. It's just he had a lot that worked for him. Swisher was so effective in Con. I mean, Hex was doing a lot of good work outside Monster. So I think there are a lot of great options for MED to go towards, and I think their style of players really suit themselves on that map specifically. Slacks on that AWP, very mobile how he operates on the TT side, and just feels like he's always in the right place at the right time. But we've got to start on Mirage, folks. Getting info, I feel like it's compulsory for them to get started on the right foot, and they have to get this one over the line to keep that competition up here in this semifinal.
All right, let's get going here. Getting info up against M80, pistol round underway. Swisher going to boost right in towards the apartments. See some a player, I believe, cross over, so now he's going to back off here and look for a fight. Misses the shot, and they go for the defense on B. They've got two players here, Hex being one of them. Heps around the corner, he's on his own now, and he gets isolated by Shane, so well done from getting info to take control of this B site.
Just a couple slivers off there from both Hex and Swisher, not able to capitalize on backs turned, and now you've got a tough retake in the 3v4, boxed out on pretty much every avenue, but that kill from Slacks could open things up. They've got to deal with his bench crossfire, and Slacks is doing it all on his own. Beautiful triple there from him. It leaves it all up to the captain of Snap.
Wow.
And Sin, his tag team German duo, is there to chime in. 4 kills between those Germans, and M80 get to a swift 1-0 start.
Absolutely marvelous retake under circumstances where it looked like getting info should have had every edge after already taking care of Hex and Swisher and only losing one, but I mean, Slack's just too good on those pistols. 3K, all smiles on the M80 side. You already see Lake happy with that, as they will get off to that early start they wanted. Getting info with the bomb plant, you'd expect a 4-spy to come through, and it absolutely will. There, gonna have the Galil, and then you got 3 Galils along with a MAC-10 and the Deagle to round things out. Reminder, folks, is that this core of Timbermen actually won NA Revival Series number 5, right? Up against NRG. That was a 3-map series, and they did win Mirage in that series 13-9 up against a strong NRG squad.
Yeah, very important to remember that this team has made waves in North America. At least the core has.
Yeah.
I think for Marky and Dare, or Marky and Slump, however, these are the newer guys that are trying to find their way into this roster, but it's tough pickings to start things off here. Mid-take kind of crumbles before they could even get out. That AWP from Slacks round 2 is actually insane, I can't lie. Having that is a complete unexpected moment for getting info as they try to go out with flashes and don't have the smokes deployed. So it's free kills for Slacks and 3 kills for Lake after all is said and done. M80 continue their winning way, shut down the 4-spy before it even really gets going.
Yeah, and we talked about M80 looking vulnerable on this map. I think it's particular against the Blue Jays in the EPL qualifiers when they lost it 9-13. They at times don't look comfortable, right? Especially on their CT sides, like in terms of rotation, things like that. There's hesitations, and maybe they've worked that out because since that loss, they won against Getting Info, Game Hunters, and Fluxo. Although all 3 of those matches were close, and then the loss to Colsey in the BO5 Grand Final of Philadelphia was 6-13. So again, I think M80. We're looking at a vulnerability. It's certainly here, but you can't tell from the early rounds at least because everything's pretty much gravy. 4 members left for Getting Info. Marky waiting around mid, but M80 are not really moving a muscle. They're letting Getting Info go into their crosshairs.
I think the important difference that I would note is that Hex is being the anchor in the situation. Swisher playing off Cat. And Hex having to play a traditional anchor position is not what you want to see, right? We saw how effective he is on A-side Ancient when he's active, when he's getting to play in front of Donut, when he's trying to go into A main early. Staying in the B bomb site like this, it can get a little nerve-wracking here and there. You've got to count on your mid players to chime in, but it's Shane and Snap to find a couple of digs between the two of them. on different sides of the map, though, so they don't really know where to capitalize on this. And now I'm afraid that they're going to have to go to this A side now that Shane's down.
I feel like the A site's the most vulnerable, though, so this isn't necessarily a bad call going up against the MP9, because it's better than going up against the rifles that Hex and Swisher have in their hands. Although Sin's playing pretty close up to Palace here, so he should have a clean fight. Depends on how they engage with him. Now they know where he is, and there you go!
Oh.
Headshot from Snav from the Deagle. They're going to pick up that MP9 off the ground. Swisher's got the edge. No, he doesn't!
Wow.
He does not at all! Swisher does throw the Molotov, and from the grave takes out Slump. But Hex will finish the job against Snav in the 1v1. Wow, that one got so hairy for M80. And this is where you see, you know, the vulnerabilities are there on this map.
Yeah, in that 3v3, everybody spread out. One player off a catwalk. I mean, it's pretty much a B-lean in that circumstance, but luckily for Swisher, snap decision to just go bounding in a connector. Doesn't really check anything off in middle, but gets to the scene of the crime as fast as possible. That Molotov placement was also fantastic, making sure that Slump doesn't get away with that plant for free. And Slack still has this AWP to utilize in round number 4. Makes that cat jump successfully, has an opportunity to get a shot and fall away. And again, the mid-take, the name of the game here for getting info. They get out into the boxes successfully,
Nice
but
shot.
Slack still nails the flick back up.
Slacks loves to play from Cat on Mirage, and he'll get aggressive pretty much every single round, so that can be punished, and it has been in the past. But in that situation, he gets the first frag and backs off completely. I love the play. Shane and Marky do take up the space into mid, but they're already a man down here. And you see, they're looking for Slacks, but he's rotated around to the A site. You're going to see a lot of this as Hex gets that shot into Slump. Yeah, that's problematic. This is the first buy round for getting info,
It's the
but it doesn't
bomb.
really look like it. And oh, yes, indeed, you're right. The bomb
So
dropped.
even if Shane is getting all this space over, they're gonna have to go full gray screen, and Hex actually checks back the other way. So more problems for getting info, but finally they get rid of Hex up in the apartments. They get the bomb control back. But with 45 seconds and into 2v4, do you just consider the save here?
No, I mean, you have so much space up. I think you have to have a look, but you might be on the right track here, Paladin, because going down into underpass, 30 seconds left, and only a smoke and a Molotov at your disposal. Yeah, this is a save. There's just no time. Crazy. I mean, look, we already talked about how Hex can be active, and you're kind of criticizing the fact that they put him so much in an anchor position, just going for that info hop, which is the typical role on Mirage at B, but he does get aggressive there, and that's what his strength is. And he goes into those apartments, finds the opener, drops the bomb, gets a follow-up afterwards, because they just don't really expect him to continue holding in the apartments. I guess maybe they thought he'd be more focused on the bomb. And yeah, it's a 2K for the squad, and that in itself is enough to win the round here for M80 as we go into round number 5. Marky and Dare do indeed save those AKs, and there's going to be a vibe around it. It's a good save, but M80 forced them into it.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue for getting info at this point is trying to quell that aggression in the apartments. You don't want to get some of these players too hot. Lake up in middle, Slacks up off of Cat occasionally, even in the window. It can really get problematic to try to take any sort of map control when you've got players making the cat jump every round. This time it's Swisher boosts it up, but getting info will try to simplify things. They're going to go up into this A site, 3 players up in Palace, a nice simple execution into Slack's AWP.
It's a nice early volley of utility. Dare down to 24 here. Getting info, setting up for the A site. This is a great flashbang. Sin still alive though, finally traded out, but Lake does the damage before Sin falls. Now Shane is going to get a couple back, so we're into a 3v3, but look at those HP bars. Getting info are just a walking wounded at this point, aside from Snav, Swisher, Lake, and Hext. Oh, nice shot from Dare. Lake doesn't even realize that someone could be up there, so that gives them the advantage they're looking for. And now with the smokes up, Hext and Swisher are just going to have to concede the bomb plant, you'd imagine, but Hext takes a peek, and Shane will fall. Flashbang out as well. Both Swisher and Hext going to commit to the same angle. Snav eats the nade, so now both players are low on health. This is a problem for getting info. They really need this round here, Paladin.
Yeah, there is still a smoke available as well. They can smoke off A main, but actually Snav fights ahead Finally, Hex manages to jump up, but he's still got to suss out where Dare is. Dare takes the duel early, and now he's got to find Hex in all this madness. He's got to find a way to take the duel, but Hex refuses to stick the bomb, and he makes noise after getting off the bomb as well. Manages to find him in the smoke, but is there time? It's going to be real close.
Wow!
Barely. I would love to see how much time he had left, but M80 keep the clean sheet alive by the skin of their teeth.
I think it was half a second left. I'm pretty sure, looking at how much time was left on the meter there that we have at the top, and yeah, it was very, very close for Hex, but he gets it. Very risky fight as well, right? Going for the fake defusal and trying to get him. In the end, taking care of business, but still, Hex, he can get those clutches, and he's already at the top of the board for his squad as a result with a 7-2 scoreline. Slack's gonna pop that smoke, give himself visibility, and no one's there. That's something you have to be aware of on the T side now, is just that quick nade break of the smoke that can come through from the offer. And you see that Getting Info didn't want to peek too early as a result. Anyway, Snab gonna go to the underpass. Already pretty close to the position that Lake is holding here from Connector, and Lake throws that smoke to keep Snab on notice.
It always feels like Getting Info do not want to commit to the as early of a mid-take as possible.
Yeah.
I always want to allow for the utility to be established initially from the CTs and then retake it late. And here comes that extra volley. Re-smoke up in middle. And a double nade into the underpass. Snav takes significant damage. So there will be some concessions to be made here, and a noise cue given over from Snav as well. So even with 45 seconds left on the clock, M80 should be aware with what's coming. Swisher now playing ahead of the utility though. Gives away a sound cue, has to bound away back. But Hex is still here watching as Marky bounce back in and still wins the duel. That's a massive one to hit. Now 30 seconds left on the clock as they execute in through Connector at an attempt at this A site.
Oh, Hex gets a second as well. Now he's looking for that 3K. Dare walking around, making noise, getting it for running out of time. They're trying to get to this bomb site, but there is the 3-piece for Hex as he feasts on the Getting Info squads. Shane, last one standing. And he will just say, wow. I mean, look, the one thing is Hex is playing a different position, right? They mix it up. They keep him in window instead of putting him towards that B site. And then he starts to engage in window, gets that opening frag. And usually when you see the B anchor towards the A site, that might tempt you to go towards that B site instead and realize, okay, something's a little bit weird here. But that doesn't happen anyway. Getting Info didn't have time at that point, so they just try to commit towards A, and Hex farms. It's unbelievable what he's been able to achieve here already on Mirage, as it's 6-0 for M80.
And you have to talk about the bait and switch setup there as well. Swisher making noise and then making the best out of a bad situation like that to create a bait and switch setup out of essentially nothing was actually pretty impressive to see happen in real time. It shows that the development is coming for this M80 squad with the addition of Hex, and Slacks isn't missing a beat so far here on Mirage. An instant kill through the smoke, and now they actually accelerate their mid protocols Getting Info, but it doesn't matter with how much damage that they're taking. Here comes a boost up for Swisher. He spots a little bit of an elbow, and he takes out Shane as well. That's the solo rifle. So more issues coming in for this T side, as now they'll look towards this connector side to try and get in, and finally Slump finds a way through.
It's amazing what a difference a couple of weeks of practice can make, right? With the new addition, because this is so much more comfort being shown by M80. Rotations are good, spacing is fantastic, and Slacks is farming with the AWP. 3K now. Marky's gone. Slump the last one available here for Getting Info. But yeah, I mean, everyone feels like they're playing their role perfectly right now for M80, whether it be the bait and switch you talked about, Swisher for Hex supporting him, or just Hex anchoring, Sins anchoring towards the A side, although that hasn't really had to activate too much. And then you have Slacks with the AWP doing work. Nice shot from Slump at the very least. He gets 2, but running out of time and doesn't have the bomb, so this is just a matter of chasing frags.
Yeah, I do like that they're boxing him in here. Not giving a fight, but still cordoning off important angles. Hex again in the window side now. Tough angle to clear.
Did not see it.
Oh, I'm surprised that he doesn't. He's going to try to make the cat jump over, recover an AWP, but he finds an AK instead. We'll charge back up to make sure that he can get that loss bonus at the very least, and Sin will make sure that he swings out before. So Clean sheet again, still retained here for M80. 2 AKs recovered, an AWP as well. This is peachy keen and then some for the CT side.
Yeah, phenomenal from M80. We saw that close round, right? With Hex having to win the clutch in the 1v1 in order to get that. And it felt like that was the turning point in this first half of action, because if getting info get that, then we start talking about, you know, how many rounds can they string together? Can they build off of that? M80's economy would have been broken. Instead, M80's economy is not broken. They win it, and they keep shutting getting info completely out of Mirage. And now they're going to get aggressive up cat again. Flashbangs are thrown. Slacks actually anchoring down the B site this time. So they're mixing up the positions consistently, trying to keep getting info on their toes, and it absolutely will. A bit of spam from Swisher connects on the snap, so it takes him down to about 66 health. And a flashbang thrown for getting info to gain this space. So some early aggression from M80, but it's very tempered.
Interesting that they want to do this 3B lean again and again. They pull Slacks over and make sure that they can watch in through the apartments, but rotations are in. Hex again leaving the B bomb site.
It's
Swisher even considering it. I mean, I like this. I like that you're not keeping Hex still. You want to keep him around the map as much as possible. And now they want to involve him in the window once again.
It feels like Hex is more of the rotating player, right? Rather than the anchor on that B site right now. And Swisher's taking over the anchor duties. Lake, he's got all the visibility he could need. Or possibly one, I should say. And he will get that frag on to Dare to open it up again for M80. Slacks waiting with the AWP. Slump could be walking into an instant death. And he isn't. What a peek from Slump. Okay. Slack's gone. Swisher on notice. He's flashed out twice. Swisher trying to get away and can't. That's a good B take. Hex is nearby. Oh, pulls out the knife. Tries to jump across and is successful. But Lake will take care of Marky. That being said, Hex is eliminated as well. 3v2 advantage for getting info. We're trying to get that first round on the board. And Slump is powering them to it. Although Sin with a wicked shot from the AK will make it a 1v2. The IGL hasn't had much action so far, but he's going to try and get this clutch.
Finds a way out. Finds a little bit of a safe haven in the back of the bomb site, but as the bomb is halfway gone, a double swing is imminent, and he swings straight into 2 heads. Well done to getting info for confirming that round, but boy, oh boy, did it get a little dicey there. It did feel a little uncomfy in that setup once Slacks went down. Swisher kind of caught between 2 mines, trying to go for an apartments peek on the balk side, and then maybe even considering the window, but you got to give credit to Slump where credit is due. Hitting those flicks are not easy.
No, I mean, that's all Slump, right? He gets that frag onto Slacks, and afterwards you have Swisher isolated, and getting info's got all the util to completely destroy any opportunity that Swisher might have had to give a response. It was very, very well executed getting info. We have to give him credit. But again, they're going to be playing short-handed here, and Lake's got the information on where Slump is after Slacks gets the opener. So M80 have got the info, and they've got that man advantage to work with.
The very least, they get themselves mid-control again, and I mean, it's been kind of getting info for quite some time. That's more like it. A huge pick on a Slacks, but instantly, I mean, the moment there is no mid-window smoke, there is someone swinging. They have to constantly recycle that, and while that move is being made, Lake stays proactive in Palace, so key pieces of the map firmly in the CT side's control.
Yeah.
Marky and Dare will continue to walk through Khan, but you've got these immediate counters from the CTs as soon as they try to tap that bomb.
Yeah, Lake's in a really strong position here, especially if not watching it. They aren't. Lake finds Dare. Now Marky has visibility, but he's down to only himself and Slump. M80 closing in. And Lake and Sin are going to clench their jaws shut over getting info. 8-1 for M80, still in full control of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, this is just textbook CT sides from M80. This is exactly the type of game that you want to see from an internationally savvy roster. Always making moves on the map on the defensive end, never letting the T-side defaults ever feel like they're getting any space for free. And no matter what, it feels like M80 understand what's coming on the other end and just need to find a way to counter it. They usually always have 2 to 3 players at the scene of the crime. And this time around, you'll have Swisher on this A site to help out his captain. Oh. That nade combo alongside the flashes from Swisher Beautiful work there between the two of them. And the additional flashbang from Lake is the cherry on top. And M80 just continue to cruise along here.
Yeah, no problem at all, honestly. 10 rounds have expired, only 2 remain in this first half, and Getting Info need to find something, anything on the tail end. Otherwise, they're going to be heading to Overpass and will not be in good shape at all. I feel like getting this map is a win condition for Getting Info on the series. I just don't know what they're going to have, if anything, on Overpass, because M80 are trying to catch all their opponents off guard before they even had a chance to practice the map. And clearly they've been putting in work, and Sin already has his draft book. Like you said, you know, that's pretty deep, and we only saw the very bare minimum of it yesterday in terms of what was required for their win.
Now being stretched towards Mirage, trying to show that they've developed every map in the pool thus far. Haven't seen all of it in this tournament, but seeing their Mirage look this good is something to be feared for anybody that could potentially be lying in wait, be it Wildcard, be it Blue Jays, but still gotta try to close this game out, M80. Go 1 for 1 off of Cat. Lake still here in the window. Slacks trained on the connector as well. Shouldn't be too worried off of the A main side with Sin watching over. Lake will continue to aggress, and that's to his own demise. There is a trade available, but this gets thrown into flux, especially considering the T side have jungle control.
Oh, Dare gets an important one onto Sin, so now A is very vulnerable. Slack's watching the broken wall here. Could get one on Dare, but Dare is waiting on the other side. He's going to be patient. This is the right play, especially if they're trying to get towards the A site, but it's actually the B site that Getting Info are going to go towards, so they can completely circumvent Dare and just focus on the players that are going to be coming through the apartments. Dare won't even have really a chance to activate to support his teammates, so if the opening frag goes through from 80, they're going to be fine. Oh, nice Molotov thrown by Shane to take out Slacks, but Hex misses the important shot, and now Dare can activate. Hex, well, we'll isolate the 1v1 at the very least. Here's the footsteps, knows exactly where to look. 4 seconds left. All Hex has to do is survive. Ring around the rosy, and he will survive. Does he get the frag after time as well? Hex, can you do it? No, Dare will find the last, but still, it's 10 rounds for M80, and they go into the 12th fairly comfortably, even with losing that last gun.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not much time on the clock, so Getting Info have to get a little loud out in the apartments, and you've got a Cat player hearing all of this, and even if Marky is walking all the way through, he potentially tries the silent van drop, but it's all too late. Once that kind of pin has dropped for M80, Slacks is in the right place, he gets a shot off before the Molotov is deployed, and again, another telegraph play that M80 has been able to read through, and now you've got Swisher and Hex aggressing into the middle position. Slacks actually misses a shot, but the damage is already done here. 4v3, make it 4v2 now that Lake's into the party. It just feels like everything M80 is doing right now is just hard countering Getting Info's game plan.
I mean, they have all the reads, the flashes are beautiful. Most of the time Getting Info, they're walking out looking for an advantage, and then they just get full white on their screen. See Shane, the last one standing, position known, can't get more than one. Absolute masterclass from M80 here on Mirage, 11-1 in their favor. Look, like I said, I wasn't expecting M80 to come out this strong against Getting Info, especially considering their recent results on Mirage and how things have been kind of tough for them, especially on CT side, but that is the best CT side we've seen from them in 3 months.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, I'm sure when they looked at this matchup, there is some sort of like hunger in them to just say that EPL game, complete fluke. The domination that we showed after, that's more our style. And they're basically just essentially replicating that here in this matchup so far. Just 2 rounds away from securing their opponent's map pick before going into a dominating overpass that they've shown on LAN as well. Holding outside of the apartments, and here comes the little bit of an execution. Smokes are through. They're already bearing down on the back of the site. Shane just gets restricted to 1 as this bomb goes down, and a tough retakes on the cards here for Getting Info.
Yeah, they'd have a retake setup pretty much with only 1 player on the site, and they've got the kits, so there's time, but they have to still get a move on and find something. in an opening duel, even though they do have that man advantage, it can quickly evaporate in these types of rounds. And as I say, Swisher gonna find one and Hex the other. There goes that man advantage. Snav and Dare, last two standing. They can't do anything, and M80 sweep both pistol rounds and are on map point for 11 rounds in a row. They got 11 opportunities to close this one out.
What a roll through. This is so tough to deal with if you're getting info, because of course you talk about the fact that they're just a tad bit slow on how they were approaching their T side, but what can you do if you're just being punished in even the clutch scenarios and these post plants as well? Nothing going your way. They're gonna try their hand at this force buy, considering how deep in the hole they are, but 3 rifles on the other end, a boatload of utility, mid-control established as well. This is nightmare fuel out the gates in round number 14 to defend your honor.
All right. Could be the last round for getting info, as you aptly alluded to there, Paladin. And Dare tries to get aggressive and immediately punished. Sin's waiting for the aggression to come towards Cat as well. Marky spotted. Sin knows, and Sin gets the easy headshot, especially considering there was a Molotov burning at the feet of Marky, well tossed into that window and through to ladder room. 5v3. Swisher continues to wait. They're just playing it so well, Amity, right? Patience is out here. They know getting in for it can be desperate, and punishing them every single time they decide to push out. This is likely over.
You'd like to think so. Sin makes his way into the window. Actually baits out Shane, that last player, as well. Sin will stick around because why not? They know he's the only one remaining, and it's a dominating performance from M80 top to bottom. I mean, you look at that kill spread on the scoreboard, and it's just dominating across the board. 16-5 from Hex, 13-8 from Swisher. That B side was just on complete lock. And look at that. Swisher's already on reels in the back there. Or not Swisher. Who is that? There's somebody on YouTube Reels, like just like sure. Straight away. That
I love
Slacks
that. Or Sin, I think. I'm not sure, but that's wild. I mean, they're already won. They're happy. Look, it's that was a masterclass. There's only one way to describe it from M80, and they played Mirage so very well. We saw the adjustments they made too, because in previous iterations of I shouldn't say iterations, but when they were playing this map previously, Hex wasn't as mobile. They weren't moving him around the map as well, and that's when he plays his best, is when he's able to get a move on, take engagements in a dynamic way, and you saw the result there. Everywhere he went, he was finding something for M80. Round after round, and it shows in the scoreboard as well. 16-5, 86.9 ADR. Lake was also doing a ton of damage along with Swisher, 100+ DAR for both those guys. And you look at the estimated frag totals, I mean, I think everyone's looking good. Obviously Hex looking best to hit that 29.5 frag estimate, and we'll see how things go in the next map. But overall, there are no negatives for me on this
No,
side.
not at all. I mean, you look at the mid control and how dominant that was, and making sure that the mid control setups were always different. I mean, sometimes you would have the boost up from Slacks. Sometimes you would give them mid control and boost up on the cat boxes deeper, and making sure that they feel uncomfortable there. And of course, I mean, you look at the other end, getting info just couldn't get anything rolling. I mean, you had a couple of bright spots from Snav with the Deagle. You had that op moment in terms of the retake for Slump, but even Shane's 11 kill total was not that exceptional. It felt very much like consolations at tail end of rounds when the series or the map was kind of already over. So for them, it's like, we've got to get it going. We've got to find a way to turn these guys up and show up, because Overpass is going to run past them very quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, and speaking of Overpass, guys, we are going to be headed there in just a little bit. Before we do that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Getting Info can get back into this series. All right, we're back here getting ready for map number 2 on Overpass between M80 and Getting Info. Map 1 was largely forgettable for Getting Info. 13-1 in favor of M80. Everything going their way. And Overpass, I don't know if it's going to get much better here, Paladin.
No, it's not, because I think this is where if M80 start on the T side, as I'm probably expecting in this situation, you've got to deal with the varied tempo changes that they can provide on this map. There are certain situations where you'd want Hex to be a little bit faster. He'll contact out the tunnels, find an extra kill, and barrel their way to the B bomb site. Or you can have this very slow and methodical mid-fountains take, long take, and they just encroach and constrict the A bomb site as well. They're very good at finding those different tempo changes. And that's not even to mention that we haven't even really seen anything crazy mid to late round from them so far either, through the connector, which has been very kind to them, at least as far as the last few matchups I've seen of them, where they're able to get that control pretty easily and able to find entries as well. Credit to Swisher to execute there. So I think M80 is in for a very good time moving forward, even if they are starting on the offense here today.
I mean, a lot of Swisher's hot form is due to his performances on Overpass, right? If you look at his rating over 3 maps, 1.56 with an impact of 1.77. He is doing everything you described and more, entering, taking opening duels on CT side, 50 frags, 28 deaths, 1.79 kill to death differential, or excuse me, kill to death ratio, and then 93.3 DAR. He is absolutely a force to be reckoned with here on the M80 side.
And I think the more interesting aspect is that he's been getting some better roles on some of these maps. You saw him on Catwalk there in Mirage. Now tasked with dealing with Connector here on T-side Overpass. So he's getting his chance to really prove his spot on this lineup, even with so many names that you can be excited about. But it's this A side that M80 have their sights set on. Smokes in for the bank and the garbage bin, and they'll charge in through the bathrooms to execute.
There's a big chance for Slump to get an opener there. Dare will finish it off, but now M80's barreling forward. They need frags quickly, and they get them in bunches. Dare and Shane, along with Snav, combine to find 4, and it's all left to Sin. Nice shutdown for Getting Info. Although Sin still has a chance here on this pistol round to make some noise, as long as they don't give him 4 1v1s. They should have this one in the bag. It would be their first pistol round of the series. Marky kind of isolated there, and Sin doesn't have the bomb, so he knows he has to go back to A. I think with 20 seconds left, this is just a matter of trying to get some kills and hoping to add a little bit more money to the bank account, because Getting Info have taken this pistol.
Absolutely. And there it is. Dare will lock that one in. 3K for him in total. It was a little unruly to start out that sequence there.
Yep.
Couple of whiffs on the USP, but it works out in the end. M80 do not get the flashes placed in the right places, really. I mean, you had 1 or 2 of the 3 in the site actually flash in that circumstance, but that third player really sealed the deal for them. They were constantly able to fight throughout that entire sequence. 1 Deagle for Lake, but that's all she wrote for the T side. See what he can get done on that upgraded pistol, but for the most part, this is cash making season for Getting Info. 4 SMGs on the other end.
Like with the Deagle, hoping to connect on something, fires off a shot in the dark and doesn't connect. Swisher moves his way up connector, and I mean M80's trying to make their way towards this A site, it seems. Slump potentially vulnerable here. Oh, but looking away at the wrong time. Potentially no. Lake is still going to get that frag on towards Snab. Now Slump will activate on Sin. Does he get fragged as well? He does. That's a couple of guns on the ground here. M80 have got a lot of life and a man advantage as they move forward towards long and short A.
I mean, the problem is the lack of utility, and the upgrades that they're getting are SMGs at a long-range map like Overpass. It feels like they're not really in the best spot, but it doesn't matter when Lake doesn't miss. 3 shots on the Deagle and they all connect to heads. A recovered A1S means that this one feels over, really. I mean, Marky will try to cut the distance here. Shane has made his way up to the garbage bin. But they've got to find kills, and they've got to find it now, and it feels like Lake cannot
No
miss a
way.
beat. Another headshot claimed, and that recovered A1S from Hex will complete the 5 kills needed. M80 bounced back with just one upgraded pistol of the Deagle.
That is a ridiculous eco for M80 to pull off, but it just goes to show you it only takes one gun to make a difference, and that time it was Lake on the Deagle. And typically, despite what happened yesterday, Lake is their entry player. He's the guy who's going for entries and openers on both sides of the map, and, you know, his numbers are actually pretty strong on Overpass. They didn't need him yesterday, but, you know, if he activates today, I'm sure they'll be perfectly happy. He's sitting at a 1.43 rating and 1.56 impact. His entering and opening on Overpass, 90 and 92 out of 100. Ooh. So he's exceptional here, and you saw why. With only the Deagle, imagine what he's going to do with the rifle.
Wanted that short Molotov to land so Hex can encroach upon Sandbag safely, but he understands that there's no need to push the issue. Con control established for M80. It's something that's been very kind to them as far as offenses go. So you'll see Swisher loitering around here, sometimes alone, sometimes with some friends as well. But with that comes front bathrooms control. So getting a lot of space here early, and it's getting Info's turn to do the big heavy lifting with pistols, but Lake will continue his rampage in round number 3.
Yeah, another entry. And now they're going to get those smokes thrown on towards the A site. They don't have to commit to A, right? They still have 45 seconds to rotate back to the B site. And having seen a couple of players, I think, at this point, may not be a bad idea. But with time now slipping through their fingertips, Lake is just going to keep knocking heads down here. 7-1 after only 3 rounds. Not even after only 3 rounds. After 2 and in the 3rd round. Lake looking for more, finds a 3rd. I mean, this is unbelievable play. And Marky does manage to connect onto Hex. He's chasing down some ecos. Or I should say, force buy. Marky is the last one standing. A chance here, but it's ended. Swisher finds that 2-1 for M80.
Back-to-back multis from Lake and getting Info. All that excitement of quelling the A play has just been ripped to shreds. And I mean, you can't really fault them for how they're losing these rounds when Lake is just tearing through you. But it is something that they're going to have to fight fire with fire. You're going to have to fight for bathrooms control. You're going to have to get Slump in the front lines there.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, this half is going to run away from you very quickly.
Now, I think another problem here for getting Info is that their rifling core, I would say, doesn't have that star potential the same type that M80 has, right? So if you have someone popping off like Lake and you can't stop them, now they're going to try to push to connector. This is actually a fairly effective eco strat. They get a couple of upgrades already. 2 players down. Getting Info may get the eco round victory that M80 found against them a couple rounds ago. Hex has to be on notice. He knows they're pushing him. We'll get one. Follow up and won't find it. AK picked up by Marky, used to great effect. Couple of players are very low, and M80, given the information that they just gained, will go to the A site and get a free plant, but they'll be facing off against 3 rifles if Getting Info decide to go back in for this one, which I imagine they will, even without the kit and the armor.
Yeah, they've got the cash at the very least, so even if they fall here, they're still a buy up in the next, so they're gonna have to get crafty here with these low HP bars, and they'll come in with the double flank up through the bathroom. That Slacks is already in the bank, meaning it's a couple of free opening duels for these T's to take, and Slacks will win his duel, and I think Sin's hurt both of the remaining players, and they're gonna try to keep them on the site, but Sin and Slacks are aware. They'll bound back into the B bomb site, and they'll be able to navigate this one no problem.
Yeah, a couple of things.
Good for getting Info, though. At least they get guns here.
Sorry, Paul. No, I was just going to say a couple of things to appreciate there from both sides, right? One, getting Info, going for the risky push towards connector with just the pistols. I mean, default pistols, USPs coming through and getting a couple of frags is fantastic. They get the upgrades to the rifles, and then they catch Hex, who's always lurking towards that B side, or almost always lurking towards that B side in the early round. You know, and isolate him for only 1 frag. But because Hex is able to relay that information, M80 make a great adaptation, head right towards the A site, find the plant, get their feet planted in the ground, and I mean, the foundation is there for not getting info. Afterwards, getting info, make the right call, though. No armor and no util, you know, and those guns in their hands, it makes more sense to fall back after losing the first fight.
To make matters worse now for getting info, Slump gets out the AWP, blown to smithereens, blown down to 18 HP, so can't get as frisky as he'd want to. He's going to have to play some longer ranges. You see him all the way back onto that A site, peering down long. And all that being said, getting info, going to have to get shifty around the B side. Utility dropping is good, but they're just losing a lot of space and can't really do anything about it. Connector now lost, front bathrooms now lost as well. I think they're just very content with just having these small setups on the site proper.
Yeah, interesting bait and switch setup there for getting info towards Monster. I mean, you have Marky playing in the corner and Shane looking to attract the attention if M80 come out there, and then Marky will be able to activate, assuming that he turns around in time and that no focus is on his position. I think he's just playing anti-flash right now. There's a flashbang thrown. We'll come in this direction. We'll see if it works. Marky comes around and gets 2 off the flash thrown by Dare, but Hex finds 2 back and keeps hope alive for M80. 3v3. Snav, ooh, misses the chance to strike against Swisher. So now Swisher's on notice, realizing a player's behind him while the other 2 of his teammates can focus on this B site. Swisher's gone. Slacks gets the bomb planted. Hex, couple of players in pit to worry about. Snap from sandbags, and now it's all up to Hex, but he won't do it. Well done from getting info. They keep M80 on their toes at every single turn, and will get the defusal here to secure a second round.
I think the MVP there has to be Snav. Pushing all the way through the bathrooms at that point in time is very risky, but look at how much information that gives to getting info. You get the 4th rotation on that player up through heaven to come into that B bomb site. That allows for the double pit setup once the bomb goes down, and then there's just that constriction into con from Snav as well. Even if Snav is not actually getting that fight onto Swisher, winning that duel, he's keeping him there in that position, not allowing him to help his team on the bomb site, and that alone gives a favorable duel to the CTs. So well done to getting info to hang around, and well done to Snav there individually as well.
See if they can continue getting a read on what's happening on this M80 side, but they've got so many tools at their disposal, and Lake, another opening duel 1, leaves Snav in a tight spot. He's watching here, close to Cafe. Oh, that's not going to be good enough. Not even close. I mean, I say that. Sin did go down to 10 HP, but Snav whiffing on that first little bit of his spray means that M80 can walk out of it with a 5v3 advantage. Dare, going to get aggressive here. Hex is waiting for it, so it should be an easy play for Hex. It is, and it is a 5v2 with only 1 player left on the A site.
Yeah, I don't mind them surging forward like that. You are a couple men down. You've got to take a risk somewhere, but at this point, they don't even want to have a look in getting info. So they'll give up the A bomb site. M80 will get themselves their 4th and continue to rack up these T rounds. Haven't really had to look at the B bomb site all too often, especially when you're getting this bathrooms control for very little, and your player in Lake is just ripping heads no matter where it is on that A side. So continue bullying that end.
I agree. I mean, the one time they went B was getting info winning, right? At least on the gun rounds. And they go back to this A site. As you mentioned, Lake gets the opener again, and they continue to kind of just give getting info headaches as they go for those A approaches. So until they find a response, then absolutely, M80 should continue to go in that direction. One thing that worked yesterday for Regain, and we had to give them a lot of credit for it, was an aggressive 5-man push towards Fountain, which they did twice. The first time it, forced M80 to fall back and readjust to the B site, but the second time it worked because they didn't overcommit, right? They got an opening frag and they fell back in towards connector and bathrooms, and M80 walked right into, the trap that they were setting. And I think getting info need to try that, honestly, because otherwise the A execute will be just far too potent for M80.
Yeah, I think it'll be difficult to execute 5 I think 3 to at least hold on to
For
front
sure.
party is very important. I like this deep smoke that they're using here to try and get some forward pressure. Slump is around, but Snav has been mollied off, so he'll have to back away. It's really just Slump in this situation trying to hold on to so much space, and as soon as he's flashed away, they kind of just give up that space.
Yeah,
Oh.
sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was just going to clarify. I meant 5-man push. I was focusing more on, like, there were 2 connector and 3 pushed up to Fountain, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just wanted to...
That is the right setup, yeah.
Yeah. That was what worked for Regain yesterday. There. Whoop. Spotted, right? Hex, did you see him? Maybe it's just us on the answer. I can see that a little better. I think he might have, because he starts spamming there as soon as he throws the smoke. Maybe he's trying to trick them and make him think he didn't see them, and then goes for that spam. Either way, Lake has another opener here. Slump can't get the trade either. Lake is just flying high right now. 2K on the round. He continues to push forward and lead the charge towards this A site. Now is flashed out. Might have been a friendly flash. Shane does manage to get one towards Hex, but Swisher, the immediate trade. And it will be Shane and Marky going for a save here, you'd imagine.
I mean, yet again, M80 and Lake just climb through that A site like it's nothing. I mean, how annoying is it if you're Slump to try and deal with some guy that's just like never standing still on your screen? You just want to sit, hunker down, play like a turret, and nail your op shots. And he's just all over your screen. It's so frustrating, but so dominating if you're an M80 fan to have this guy have a map like this so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no question. This is the Lake that we've seen many times on Overpass. The exception, as I mentioned yesterday, was him not really having that great of a map, but everyone else stepped up. Swisher, I think Sin as well, and Hex took care of the brunt of the fragging. But today, Lake is back and comfortable. And the thing is, for getting info, this is not like it's a strange play to pull off. It's pushing towards Fountain, getting the op there and a rifler as well to put pressure on the T's and not allow them to comfortably set up towards the A sites, but getting info, just saying, okay, take bathrooms, take connector, control, and everything, and we're just going to wait back on the sites. Well, here they won't really have as much at their disposal because their money's run out, but a couple of rifles, an AK, and an M4. You do have Slump into connector, but they are stacking the B site now, which is interesting. I guess they're figuring, hey, they've gone A 3 times in a row. Maybe they'll go to the B site, or 2 times in a row. Maybe they won't go to A again. But as it stands, next, oh, spotted up by Shane. Needs to be careful. Realize that fading away and does manage to. Shane doesn't get caught by Slacks either, who was waiting for that opportunity and now throws the smoke up to cover his retreat.
Barely makes it out alive there. Could have been legged. Oh, and they're just gonna reboost. This is bold. Slacks is well aware of this possibility and just decimates Shane there. You've got to be a little craftier than that if you want to surprise Slacks on a map like Overpass.
Yeah, and going for it again is just so risky. Did they try again? Were they going for another boost, guys?
They look like they're really thinking about it.
And Slacks is waiting for it to happen too. You got to be careful. Hex gonna go down here against Marky, and Sin can't get the immediate trade. That's the bomb spotted too. And with 38 seconds left, you'd imagine getting in for going to call all their forces over towards the B site. M80 can still make it back towards A, and that's what they're banking on, that Getting Info won't realize that. They will make this adjustment. That being said, Getting Info still have a couple of players here. Slump with the Deagle. There, the potent piece with the AK playing from truck. In fact, both of them. This is a really good setup for Getting Info. Let's see if they can deny M80 that a great flashbang doesn't do enough. Dare finds a couple here. Still 2 players waiting, and Dare, the 3-piece, Slacks the last one standing and hits a no-scope on Snap, but there's no time. The round is over. Getting Info have found it.
Oh, it's a little dicey there, but the third rotation is what solidifies it for Getting Info. Dare doing so much good work around the truck there. Hello, everyone. And it looked solid. That's the kind of setup that you're looking for Getting Info. The reads are solid, the rotations are quick, and they deal with the mid-round setup there, because I think M80 make the right call maybe just a little too early in terms of the rotation in. You probably want Lake a little closer, maybe to flower pots before you make the call, just so we can pull the trigger and commit to actually taking the site. But that's something that comes with reps, and they'll figure that one out. As a whole, that idea made a lot of sense. You want to go with the hot hand. You want to go with Lake finding the entry for you, who has done that round in, round out. But you've got to give him a little bit more time there.
Okay.
Sure.
Opener there. The IGL wants to get in on the entry action. Hext is waiting for the reaggression. Shane has been asked to push here. Yeah, this should be clean. It is. Hext finds one and the second. The follow-up two. Oh my goodness. Hext, the monster, towards the B site. And they will get that plant easily. Slump with the AWP, hoping to maybe catch something. They're giving him absolutely no visibility. Hext should have this one as well for the 4K, but no! Slump hits the no-scope flick. Hext denied that 4K and his 10th frag for now. Do they have the money for this? Like, I don't understand the commitment here from Slump.
You also don't want to die to the bomb, which is the worrying aspect of it. But he's being boxed in right now from every angle. They spotted him in heaven. There should be a player close bank at this point as well. Yeah, Lake got out, and a shot missed from Slump. I mean, right idea, but wrong execution, and M80 will continue their winning ways.
I mean, Slump knew he was going to have to fight. I just didn't necessarily understand why he was approaching so almost to the point of going out that door and towards that B site. So yeah, eventually he falls back and tries to win that duel. He had the crosshair dead on. It's just that he was moving a little bit too much for the shot to connect. So good effort from Slump to try and keep the op alive, but he won't do it. And now, getting info, found another round victory that's been isolated. M80 up to 6 on T side is already great on a map like Overpass. And they could have a 7th here as getting info are down to pistols. We have seen some pistol magic so far in Overpass from both sides. So maybe this one won't be a done deal. Hex continues his work towards B and attracting attention with util, bullets, everything. Slump. Misses the shot, though. He only hits the leg of Swisher, and that is not enough for the frag. Swisher cleans that up.
A full re-clear short here from getting info gives a lot of information to getting info, but they've got to make the rotation swiftly. Dare makes it all the way up, but he's a bit too late to the party. 2 T players bearing down on him, and with no kills, there's no guns recoverable, and his easy side just gonna have to hang around. Shane hoping that somebody comes in all the way from A through CT spawn, but that's not gonna happen. This is a dominant T side, as we kind of expected, John. It just feels like they've got such a foothold as to how to make this map work for them. It doesn't have to be one specific person every time, but they've got the options, and I think that's what makes it just so dangerous for other teams to play into.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they're using the space on the map so well, too. The rotations are great. The util, they don't always commit off of it. Fakes are solid. I can't, again, find much of a flaw. They did make, well, maybe I could say it. They made a bit of a mistake, like you already highlighted, when they were going in for that sort of anti-eco round with a couple of saved rifles on the getting info side, and Lake doesn't get in position, and they get overwhelmed. Even after throwing a good flash in Dare's right in Dare's face, he still gets that 3K and denies them. But outside of that, they have looked absolutely phenomenal. Getting info can't find the answers consistently to the attacks that they're throwing their way. And you have an 11th round coming up where, once more, getting info really do need to find a little more than these 3 rounds, especially on a map like this.
And this is more like it. Taking early fountain control, trying to cut the map in half, and this makes the extra rotation that much more easier. They'll see that eventually that the playground is empty, and that they can back away. They'll plant Slump there to at least get that bit of information if they want to, but they're all backing away. This, I think, is a little doubt. Okay, they'll keep Slump or Snav around at the very least, but now M80 want to up the tempo. Now they're already out of Monster, and all of a sudden, This B bomb site looks completely undermanned.
Yeah, but M80 may rotate off of it, and in that case,
Yeah, looks
things
like.
could get interesting. That's exactly what we were expecting Getting Info to do for the majority of this half, to get aggressive there and try to stop the A push, and they finally do, but in this instance, M80 are putting pressure onto the B site. They may expect someone to be pushed up here. We'll see how aware they are of Snav, because if Snav gets in on a flank, oh my god, like the timing too, right? For Slacks to check that as Snav's coming around the corner, so unfortunate for Snav. And that potent position is quickly rebuffed. 33 seconds left though, and Getting Info know exactly where M80 are coming from, so they're going to stack up the A site you expect. The thing is, will they take time? The answer is, well, maybe. Dare gets one, Lake trades him out immediately. Bomb should be planted here. Flashbang out. Great shot from Slump to even out the numbers. Keeping Getting Info in it, and Marky finds two! Swisher gets the trade, but it may be too little too late. 13 seconds left. Flashbang gonna get thrown for bank, and Slump still hits it. The timing shot is there. 2K for him. Getting Info managed to pull that one off.
That's well done there from Slump, man. Kind of calling his own number there a little bit more, playing ahead into that bank position, and it's Marky really causing a spanner into the plans of M80 there. Charging through their own smoke up and dumpster and spoiling the day of M80. It does feel like they're figuring out how they want to approach the CT side round by round, but obviously 7 T rounds on a map like Overpass feels like it should be enough, and still looking to maybe make that total even larger with a 4-on-4 here.
M80 probably would have been better off just going B in that previous round, right? Like, they overthought it and went back towards the A site, and that's really what did them in, as Slump was able to readjust and get a nice shot to rebuff them and prevent them from getting that bomb planted. And you see M80 now in this final round of the half, going back to what has worked for them for the most part, taking the space into Fountain and moving their way in towards long and short A. Only one player going likely towards short A. That's the Lurk Hext. You'd expect anyway. He's slowly but surely moving in. Slump is going to regret maybe giving up that angle because Hext fills the space. That would have been a free frag for Slump. I don't think there's a chance that Hext wins that duel, and instead we stay at even numbers and Slump has no idea what's coming his direction.
Boost up for Slacks, and unfortunately you don't have that deep angle to take on the long side. But yeah, Slump will actually sought everything here. Smoke up to prevent it, and Marky, bold as ever, finding another opening frag here to make this one possible. Molly through, flash in, and Slump gets completely blinded up. The trades are there, though, from the CT side, and it leaves it all up to Swisher. This is more like it from the CT side, finding ways to trade amongst their teammates, creating crossfires, and making M80's job to take these sites just a little bit harder. Yes, it's just 5 rounds, but you're starting to see signs of life, and that's what's most important, John.
Absolutely. No, and Marky, going lurk free lurk there, and he wins it. Marky's oftentimes in the exact right place to punish at a perfect moment, and right there is an example of one of them. Takes care of Hex on the back lines, and then it's the forward attack is all that Getting Info have to focus on. Great work from Shane, and honestly, that's what you need to see on the side of Getting Info. It's a little late, potentially, but perhaps not too late, because they still salvage 5 rounds out of that first half. Problem is, they're going up against an M80 squad that's won 80% of their CP rounds. So, let's see if that changes here on this one. Hex, going to get the opener. Does get traded out immediately. Swisher is alone. He's got Sin supporting him from heaven, and Sin and Swisher doing the work. Marky will manage to get one back. Sin, oh my goodness, at 1 HP. They're so lucky, our M80, that Sin does not get dropped there, because Lake can continue trying to formulate on this flank. Lake, excuse me, not Lake. It's Slacks, and Lake is gone. Oh.
And now, Dare gets dealt with as well, so it's all up to Slacks in this 1-on-2, and I think he's heard that the rotation's coming in. He'll go charging up through the connector to see if he can stop something. But he's going to go all the way in through long. This is a little unorthodox, but a plant for CT. Now that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Continues to encroach upon his position and can't connect the shots, and that should be it, you'd like to think. trying to flush out these T players in the post plant with no kit, that's going to be a nightmare and a half. And they're actually doubling up here as well, so there's just no chance here for Slacks unless he has just a ridiculous sequence, and getting info will cut the lead down to just one. Well orchestrated pistol there from the T side.
Yeah, and Marky in particular, Marky and Dare, right? All 5 frags go their way. Unbelievable recovery given the circumstances. And then at the end, Slack's just missing the shots. It's not an easy situation for him. But getting info will pick up their first pistol round. See if they get another one here as we move forward. Actually, wait, didn't they win the pistol in the first half? Am I crazy?
Yeah, they did.
They did, yeah. It just M80 came back right afterwards. So they won both pistol rounds. And that means that 2 of their 6, 33% of their rounds coming off pistol, which is not the greatest. Maybe you could argue even more than that, right?
Mm-hmm. With the conversions and what have you.
Yeah.
Really tells you that in some ways this is not the closest of games when it comes down to just buy rounds. But at the very least, they have just a bit more confidence now to make a game out of this one. Front bathrooms control established for getting info. And you really have to look towards Slacks to get early info here and find some early kills. Or at least just damage before they actually get in. And once that happens, once he does get a few tags, that's where you line up those 5-7s and you knock him down. 40 seconds left on the clock for getting info. A lot of options for them. Short control still available for them if they want to go back B. And Dare will try to sell M80 down the river here with a bit of spam as they go back to this B bomb site. And Switcher spots out everything.
That smoke is huge. Just having that smoke that late in the round makes things so difficult for getting info, because now they all have to funnel towards Monster with 20 seconds left into the open arms of Hex, but Hex will get nothing. Neither will Swisher. Let's see what Sin can do, and only one. There's still plenty of time to get this play, you'd think, but Slack's connecting Lake with the Deagle. They're denying it. Lake, you gotta be kidding me! He gets 2, down to a 1v1, 5 seconds left, 4, no time to plant. Slacks fades off. Oh my goodness. Absolute ridiculous shots coming through from Lake again with the deal. He's got 5 of them in this map alone.
Man. Count M80 out and Lake will shut you up very, very quickly. This is both the force buys, right? I mean, you think about the full eco that they had in round number 2 on this map, and now this sequence here on the force buy. Just domination. 19 and 8.
He's gotta be close to his frag estimate at this point.
Surely.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he hits it. Marky, gets spotted. Backs off now. That's such a coup for M80, though. They go into this next round. Buy-up's not great. And they will be expecting a force buy on the other side, which is absolute nonsense for getting info. What a shot from Snav. Cat just Slacks with Util out. So that scout is erased from the picture. Slump, nice peek with the Deagle. He can do damage as well with that hand cannon. Lake has to be careful the way he approaches this. Spamming through the smoke, hoping to connect on a little bit of damage, but he's a little too low on his crosshair to do that. 52 seconds on the clock. Getting info appear to be deciding to go towards this A site. Lake has taken the initiative towards long, which may be difficult to spot out for getting info if they take A, and Sin relays that information to Lake, which he almost certainly will at this point.
And Lake is going to continue just looking into a potential bathroom's flank, but doesn't see anybody on that long lurk and doesn't get a free kill that he was looking for. He's going to have to just duel straight away, and that's it. More than 31.5 kills found for Lake. That prize pick checkmark found, but not necessarily the round here, John. As these pistols continue to cut away the M80 defense. Now a Galil's been picked up as well. Hex is just trying to get the hell out of Dodge, but this round is over and done with for getting info and for M80. This is a nice response from the T side.
Yeah, fantastic, honestly. I mean, they found Slacks immediately. Obviously, M80 didn't expect to be that far up or be able to hit that shot. And Slacks, once he's gone, you lose that long-range edge of the scout, which can be very effective on a map like Overpass. And then you're kind of relying on the bits and pieces you bought up in that previous round. And it wasn't much because of how many bodies they lost previously and how early it is in this half. So getting info as opposed to the previous half where they were struggling after losing that eco round that the M80 pulled off with the lone deagle purchased up by Lake. This time they respond immediately and win it. And M80 can't be happy with the way that one panned out because they technically had the advantage in firepower and just could not find a way to victory at all. Hex saves the FAMAS, but it's difficult to justify a force buy or get into these force buy wars consistently on your CT side, especially when you look at the money that Swisher and Sin have. It is technically a double eco situation, so maybe you buy into it, but I'd be surprised.
I think it does have to be the move here, especially if Slacks has the funds to buy into a scout here. You're always going to have potency if you've got a scout on the table here on the CT side. And
they're going.
With the extra FAMAS, the MP9... Yeah. And look, okay, I was going to say we could always look at the Lake Deagle, but he'll have himself a rifle all the same.
Give it to Hex, Lake. I want to see your Deagle, man. Like
Exactly, yeah. He seems to be better on that in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, he's been great with everything. You don't get 20 frags just from the Deagle, but yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense to give him the rifle regardless of how impressive he's been with that Desert Eagle. We'll have a getting info timeout called. Looking at the buy for getting info, it's a lot more potent into this round. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and the A1S, almost full util, which is a stark contrast to M80's mix of guns. And about, I'd say, 33% of the usual util, committing most of it into smokes, 5 of those, a couple of nades, and 1 singular flashbang. This is going to be a difficult round for M80, and if they lose it, their economy's reset as well.
Jump spots in from Sin, but nothing spotted. Slacks actually tries to take an opening engagement, takes significant damage because of it. And so instead, M80 will try to adapt, take short control instead, and make sure that they don't give any space to getting info for free. I like this boost here as well. You don't see this one all too often. Head spotted, but trigger not pulled. Finally, Swisher will, and they'll try to disengage somehow, some way. Actually, they try to stick around here. They know that they're going to be watched on their fallback. Might as well try to stick around for another kill. Hex is also available for a trade. But getting info will try to deal with this situation by taking A space instead.
Oh my god. Deagle shot hit by Hex. He's trying to channel some of that energy from Lake. This is already so good for M80. I love that boost. I agree with you. It isn't used often, but when it is, it can be so lethal. And now the scout of Slacks can't connect it. They expect Lake. They don't. He's at bathrooms. Finds the third for his squad. 4v2 now will get traded. There is another player waiting at the A site. It's Sin. He's only got the 5-7, but it's more than enough to take care of Slump. And in fact, Hex will do that with the A1S instead. Marky alone on an island. Has the Galil. 20 seconds left. Needs to grab that bomb and plant it as well, under the close watch of all 3 M80 members. There's the first onto Swisher. I don't think he expects it. Not at all. Easy for Sin to trade that one out, and M80 are right back to it with a force buy round victory.
I mean, these force buy wars are creating some ridiculous highlights, John.
Yeah,
I mean, we're just getting kill after kill from Lake, and it just feels like they have such a good handle on how they want to approach this defense now. It's not something that we got to see all too often in the previous series, where it felt like they weren't able to necessarily need to play that CT side. But look at Hex. Reaches his PrizePicks total, more than 29.5 kills. And he's certainly had a couple of incredible series. But what an incredible shot from Marky! Was looking for that on his Deagle, and I mean, these upgraded pistol highlights have just been unreal.
I mean, it's the second half of the Deagle at this point. You're on Overpass, really, for both sides. And you're seeing getting info with a 5v4 immediately. They're not going to give up this force by war without a good fight. M80 need to be careful. I mean, even Slacks in this position, it's kind of exposed. Could be one and done. They should see it now. Yeah, they will. Ooh, Slacks messy. Slump connects on another one there onto Lake, and Slacks has to pull out the pistol. This is not ideal, but he does hit the headshot onto Shane. Does he have any bullets left? No, he has to go for the reload, and there he drops. 3v2, guns on the ground to be recovered here by getting info, and Sin is going to aggress in towards short bathrooms. But the hit will come long. This is so bad again for M80. Neither team can seemingly hang on after winning a round here in these forced by wars. Sin, a chance. A lot on his shoulders. Two players coming in. Oh no, he pulls out the util, goes for the flashbang, which should be effective. It forces getting info back. He could have had the frags there.
Oh, Hex though, with the flank, Marky was holding for this, but the timing is just beautiful there for Hex to find one. Does significant damage on a Marky, and now Sid knows where both of these players are located. He knows that he can lock him this 1-on-2, and he absolutely will. Way to piece that one together. And double digits found for M80. Yes, it comes down to a 1-on-1 eventually, so getting info can double dip into another force buy, but M80 still feels like they're running away with this one in the clutch scenarios.
Absolutely. And I mean, you see Sin shaking his head saying, not today, sirs. You will not be taking that force buy around. And I agree with you that there's the option to go for the force buy again. I just feel like getting info may avoid it just because you can't continually do that, especially since M80 have hit double digits. And okay, I take it back. They are going full Galeals, or they did for a moment, then they realized, hey guys, we only have 2 pieces of util. We need someone to go for a deagle, and that's what Slump does. You were right, Paladin. They do double dip, trying to keep M80 on notice, but you know, that $250 they gain for killing all the T's is starting to rack up a little bit of cash for themselves, so it's not that bad of a buy-up at all. Lake's aggression only yields 1, traded out immediately. Slack's waiting with the AWP. This could be the big piece in the round. Misses the shot though, and now we'll have to fall back.
Yeah, the surprise factor is gone now, but the potency is still there for that sniper. Again, short control established for the defense. And that gives a little bit more room to players like Sin and Slacks here in the bathrooms to get frisky. They'll continue to encroach upon their own smoke, but long control is also being taken slowly but surely. Marky cannot spot the feet. And Sin will take out the bathroom portion of the hit. So already this round just falls apart for getting info. They try this double dip. They try contacting across the map. But I mean, these individuals, Sin now having his turn once again. 3-piece in the round. And he's just single-handedly basically won the map in a sense for M80. They've just strung 3 together, and a lot of the credit has to go to him.
Now, this was the risk I was talking about for getting info going for the force buy again, is that M80 had so many rounds already that if you lose that one, then maybe things are already over. And you see, they'll have to eco on a critical round. And Sin is a fantastic A anchor here on Overpass. I mean, he's already showed that yesterday. He's doing it again today. Shadow advantage is great from the angle he was holding. And he saw both players coming before they even had a chance to peek around that corner. So, getting info now, relegated down to the pistols, which again have been effective, but this time M80, they've got the util, they've got the guns, everything they could absolutely want heading into what could be a map point.
Well, they'll try their hand at this B bomb site. They've been given a lot of space, mind you, not taking as much damage as M80 might have expected. The flash in through Monster, the flash over the top, they'll go charging through. Sin and Switcher are there, though they lock this one down. Hex will find the last 2 as well. And it's easy as you'd like. Getting info now have 5 rounds needed to bring us to overtime. Otherwise, M80 will, I think, expectedly lock themselves a spot into the final, but the fact that they're doing it in this dominant of a fashion really shows how much of a corner they've turned since adding Hex to the roster.
No, and I mean, Hex, if you compare his performance in the latter part of his time with NRG and his beginnings here with M80, it's night and day. I mean, I think he's got a longer leash, on M80 on his anchoring play than he had on NRG, and you can see that's benefiting him greatly. He's a player that needs to move around. He wasn't getting that opportunity, I would say, as much on NRG, and his team is supporting him fully. There's Sin off of a flashbang thrown by Hext to get Marky. 5v4 immediately, but I mean, look, 18 frags, he's got a PrizePicks check mark, so does Lake, same thing. Both of them have been popping off. I think Lake is the reason why their T side went so well in the early goings, and Hext has been, I think, strong from beginning to end, but his performance here on CT side has really propelled them upward. Slacks connects on another one, collecting that frag, and I mean, it just feels like Getting Info are playing off of borrowed time at this point.
Oh, absolutely, and now Shane will also hit the deck. Lake aggressive as ever in the bathrooms. A beautiful little flash there. Execute Snav, and that'll do it. M80 are your first finalists off the back of a 123 DAR game from Lake. 75% HSP. What more can you ask from your star player on your squad? I mean, not really much, I'd say so, John.
Oh, yeah, that was phenomenal. I mean, Lake, he picked up where he left off, I would say, on map number 1, where he was already strong, and then got even stronger heading into Overpass. Didn't necessarily have this performance yesterday, like we said, but he wanted to make up for it, and absolutely did, and then some. Those Deagle shots were ridiculous. Twice in the second round after losing pistol, he propels his team to victory, and then with the rifle, continued to get openers on the T side, and then on the CT side, he helped out and pitched in where he needed to, but the other players took over, right? Slacks with the AWP, as you'd expect on CT side, doing well. Sin anchoring down that A site effectively, and Hex finding bits and pieces across the map as he's moving around on his anchor position towards B. So, I mean, look, there's only praise to be heaped upon M80. I do want to give credit to Getting Info. I mean, they find their way out of the NA Revival series here, number 7, but at the same time, they did a good job at adapting to M80 on that CT side, which we didn't see Regain really do yesterday. So credit to them at the very least, but eventually, once those force buy wars get away from them, I think they dipped their toes into it a little bit too long. I think that the map was over at that point.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask for them here on Overpass, and you could tell that they were kind of figuring it out as it went, as to how they wanted to approach it as a team. But I think Timberman at its core will always struggle on a map like Overpass when they don't necessarily have the greatest tactical depth, at least as far as the independence of some of their players. I think Snav is a fantastic IGL, and you've seen the work that he did on Boss as a whole, bringing that roster up and raising the floor of that roster for a long time. But I think individually for players on that Timberman core especially, they're going to have to learn how to play that map a little bit more. They're going to need more repetition on it. They did play it way back when, like in Go, quite a bit. But it does feel like this map and CS2 in general just evolved so much. You saw how active the defense looked from M80, where they're taking short control when they lose bathrooms. They're taking long control, the bathrooms control, when they lose that short control off of the B-bomb site. So that push and pull was very clear when we switched sides, and that outclassing was very apparent once we went over to that M80 defense. So a lot of work for Getting Info to be done, but I like the pieces that they still have, and it's very clear that they're still going to hang around this top 5, top 6 area of North America, and will always be pushing to actually compete against the likes of M80. And here it is, folks, the scoreboard at the tail end, and as we kind of mentioned, Hex, Lake both getting the PrizePicks check mark, showcasing an elite class of performance today.
Sin was so close. He was one frag away, and he played so well in Overpass. One more round and he has it, right? So, oh man, very close. Slacks and Swisher, still good. I mean, there, like I said before, there wasn't a weakness on the M80 squad on both maps. I think that everyone did their job very effectively. Sure, you're going to see more top-heavy frags for Hex and Lake, but that's just what Sin and the rest of the squad were setting up towards Overpass. They wanted Lake to go for those opening duels. They wanted him to gain some confidence, and that's exactly what happens. And you see the damage he was able to employ with 112 DAR. Let's switch gears and check out what happened on the Getting Info side. I think there were some better performances. I think Shane and Dare stepped up on Overpass. Dare in particular, that 3K that we saw over on the A site, but still far short of the expectations for them there.
And you can definitely see that there are players that can fit into this map style. Marky on this Lurks and Connector can be effective. I think his timings were slightly off today. And even for Slump, I think he just got to figure out how to approach that map from his own perspective. Not really necessarily how he fits into the system, just how does he want to approach it as an opper that's now newly into this tier 1 North America space. It's going to be an interesting development for him, but as long as Getting It will continue to give him space to develop, he's going to be one to continue to keep an eye on as we continue on. But the next semifinal, John, Blue Jays wildcard, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. We will break that one down, but before we do, we have some thank yous to dole out to everyone who makes NACS possible here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 2 to 6 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they're gone swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're heading to the break. When we come back, we'll have that next semifinal between Wildcard and Blue Jays.
Sub to Flom. 5 gifted. 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 Twitch TV Flom.
And we're back here getting ready for the second semifinal wildcard up against Blue Jays. This one, I think, should have a few more fireworks than we saw in the previous one. I guess it all depends on the form that wildcard coming here showing, Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to watch Wildcard play at this point, out of sheer curiosity. I have no idea what to expect with this team. I mean, obviously, the addition of Stanislaw was always going to, or sorry, the re-edition of Stanislaw is one that I think is very interesting. I think there's some rumors saying that it's to keep the VRS core. There's some saying that it's because, like, I mean, obviously, because Susp is gone, they found that that's the only real way to retain it. So that there is some truth to that, but is it a permanent addition? Are they just waiting for the actual VRS marking to happen in the rankings on the official Valve servers? I don't know. And I think that kind of begs the question of what level of wildcard are we going to get because of the unknown of whether or not he's permanent on that roster. And going up against a Blue Jays team that I think are pretty good. I love these Jester hats, by the way. These are fantastic.
That is amazing. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. With all that being said, I mean, how is this roster going to fare against the Blue Jays squad that we saw yesterday looking pretty formidable, John?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blue Jays look good. I mean, Laxi in particular feels like a force to be reckoned with. And I want to say, by the way, before we move over to this image, I appreciate that Rob has a different Jester hat for every single player. That takes commitment. You have to appreciate the level of production we're bringing to you guys, of course, and not just... it's AI. I can't even give you credit, Rob. Rob literally just sold himself out there. So anyway, look, either way, very interesting images coming through, but I agree with you. Blue Jays are going to be a difficult opponent, you'd imagine, for a wild card to deal with. I already talked. Oh my God. Laxi, please don't get mad at us or bring anything against us here with that picture. Oh yeah, okay. Is that from his Okay, it's from his Instagram, says Rob, but at the same time, I feel like he has... anyway, whatever. I think his body proportions are a little bit off. Either way, Classia and Junior are also very strong performers here on this roster. We saw that yesterday. I think Freshie had a good moment, and Cryptic's calling is always something to keep an eye out for. So I think that overall, if I were making a breakdown of this matchup 3 months ago with the old wildcard roster, I would give wildcard a significant edge. I think I would have said that they should take this one pretty handily. But now, I don't know. I mean, look, Stan is back. I think that's an upgrade in every way, shape, and form. I really hope it's permanent because Stan does deserve a chance to prove himself with this roster. I don't think he was ever a weakness. I don't think he was ever a problem from what I can tell. I would imagine that the players, Sonic and JBA, are happy to have him back, and now he can work with Friend and Peeping. Technically, this is the Atlanta roster, right? This is the roster they brought to ESL Challenger Atlanta with one change, and that being Peeping in place of Susp.
And I think that roster is a fairly good one. I think they didn't necessarily get the result that they were looking for in Atlanta. Alongside M80, both of those teams kind of struggled, but they've really come a long way. And I think that when you look at this analyst selection that we have here, there are a lot of great options to go towards. I think Peeping is the one that will always jump out to me, because I think this is one of those North American riflers that has really proven their place in the pantheon of up-and-coming riflers. I think 29.5 is not a bad mark to go towards. More than 29.5, I think that is a good one if you want to talk about some solid kills to hit.
Yeah, and I think that maybe one player that's going to be overlooked here, and he shouldn't be, is JBA. We forget about how good JBA has been for this squad, and he's technically their star player. So for me to see that he's only estimated at 30.5 frags, being the player that you kind of set up for frags, that might not be bad. If you're looking at a player to watch, honestly. And on the other, I agree with you on Peeping. I think Friend also had a great performance yesterday. He's still a very good opper. I mean, we've seen the skill level that he's brought to the table at like tier 3 of Europe, tier 3, tier 2.5 in Europe. So I feel like there's an opportunity here for him to really show his stuff. And yeah, Sonic as well. I think it's hard to find a weakness on this roster. Maybe I want to say mentally Sonic might be a little discouraged, but with the addition of Stanislaw, maybe that's erased. Maybe that's in the past because now he's got his familiar IGL calling the shots, and I think Sonic will likely appreciate that. I don't know for sure because we haven't talked to him about how he feels about this move, or no one's really spoken to him, but I would imagine it will be perceived positively having a proper IGL calling. And I think another reason why they maybe made this move is just like you saw Fisher Playground run, right? That was an
Hmm.
absolutely miserable affair for them. And I mean, it's kind of to be expected. And everyone was kind of looking at it like, okay, well, yeah, this is what happens when you get rid of your IGL and you don't have a real replacement. So they bring Stanislaw back into the fold. And I think, the win against Might was expected yesterday, but it wasn't shaky, right? It was solid from beginning to end. A 13-5 on Dust 2 and a 13-3 on Ancient, which bodes well heading into this matchup, I think. Anyway, let's now switch gears and talk about Blue Jays in the PrizePicks Any Revival analyst segment. And yeah, there we go. It's on screen now. What do you think about this?
I'm instantly going towards Laxi. I'm
Yeah.
instantly going towards Junior, and I'm saying these are the two guys. I mean, more kills on. I feel especially for Laxi. Laxi at 26.5 kills as his Prize Picks estimate. I think. I think if you want any sort of competition from Blue Jays as a whole, 26.5 for Laxi is not bad at all.
Yeah.
I think that one's the real steal here out of everything that's available, and I think as you've kind of mentioned ad nauseum, John, that 30.5, he's pretty good for getting you 15 kills a map. And if we're
Yeah.
gonna have two maps in a series, then he should be able to meet that mark. So 30.5 more for Junior, not too bad either.
Yeah, I think what's great for Junior is he still gets those kind of numbers even when they're losing. So I think he's absolutely one to keep an eye on because obviously he's going for the save a lot with the AWP and he's pretty solid at keeping the gun in his hands, as you can tell from his kill death differential, which is pretty high. So yeah, I would say you highlighted the appropriate players. I would also give a good mention to Freshie. I think Freshie impressed me yesterday. I think that maybe he might be turning a corner in terms of his performance with this Blue Jay squad. And a healthy freshie, someone who's going to be able to contribute in terms of the fragging department to support the rest of the rifle core would be fantastic, right? For this Blue Jays roster moving forward, and I think this is a good test for them up against Wildcard. Now having Stanislaw back, it's going to be a difficult matchup for sure. I would still lean towards Wildcard. I guess it also depends on the veto we're going to get. So actually, let's check that out and see what maps we will be playing here. I'm imagining we're going to get a Dust 2 in here. Yeah, there we go. Dust 2 is going to be picked by Blue Jays immediately. That's a pretty good map for both sides, but certainly the recent results have been better on the Blue Jays side. And then we go to Inferno, which Wildcard have always liked picking into 80% of the time over the last 3 months. This is the map they have gone to, and I think Stan likes calling on that map too.
Yeah, this feels like a three mapper. I really think that
Yeah.
we're gonna get that. I think Wildcard's Dust 2 has really fallen off. Even with Stanislaw on the team, I think that their T sides looked very flat. It didn't look like they had done enough to develop that side of their playbook all too often. And for an IGL that likes to really take their time in formulating a default and making sure that their extremity players are finding answers here and there, Dust 2 is a little bit harder to have that slow, methodical default, I'd say, especially when you've got a couple key pieces of the map that you want to take, and that's about it. I mean, you're talking mid B doors, or sorry, mid doors, you're talking short, you're talking long. Like, those are those three real key pieces. But on a map like Inferno, you've got so many nooks and crannies that you can really work around as an IGL that I think Stan's strengths as an IGL really shine on a map like that. So we're talking brackets take, we're talking the banana take apps, all that good stuff, finding ways to work around some of their extremity players. And I think that is where Wildcard will do some of their best work, even with the newer additions of both
Yeah.
Peeping and Friend. That all being said, we have Nuke as the decider. I'm not really a fan of either one of these teams on that map. I think both of them have a lot of work to do in how they actually approach outside on that map. And now, especially knowing that Fuzi is not on the wildcard organization's books, how are they going to approach that as a whole now that Friend is in the roster? I don't know. So I would love to see if we can get there. But of course, on the route through, Blue Jays and Wildcard will both have a lot of comfort to really hang their hat on.
Yeah, I mean, at the majors, the last time we saw Wildcard play Nuke, right? And they won against LinVision 19-17, then lost to BetBoom 17-19. I mean, these are results that you can't really be ashamed of. This is why I'm still so bothered by everything falling apart at Wildcard. But anyway, I digress. And then the Legacy loss was the only one where you're like, maybe you could have been a little better, especially against a Legacy that you would consider to be on the same level as Wildcard. That being said, Legacy were on one at the major. We saw their
Yeah.
run was insane. So I think they were playing above expectations by every measure. So, maybe them winning in that regard against Wildcard wasn't necessarily a surprise. But either way, yeah, they were good. They were good on Nuke in a lot of instances. They push it to OT, not necessarily as comfortable. I agree with you in terms of the way they take yard and in terms of the way they approach the map, in particular on that T side. But overall, I think Wildcard can still pull off some nice stuff here if we get to map number 3 on Nuke. And on the other side, it's been a roller coaster for the Blue Jays. They win one, lose one, win one, lose one, and their losses are very one-sided. That's the biggest problem. They can't really find their footing when they fall early on a map like Nuke. So I think even with this map pool being still a question mark for both teams on several maps, I would still favor Wildcard, given the fact that Stanislaw is back in the fold. And we saw how quickly he can adjust to new players, in particular, Friend, right? We talk about Challenger Lenham and talk about it again, a lot of people were underestimating what they'd be able to achieve, and they still did okay there, given the fact that they had the sub coming through. And I think Stan's very good at adapting to players. He knows the NA scene very, very well, and he knows what each player brings to the table. So I think he'll be fine jumping into this one, especially after having, that BO3 yesterday that they played. He should be okay calling, I would say, on both Dust 2, on all the maps, right? But Inferno, I agree with you, is where he will be the most comfortable. Looks like we're waiting to get into the action here, guys. I'm just double checking. Yeah, we're just waiting for a couple of things to get sorted out here, but we are about to hop into the swing of things. And yeah, I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes for Wildcard that you hope it'll settle down eventually and stabilize, because it's never healthy for a squad to have to worry about what's coming day after day. And I think a lot of players getting a little frustrated with the circumstances there.
Yeah, I know a lot of some of these players just like are looking to make the name for themselves. You talk about
Yeah.
what work that Friend has done in Wildcard Academy. He was looking for this call up for quite some time and now has the opportunity to make himself a mainstay here. Of course, Stanislaw wanting to stay and at least stay around the core of his roster. I mean, whether or not he wants to stay with the organization is a whole another kettle of fish, but trying to play with this VRS core that has gotten him very far in his career, rejuvenated his career altogether, is something that I'm sure he would have wanted to kind of stick around for a long period of time. And I mean, not to mention Peeping, right? I mean, Peeping has had such an influential rise across just this tournament series of the NA Revival series altogether. I mean, we had him go through so many different rosters, get these crazy call-ups, and now he's basically at the pinnacle that he's kind of looking for to really play internationally. And these situations are ones where he just wants to confirm that spot, confirm the reason why he's here. It is because of how much of a force he can be, and see if they can make that finals run, see if they can contend against M80. And I think he's got the chops to do it, John. I've really liked what I've seen from him over the last few months, over the last 6 months. And I think that this is going to be a good test for him throughout.
Yeah, no question. I think I feel kind of bad for Peeping, though, in the sense that he's kind of been thrown into a weird situation with this wild card roster, and he hasn't really been able or been given the chance to shine just yet. But it could be here, right? This could be where we see, okay, what can Peeping do? Because he's done it before at a Revival series in the past. So I think that he's fairly comfortable performing on this stage. JBA has continued to be the star for this squad, and I don't think Peeping, they have those types of expectations from him, but certainly they want him to be second on the list, right? He's that second guy that you're sending in to clean up whatever JBA can't find. So here we go, on to Dust 2.
I think the best part about Peeping is he's never needed any sort of resources.
Yeah,
I've seen him play some terrible roles and output frags. I've seen him in star roles and perform. He's a guy that is a Swiss Army knife. So I'll be very curious to see what Stan has in mind for him. How does he want to use this Swiss Army knife? And straight away, a little bit of aggression from him in the lower tunnels with those dual Berettas. But the main hit coming out from the Blue Jays with a chip on their shoulder in their own regard here in this semifinal.
Freshy tapping a couple of shots in the direction of Stanislaw. Back in that wild card uniform on the starting 5. And Stan just fades off after that opening engagement. They don't want to sit around too long fighting with the Blue Jays at that range and risk losing a lot of their health. Friend Waiting on Cat. If he wins this duel, it will help out the A site immensely because then they don't have to worry about Cat. They'll have to focus towards long. But instead, he backs off here. Interesting. Friend, you gotta look the right way. You're supposed to be watching Cat. He looks the opposite direction now. We'll have a peek and a poke and a prod, but the problem is Cryptic has already made life difficult for them, which allows the other prong of the attack to push in towards the A site. Glacia gets one onto Stanislaw, and now they're working to regain position, but the bomb has been planted.
Smoke up, but no kit here for the wildcard side. All players off the catwalk, mind you, trying to just bound their way in, and they will. Sonic finding the necessary incision. Doable edge, long range though, not necessarily the correct weapon for the option, but the USP certainly is.
Wow.
Sonic with a beautiful quad kill on the retake, and wildcard just dominating their way up through the short side.
Yeah, Sonic all smiles there, as he should be. A wonderful 4K to open things up. He's always been a solid player, so it's good to see him feeling confident here and happy in the opening moments with how things shaped up. A little bit of a mix-up there from Friend. Oh, what's up?
The AWP. I'm sorry, I'm just impressed that you got a round 2 AWP.
That's right.
Don't see that every day.
You're not wrong. Friend wants to get that in his hand as soon as possible. I think he made a bit of an error there. There were already 2 players watching along. He didn't need to be a third joining in on that fight. He was supposed to be towards Cat, and he almost pays the price for diverting his attention. Luckily for Wildcard, they're able to recover despite what was chaos created in the back lines, and 3 players need to be committed to find Cryptic. But in the end, they do manage to get that defusal. That said, bomb was planted, so it will be a force buy for Blue Jays coming through. A couple of rifles and the scout as they move for this mid-control.
A big test for Cryptic against Stanislaw. And this map feels compulsory in a way. Just because of how much I think us at home trust in Stanislaw to dominate on Inferno. And this is just bread and butter for the Blue Jays. They've figured out how to play the defense on this map, but here on the offense, they'll go charging through the mid doors. Smokes up in the middle of the map, but Sonic still finds a way to deal damage. Big kill onto Laxi, and entry precision gone. And they've just kind of stalled out here beyond the doors. Junior, though, opened things up to make this a little bit more of a possibility.
Well, Cryptic will get one as well onto JBA. And that more than opens things up. They're going to get that bomb planted towards the B site, although Classy and Freshy are very low. Sonic can't track down where those shots are coming from. And eventually, Friend does get Cryptic, but the tags continue coming through from Junior. He could get a frag here, but no! Cannot find it. That means Wildcard have a path back in. They've got some util to use as well, and nothing left for Classier and Freshy in util and also in terms of health. Classia on notice here, gets flushed out, and Sonic finds Freshy. What a phenomenal retake coming through from Wildcard, using all the pieces at their disposal and still having a little bit to spare with the smoke and the flash for that next round. 2-0 in their favor.
It's a tough round to claw back, and both of these post-plant situations, you favor Blue Jays. You favor them to close these ones out, but I mean, Wildcard just finding that extra little gumption to get it over the line. I do have to say, I'd probably point fingers at Junior there. Unfortunately, has a number of chances to get some scout shots downrange, and not able to connect is to their own demise. Mind you, he's in a glass cannon position where, should he fall, there is a route back in, but he could have had maybe 1 or 2 more tags to chew through. Either way, they will have to take a save, and Junior will reinvest into a scout head armor.
I don't mind it on a map like Dust 2.
I think he's got the ability to utilize that weapon pretty well, on Dust 2 especially.
You got a lot of tags in that previous one, but you felt like a frag should have happened. And Friend, speaking of frags, opens it up onto Cryptic, his 3rd one on the map. 5v4 just like that. One thing we forgot to highlight, of course, is that Peeping is technically up against his old core, right? He used to be part of that Nouns roster with Classia, Cryptic, and Junior. So we'll see if he's able to get a win against his former teammates, and vice versa as well. He was a big
Slow down again
on that Nouns roster too, right?
Absolutely. Need him to have that kind of resurgence again. We're searching here in the middle of the map, and not spotting anything. They don't have a smoke to deploy for this side of the map. And that gives Friend an opportunity to fire shots down range. This really puts a hamper on how Blue Jays want to approach this B bomb site. But they'll go back up through the tunnels. And JBA will have to be up to bat alongside his trusty captain in Stanislaw.
No frags there for JBA, but as you alluded to, that could change here. What a nade toss. There's 1, 2, and probably 3, you'd imagine here. He has to reload his gun, and will engage with Junior with just the pistol. Junior's now the last one standing, and Sonic actually takes care of the last. So well done from Wildcard. Don't lose a single body. Build up the economy immensely, and have a good foundation under their feet now. 4th round of play. That was just the eco for the Blue Jays, though. They're bringing out the rifles now. Op in Junior's hands. The 4 AKs. This is where Blue Jays have a chance to really strike.
And the util as well. Junior to get that AWP. We'll see how he wants to get activated and go toe-to-toe with Friend. But it's very clear that Friend has this game plan in mind where he's just very active across the map. He's very willing to take these opening duels. And he'll go charging up through the long side. Doesn't have the spawn, though. And instead will back away, give the space over to the T side. Instead, Wildcard turn their attention to the short end. Flash in for Peeping, want to get him involved into the series early on. And to no avail. It's just the long scale at least being thought up from by Cryptic here on the Blue Jays side. And he'll get that long space. Ooh, Opshot gets right next to Peeping's ears. But no connection thus far.
Junior waiting for a fight here. Still a lot of time left on the clock, but the Blue Jays don't really have much control outside of long, right? They want to try and change that, sending a couple players back out of Longhouse in towards mid. And the way this is shaping up... Okay, I thought they might go towards that B side, but no. They're just trying to have a look and see if someone's going in for a flank before they execute into long. Maybe they'll have a 2-pronged attack. 2 coming from Cat. Peeping trying to change that. Good flash out. Peeping gets the headshot. Classia gone. And now it's a lot more difficult for Cryptic to make his way up Cat. And they're running out of time. They have to get a move on. Cryptic does get one in response onto Peeping, but he still needs to gain that Cat control. And Blue Jays are a little precarious moving up. Sonic hiding behind car. They're looking for him though. And Laxi will find that shot. 4v3 in favor of Blue Jays. Friend, will he get the response with the AWP? No, Junior, after all his waiting, does finally get what he's asking for, and a 2-man edge off of that.
And Cryptic will continue the efforts in through middle. It's a little wishy-washy there in the strategy, but I see the vision of what Blue Jays wanted. They take long control, they sit on that, they re-clear back in the middle, and they turn the attentions of the short players. So many people kind of gravitating from the CT side to try and deal with the problem that Cryptic is throwing at them. And while all this is happening, Sonic is now suddenly stranded in car. Sure, he could potentially get one there, and maybe you would want that from him, but in either scenario, he's still likely only going to get 1 kill. And that round gets rinsed beyond them. And now they're going to up the tempo here on long side. Classia finding the opening pick. Friend's still here to try and hold on to whatever he can on this long side. But can't nail the shot and have to back away. So another round for the T side having long control. But Freshie has just waltzed out middle as well. So more cause for concern here for Wildcard as his defense start to show some holes.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Jays looking just as sharp as yesterday, honestly. Freshie getting that frag. There's still a lot of time on the clock, and JBA pushing aggressively down mid. He's going to get spotted here. You'd imagine? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if Classia saw him. We'll see what he decides to do. Yeah, he's holding for this, so I think he might have spotted an inkling of JBA, maybe? No, it doesn't matter. That fight won't happen. That said, over at long, Junior's going to get blindsided. He's scoped in. JBA doesn't step forward. That would have been a freebie. Oh my goodness.
What a bizarre sequence. He just misses Classia, and he just misses Junior's back.
Yeah.
And Sonic will get the kill eventually, but that's unfortunate. Either way, the round was definitely a foregone conclusion because this T side is making the right decision so far, John. It feels like Cryptic is finally nailing those ideas that he wants going, and Wildcard will have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, Blue Jays playing fairly well, I would say, in the early moments here of Dust 2. Despite, losing Pistol and then the conversions coming through. I think that they've worked the map very effectively. I agree with you, Cryptic's calling's been good. They've walked onto a B site and pretty much had it to themselves 2 rounds in a row. And this is how they looked yesterday against Boss, right? They were just kind of controlling the flow of the play on their T side, not really allowing Boss to gain any space at all or have any opportunities, and continue to abuse the map in multiple directions, in particular going from mid to B and straight on to B. So we'll see if that continues to work out for Blue Jays here up against I would say, tougher competition in Wildcard. Maybe a team that's still trying to find their identity once more.
Sonic now with that double op, trying to find some potency, and his force buy will be a tough one to muster, and it really puts a lot of pressure on these ops. Boost up for Laxi, doesn't see anything, but the flash is fantastic. Still commits, but friend off of middle will still equalize into the 4-on-4. Recovered AWP from peeping, so they'll continue to keep these snipers alive. And they're gonna reboost as well. Oh, real opportunity there. Tough shot though. And that gives all the space over to Freshie to start marching up the long side, and Friend will still find his mark. Laxi chimes in with one more. This 3v3 is all up for grabs, and it puts a lot of pressure on peeping with this sniper, and he gets knocked down from his perch.
Yeah, not something that peeping is used to using, let's say, but they try for the double op, and now there's just no chance. I mean, they realize they've lost the site, so they're going to go for the save. So Blue Jays, 3 rounds in a row on their buy-ups, and they've come out with a lot of bodies as well, so you see their economy is going to be flourishing here. Cassia plants his bomb, and now the mission for Friend and JBA to save commences. JBA's upgraded to an AK, so that'll help out their buy in the next one, if they choose to buy, which they could. If Friend drops a gun, Sonic can buy up for himself, so maybe one player on a pistol or an SMG. We'll see. They could also play it safe and just carry these 2 rifles forward and hope that it's enough, which oftentimes, as we saw in the previous series, it can be.
Absolutely. But so far, the name of the game is Blue Jays figuring out Wildcard's defense. And we think about the re-addition of Stanislaw, there hasn't been too much time to really figure out how he wants to use his new pieces, considering he probably didn't even think he was going to get to use these new pieces in the first place after being removed. So I really treat this roster as one where Stanislaw has 2 stand-ins, where he's just trying to figure out how to make do with what he has right now and hope for the best. There's nothing set in stone. He's got to figure out a lot of things on the fly and rely on the more familiar faces of Sonic and JBA to really get them over the line.
Stanislaw's talking in their ears right now, trying to direct them to a round victory and inform them what they're going to be doing into this one. And it looks like Stan's going to call for the eco, aside from the 2 guns that are in their hands, which makes sense. Go for the more healthy buy-up in the follow-up, and if you win here, all the better. Not to mention, I think Friend, yeah, he's got an op in the bank with this loss bonus if they lose this round, so this makes sense. Good call from Stan. Friend moving up aggressively. Oh, spots a player, but he's spotted as well. Cryptic. Gonna try and engage here. I don't know if he expects Friend to hold it, but Friend eventually says, okay, well, no point in losing the op in that type of engagement. Gonna have a peek towards lower. The Blue Jays continue to aggress into those upper tunnels, and Wildcard aren't really challenging them too much, although they do have a 2-man setup towards that B site with a crossfire. Friend has to be careful with the way he posts up here.
Just gets out alive. So many awkward timings that could have come back to haunt him, but he lives to tell the tale. Junior wants to walk up this B bomb site, though. This is bold, and Stanislaw will take out his side man. And that's where Peeping can strike as well. These pistols doing work. At this point, Peeping switches over to the AWP, and Classy will flush out one player, but that's all for naught. All the domination coming in from these ops. Finally, they strike, and Wildcard will bounce back and reclaim the lead.
Yeah, they could have gone for the double op again, but decided, nah, you know what? Let's just stick with the one in Friend's hands and keep Peeping on the rifle, which is where he's going to be more effective anyway. But yeah, absolutely fantastic round from Wildcard. We said it. Those two guns were enough, and it ended up being the pistols that started to sing towards that B site, and the defense was potent from Wildcard after that point. So they take the lead again. They deny Blue Jays from finding that for the first time here on Dust 2. Now Peeping and Sonic going to go towards long. Toss that early salvo of util. Be another buy-up coming through from the Blue Jays. Freshie has to settle for the Tech 9 in order to get that util in play. Wildcard look like they might want to get aggressive out of Longhouse. Friend gets caught out, and that is a tough way for an Opper to go down at the beginning of the round up against the rifle. Laxi continues to spam. And we talked about it yesterday. He loves to go after those Oppers, and he's very good at that.
Don't see a CT up there all too often. A chance for a kill to come to be. And they are actually moving back into the longhouse, so Peeping will have his hands full. I feel as though you need two in this circumstance, and he will be able to nail one and cannot convert the second. Had the opportunity to do so, but now for Wildcard, it's the goal of getting back to the A site will be a tough one. You've got a player in upper, you've got a player short side as well, and that's one test passed. Stanislaw will find his first, and now Junior will have to hold strong. Molotov through, and he'll continue to fight forward. Oh my goodness, but JBA goes charging through! Bold flash, and an even better kill from JBA. 2v2 now to ensue, but Blue Jays should have an inkling as to where these two players are remaining.
Laxi gets one, but Stan the trade. Now Stan on for the clutch. Cryptic only 1 HP, but it's enough. He hits the headshot. Stan is put down, and the Blue Jays get a fourth. A sigh of relief breathed by Cryptic there as they tie up the scoreline once more. I still really like the approach from Wildcard, the idea that was there for Stan to bunch up together, all three players, going through the mid doors, trying to clear out the tunnels player, which they do, and then a great flashbang thrown in support of his squad mate in order to make that situation possible, but they still end up falling in the end. One interesting note here in terms of yesterday's matchup for Stan is I think he only had 4 frags or something along those lines. I want to double check it again because I was just checking it earlier. And no, excuse me. He was 13 and 17 on the series, but on Ancient is what I wanted to highlight. 4 and 4. They won 13-3, and you had Sonic on 22 and everyone else in double digits, and he doesn't get anything. But that's the way Stan plays, right? He wants to set up his teammates for success, and I saw that. You saw it with the flashbang. He doesn't care if he's getting the frags. It's about his rifle core. It's about his Opper kind of finding their rhythm rather than himself. He's an ideal IGL in that regard.
Selfless in every regard. And this time around, Junior will win the op head-to-head. Friend getting antsy around the smoke. Sonic looking to reclaim that territory, but pushed away by Classio. T-side still reclaims long, even with mid being lost. And we know how potent the T-side can be just with this space alone. Peeping again picks up the AWP. He's really trying to make this one work when his teammates fall. Don't see that all too often, but hey, sometimes this sniper can work. But he's got to be really careful. Flash is good, and it just gives him enough of a sightline to take out Junior. This comes the encroachment. Nade open the smoke on the cross, and Peeping will find the close range player. He's doing work with this sniper rifle, and now Sonic can chime in as well. It's still a 2v2, still an opportunity. JBA gets hit by the Molotov and surges forward. He's caught in no man's land here, and he needs to find a player before falling, but he can't. And that being said, they know that potentially Stanislaw can be on this flank, so they're going to evacuate. They're going to go back over to this B-bomb site, and Stan will be so far away that I think he's just going to have to consider a save once he finds an AWP.
Which he will. There's still one available there, and I agree with you. There's just no real chance for Stan without the kit and the util. He's going back for the AWP that's towards long, and he will be saving this for friend. But yeah, I mean, look, they've tried to get that secondary op into Peeping's hands for better or worse. I think, at least in that round, it seems like it was for better. He gets that 2K after he picks it up off the ground out of friend's hands. But at the end of it, great work from Laxi again. He gets the 2K, and he continues to be a difference maker for this Blue Jays squad and has allowed them to take the first lead here on Dust 2.
I do think about Blue Jays and the way Cryptic likes to call. I think when he's in his element of momentum-based calling, he's a fantastic one. As you can see, 5 of the last 6. But the problems really arise for Blue Jays when they hit a wall. They're not able to win 5-6 for the first 5-6 rounds. You look towards your aggro rifler like Alaxi to break open the rounds for you, and I mean he's doing that in spades. He's providing an additional win condition for this team, and it's giving a new dimension to Blue Jays here. You're seeing a little bit more spice out of the firepower on this team.
JBA, strong with the deagle. Oh, can't hit the head though of Laxi there, but the native Sonic will finish him off. There's a chance here. They've got the close range fights, although Junior gets an important one towards Sonic. Here comes Peeping, picks up the deagle, goes for a shot, can't do it either. So that threat quickly disappears. Friend still has the op, and he will connect onto Freshie. I'd be surprised if Blue Jays hang around for the extended fight towards mid. Stanislaw tries to slip through, but that doesn't work, and it will just be Friend going for the save.
That's unfortunate for Stan. I think he was thinking they'd already scaled up the short side, but not to be. Junior's heard Friend head for the hills. He'll go chasing after him, I'd imagine. A little too late to the party here, but Klassia is also encroaching upon him. There should be no way he holds on to this gun. All 3 angles. Oh, and there you go.
I don't understand the knife out there. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm wrong there, but I figure you should have your op ready to fire when they could be hunting you down. Either way, 6-4 in favor of the Blue Jays, starting to increase that gap in terms of the scoreline. Maybe take control here of Dust 2, which is their pick. Let's not forget. You did mention that wild card even before this point, not looking too great on Dust 2. Or at least looking vulnerable, let's say. And that has been the case here. Guns are up. Stanislaw already into the lower tunnels. Klassia in upper, and Blue Jays have been doing this consistently. I'm surprised. Oh my god. JBA caught with util out again. Flash going to get thrown here by Sonic, but this has been a tough look for wild card in the last few rounds. Stan does get another flank. Okay, maybe he can rescue them. Peeping with a flash, and then Peeping gets Laxi as well. Still, Junior on the op, always effective, and he's got that support from lower tunnels. Cryptic spotted out. Junior collects a Peeping, and then Cryptic finds Stan. Junior cannot be stopped here. A 3K for him on the round, and Freshie will get the last. Blue Jays secure a 7th.
Yeah, they like this big contact play of just walking through the tunnels if they're not met with any utility. And they get rewarded. Junior wins his initial duel, and nobody can get back from the wildcard side to bolster that B-bomb site. The Blue Jays are just revving up here on this offense. It doesn't feel like wildcard have really had any say in these rounds that they've lost. It's not really been close. One-way traffic, some might say. And this time, they're going to try to change things up. Aggression up through the short side, but met by Klassia and Cryptic. Stan is pushed into into lower tunnels and finds one, but instantly traded out from Freshie. And again, these man advantage scenarios, it feels like Blue Jays have putted it in every time.
Let's see if they do the same here. Cryptic. Spots one out, can't win the fight. JBA, a chance for a 2K here, in control of the round, hits the headshots, not the killing blow yet onto Freshie, but he's got the nade, tosses it forward, does that get Freshie? No! Freshie goes ahead after finding that frag, and now it's up to Stan again in a 1v2. This time they will go in his direction, towards this A site. A lot of time left on the clock for them to maneuver. They jump down, I think Stan may have heard that. Yeah, definitely now. Catches one. Is that the bomb? It was. That was the bomb. That means Freshie has to come back into this fight. Stan realizes that. Knows that Freshie's going to have to show himself here. Freshie tossing that smoke down to the ground. There's a bit of a gap on the top right, but Freshie can slip through here without being spotted. The question is, which direction does he go? Stan clearing up some space, visibility. Time is ticking away. It is not Freshie's friend at this point. Stan can't spot him. Freshie might just push through here. Stan only has 5 bullets left in his magazine, so he's going to have to go for a reload soon, but doesn't, and that's the right call. Wins the fight against Freshie. A smile on his face as he gets the 3K and secures a 5th round for Wildcard.
Oh, just like mere moments from Stanislaw looking red-faced there. I mean, he could have ran out of bullets in his gun. He could have pushed the smoke, assuming that he'd already crossed. So many possibilities of that going wrong, but holds true to his gut and pulls off the one-on-one. Very important round to get there at the tail end for Wildcard, because they were really struggling there toward the second half of the first half. Blue Jays now trying to confirm their own map pick, and a chance for Wildcard to put that half to the rear view mirror.
Junior, 2 frags there. Stanislaw will get the trade immediately, but it is a man disadvantage situation for Wildcard. They may just try to barrel forward towards this A site. There's the smoke thrown for Cap Box, so that will guise their advance a little bit. And you have Cryptic waiting. Classy, excuse me. Over on the A site, hits one, can't get the second. Stanislaw, again, having another big round. I don't know if it's going to be enough this time, though, because they're still in a disadvantaged situation. And Cryptic putting the pressure on from long. Good smoke toss. That'll buy some time here for Stan to plant the bomb. Now they have to try and find the win. Not looking towards ramp at the moment. Stanislaw could get caught off blindsided. Missed shots from Laxi, and Sonic supports. Oh my goodness, Laxi had the round in his hands, but he let it slip away, and Stanislaw gets the last. A full house between Stan and Sonic, and a 6th round on the board.
Yeah, you come for the Kings, you best not miss, and Laxi just misses the mark, man. It's unfortunate. But when you play up against rosters like this, that have that international prowess, that have the international experience, you've got to confirm those kinds of situations. Wildcard now cut it down to 1 round rather, from the 2-round lead. And the Blue Jays opt in for just the hero scout on Junior. And with that, Peeping will start to get fired up here on the long end. Opening kill for him.
One thing that's been stronger for Wildcard here on a Dust 2 that, again, has been a struggle overall is the T-side, right? The T-side round win percentage, although still low at 44.4%, is better than their CT side of 38.8%. So getting that pistol round might be a boon for their chances here. And they will be walking onto an empty site, so this is almost certainly going to be a 7th round victory here, Paladin. Gives us a chance to talk about something I just noticed here, and we were wondering yesterday if Ben Lee might be a permanent addition to Boss, and it appears as though the answer is yes. Party Astronauts have just forfeited their match in another tournament up against Might, and I believe we have, I think I spotted in the chat, Austin confirming that PA has disbanded. So Ben Lee is on a new team. Yeah, he's hanging up the astronaut suit. He's done with the Party Astronauts after, I don't even know how many years. I'm actually going to look up. I think it's been 5 or 6 years. If you include
wild,
the EG
man.
White stuff, right? So yeah.
Yeah, end of an era. The PA squad has been instrumental to North America hanging around during the COVID era as well. You think about EG White and how they were able to hang around for quite some time as well. Unfortunate that has to be the case, but I am glad that Ben Lead is looking to newer pastures. The PA project, as of recent, has definitely lost its luster. And I hope to see Boss back in the revival series as well, because we saw what they did against the Blue Jays and it was tough for them. But I think Bentley, given time, can really work with what he has there. Bentley and Fruit Cup is a tantalizing prospect.
Yeah, I think officially as part of Party Astronauts, it was actually 4 years. That's great.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a long, long time. Oh boy. Well, back to the action here, of course, as that previous round has now ended and the Blue Jays have a buy-up once more. But it's a shift in the NA landscape once more. We'll see if those other players that we were actually looking forward to seeing more of on the Party Astronaut side, how they'll land, if they'll end up back advanced, or if they have a chance perhaps to compete at a higher level. I think Austin in particular was hoping to find a team to compete on more seriously, and then yeah, and then he doesn't have a team anymore. But I'm sure he will also find a new squad in that one.
So Wildcard start off this bye round with short control pretty early on. Nate opened the smoke, giving a chance for Stan to make sure there's no boosted player here. And Sonic will double check. But Junior's scout is still here, and the Avant-Garde smokes are also in. So the execution comes through for Wildcard. And it's up to Junior to at least put in some damage here on this scout, but it's Cryptic to find the opening start to this one. Junior will try to hide in this smoke, and Laxi with the spam damage as well. Cryptic jumping MP9, pandemonium on this A site. It's still a 3v3 somehow. I mean, there's no way this bomb is going to get planted for right now, especially considering Laxi dealing a heavy amount of damage, especially with the flank as well. And it's just Blue Jays with that CT round. I don't know how. Don't ask me anything about the strategy, but they've got the lead.
I mean, look, that was a weird one no matter which way you slice it, because once the fights start coming through, Wildcard already have quote-unquote control of A, and Blue Jays are on the outside with smokes kind of lining up everywhere. And then they're fighting around them, through them. Wildcard trying to gain an edge. I mean, both teams had their opportunities to take it, but the Blue Jays at the end are able to secure things thanks to Freshy's push from Cat and coming in on a flank that wasn't expected. So, wow, that's a messy one. And off of that, Stanislaw immediately calls a timeout and says, guys, what did we just do? What just happened there? And I think Blue Jays could ask the same questions, honestly. That was messy.
And with that, back to the drawing board for Wildcard. It doesn't feel like they really had much beyond that Cat Xe. And again, I have to stress that it does feel like they have to go pretty shallow in their playbook. I don't feel like they have that deep of a playbook. So simplicity can sometimes be key there, but they're going to have to do a little bit more, especially considering Junior has found the opening 5v4. They can't even get out of the long doors either, so real awkward situation now that Stan has to call from beyond the grave. And I think their idea here is to potentially phase this mid smoke. A B split maybe on the cards. Oh. I think there might have been a tag there. Either way, yeah. Cryptic pushes forward and still finds the AWP friend. Oh Sonic tries to pick it up, and Klassia will go to town here in middle. All 3 kills for him, decimating the T side. And this defense from Blue Jays look to just dominate their way back through.
Oh my goodness, that is just absolute and total domination. You couldn't have put it better, Paladin. 9-7 for the Blue Jays. Nothing the Wildcard squad could do, even on a buy-up in that round. Klassia just took control. Beautiful 3K. And we're seeing an across-the-board performance again from the Blue Jays here on Dust 2. Maybe Freshy a little bit slower than yesterday in terms of his performance, but everyone else is picking up where they left off yesterday. Wildcard, no buy-up here. Just the Glocks coming out and a singular flashbang in Peeping's hands. Trying to push out towards mid, maybe looking to overload Junior the AWP, but Junior gets the opener on the friend, throws the nade afterwards. They got Classy here. This doesn't feel like it's a tower that's going to crumble at all on the Blue Jay side. And it won't. Junior has to rely on the USP. Stanislav's the last one standing here, and no longer Junior with the 4K, and he continues to be such a consistent performer.
19 kills now, 116 dart, climbing towards that PrizePicks check mark. Well on his way. And for wildcard, they'll be hampering, man. You've got a very awkward purchase here. 4 smokes and not a lot of mollies involved either. So this default's gonna have to be simplified. You're gonna have to rely on players like Friend to find some impact. I think he spots out Junior and decides, no way I'm opting in for that fight. But Junior is unrelenting. He's going to be pushing all the way up and somehow splits the 2 targets. And Friend will punish. 5v4 for wildcard. And man, I can't help but feel for Junior there.
Cryptic. Waiting. Chance to strike potentially. Blue Jays don't have that mid setup anymore because Junior's been fragged out. Look at how vulnerable he is. Oh my goodness. Cryptic though comes in on a flank and gets one. That'll help out. Freshie looking to aggress as well, but JBA puts him down. That being said, I was talking about Freshie towards B, and yeah, he gets isolated. Classia dropped as well, and that dominant string of rounds for the Blue Jays has now come to an end off of an opening frag. Maybe just a little too much aggression from Junior. I felt like his crosshair was on in that fight, but again, you know, it can be deceptive because of the amount of movement he was employing. So he falls immediately, and after that, Blue Jays are able to strike true towards mid because that setup, as mentioned, was no longer present. So it will be an 8th round for wildcard. No surprise to see them not going down without a fight here. But it has been a brawl.
Yeah, I think if Junior wants to commit to that play, even if he does get 1 kill, the fear is that you're going to get instantly traded. And in that situation, you'd probably want 1 player off of short, maybe a player off of lower, someone to kind of help facilitate his escape. But with how hot Junior's been feeling right now, why not kind of let him off the leash? So I don't blame Cryptic for giving him the keys to the castle there, but now you got to rein him in just a little bit. As wildcard finally snapped that 3-round winning streak from the CT side. Friend with his spawn looking to take an opening pick, makes it over the other side. And I don't know what he was looking for there, but crosshair placement benefits Junior there.
And we saw yesterday how much Junior loves to take the fights with the op into the upper B tunnels in the early parts of the round.
Look at this.
And he's going to go further. He's going to get aggressive, yeah. Good spot out JBA. He does! He connects with a shot. JBA does damage to him as well. And both of them will walk away in a bit of a stalemate. Laxi towards long. Can't get the frag onto Peeping. Damage done again onto Wildcard. So you look at the HP advantage and it lies in Blue Jay's hands. Wildcard gaining some map control though, or I should say they might have. But it looks like Peeping has fallen off of long because he wants to support the B hit. So I can't blame him for that rotation. They still have Stanislav lurking around at Cat though.
And he'll be the real linchpin to secure this round. How long he can stay alive, though, is a real question, considering Cryptic is pushing in through long, so he'll have to give up his back, and I think that's where Cryptic can capitalize. Junior boosts himself up and finds Sonic as well. Cryptic has just missed the timing here, and he'll still eventually piece it together. 30 seconds left on the clock. It just got to be a Hail Mary. They've got to find a way to cut this one open, and Junior's still alive at the back of the bomb site. Still has a chance to fire off, but Peeping with a double entry. That's massive. Bomb still needs to be recovered, though, in car. And Cryptic on the fadeaway will find one more. 12 seconds now. It's got to be all up to Peeping and Classy with the spam. 11 found for Blue Jays and Wildcard sent reeling.
I mean, look, that was a fantastic play from Peeping to open up the space. That's what we kind of expect to see from him on this wildcard roster as he moves in and almost makes it possible, but they can't even get a bomb plant out of it because they just run out of time, honestly, and had to press the issue a little bit more than maybe they would have liked in a bit of a panic moment, and the Blue Jays capitalize on that to get their 11th isolate wildcards round victory. Good news for wildcard is they still have a buy-up available here. The bad news is they have not looked very effective or convincing, let's say, on their T side, which is what we criticized them of heading into Dust 2, at least on this map. Nade's going to sail through. Oh my god. Oh my. Look at that damage. JBA at 4 and Peeping at 22 before they even spotted a player or ring off a shot in the round. Trying to regroup here, but this is already looking dire.
Mm-hmm. What can you really do? Especially considering you're running out of flashes. There's 1-2 being deployed to try and take short control, so at least they have their eyes set and confirmed on this position. But trying to get through long is the real name of the game. Laxi is here, flash through, and that is their second to last flash. They're gonna have to make do with it, and Friend finds the entry. That's all they needed in a flurry of frags for that T side. Everybody on the A side hits the deck, and Wildcard will live to find another day. I don't know how, but sure.
Just all 3 frags come through simultaneously. It's like a perfect execute. Everything went exactly as Wildcard could hope for, despite those HP bars were so low. I mean, look, 4 HP for JBA and Friend. Peeping at 22, and they still managed to do it. And it's not like the high HP players are the ones getting all the frags. JBA and Friend, who were low at the beginning, are the ones to get those. Actually, it might have been Peeping and JBA, but either way, Junior just going to save the AWP. That's the only fight that Wildcard are going to bring forward because they don't have the money to go for chasing, to chase after frags, I should say. Will be a 9th on the board. Blue Jays, do they have the money? They do. They'll buy it. Trying to get that 12th once more, but that one was just Wildcard overpowering the Blue Jays on that A hit.
And now all of a sudden we have another twist in the story, John. All of a sudden,
what?
A twist in the story.
I thought you meant a twist in a different story. Sorry, go on.
But the Blue Jays now have to dig deep. They've got to start running through the cash a little bit more. And they've got to do it now, essentially, because this is the last real purchase that they have.
Well,
actually, never mind. They've got good enough money.
I think they've, it should be okay. They're talking things over to try and figure all of that out. But yeah, I feel like even after they buy, they should have a decent amount, at least for Junior and Cryptic, and that is the case. Classio with 1K. Yeah, okay. Now it gets a little bit problematic. You're probably right, Paladin. It's not as bad as it could be, but still there's a risk with that loss bonus sitting at only $1,900. Certainly there's the argument that, more than that, that Blue Jays will go for an eco in the following round, depending on, I guess, how this one goes. But it's good to see Peeping starting to get going. I feel like, for whatever reason, JBA has been on a bit of a slump, and he cannot find his rhythm the same way he used to. Only 8 frags so far. Let's see if he gets it going here. We're into the action. 21st round of play. JBA blinded out, taken down. Freshie with 2, and Klasia collects Stanislav 4v2 in favor of the Blue Jays. Nade gonna sail through. And yeah, this is Wildcard's round for... not Wildcard's round. I think it's Blue Jays round. Wildcard will have the bomb site anyway. And Junior catches Sonic, poking his head out a little bit too far. At least a bomb plant here for Wildcard, which will help their economy heading into the next. But it feels like almost assuredly, despite a ridiculous performance from Peeping, Blue Jays should have this. What do you got, Peeping? 1v4? Yeah, no. Can't watch both tunnels and double doors, and Cryptic just blindsides him. That'll make it 12-9.
It's unfortunate because they had so much space. You had Freshly isolated, and you even hit him with the flashbangs as well. And yet still, he manages to survive for just long enough to get a double and stall long enough for Classy to also to get to window. That's a MVP round there for Freshie. And now we're right back on track. We're right back to where we wanted to end up here. Blue Jays now on map point, looking to start off this series correctly and automatically put the herd onto wildcard, moving into Inferno. Boost up for Junior. A real opportunity here. Starting this round on the right foot, but can't connect on a JBA. That nade will, though. Down to 57.
Yeah, it feels like Blue Jays may be well on their way to victory. JBA and Friend, as you mentioned, already getting lit up here. Junior's waiting with the AWP, looking for his 24th frag here. May just find it, sees the head, flicks up, finds one. Cryptic supports for the second, and Junior's able to fade off here and throw that utility upwards. JBA gains the space, could have an advantage here. Junior's gone, but it is only Friend and JBA that remain standing. What will be a post-plan situation, but players are coming from every direction. Long, short, CT. They need to be careful as they hold on to the hopes of their team here on Dust 2.
Don't know how they're going to withstand the test of the Blue Jays, and Laxi has just hung around at the very corner of that smoke, completely unbeknownst to those two remaining wildcard players, and he'll be the one to cap it off. 14 kills for him, but it's really Junior, the star of the show today, just doing so much effective opping across both halves on that offense. It took a little bit of time for him to get revved up there, but on the defense, just calling his own shots and, for the most part, nailing every single beat.
Yeah, no, that was wild for him. 118 ADR for an opper there is pretty wild in terms of numbers, but Junior, he's always good. And I mean, we've said it so many times before, 24 frags on the board. I think that he's only maybe 6 frags away from his PrizePicks frag estimate. We'll have to see the actual numbers in just a little bit, but he is very, very, very close to securing that one. Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? This is technically an Opper's paradise on Dust 2, and he outplayed Friend. Overall, I thought Friend was a little bit lacking in his performance. I don't think he brought everything he could have to the table, but who was even more lacking was JBA, and you're going to see it here. Only 8 frags for himself, and both players below an ADR of 50. This is just not the performance that we're used to seeing from JBA. You know, Peeping had his moments, but overall, you're seeing a wildcard team that feels like they're still in flux and trying to recover after a flurry of roster changes.
Yeah, and I mean, the T-sided woes continue for the side of wildcard, just not able to really have any sort of game plan. I mean, I didn't really see what the identity of some of these mid-rounds were, and I think they're really going to have to figure out this map if they want to continue to stay competitive, because yes, they've got a lot of things to be excited about on other maps, but this is one that has been punished tournament after tournament, whether it's domestic or whether it's international. And you can see for the Blue Jays why that's the case. Cryptic doing some great work in his own regard, Laxi finding some very critical opening entries, and of course Junior doing a lot of work. The estimate for him, 30.5. So that's right, only 7 kills really, John, that he needs to accumulate in the following, or in the third map if we do need to get there. But for the most part, everything is going according to plan for this Blue Jays roster.
Yeah, no question. I mean, yeah, we've already heaped enough praise, I think, on them as, you know, we're heading to that next map of action. Guys, we are going to take a quick break here before we get there, but when we come back, we'll see if this wildcard squad can recover and get back into this series.
Sub to Flom. 5 gifted. 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 Twitch TV Flom.
All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7. It is the semifinals, the second one, M80. They're already in the grand finals. Blue Jays are looking to join them there. They already won the first map. Now we head on to Wildcard's map pick of Inferno. Overall, I mean, I did expect Wildcard to put up a better performance than they had in the past on Dust 2, and we kind of got that, but I still feel like Blue Jays were the better team by far. Maybe even the scoreline's a little bit deceptive.
Yeah, I think it is a bit more deceptive, John. I mean, I see the T side from Wildcard, and I wasn't very impressed with what I saw. I think the defense as well, a lot of holes in the ideas that they had brought forward there. And I think I can account some of it to it being the map of Dust 2, and I can account the rest of it to really it being a new team, essentially. A team that will, for all intents and purposes, have stand-ins in Stan's mind, because he's not really had much time to integrate these pieces in. So we look towards Inferno, and I do think fundamentally he understands that map just very well with how he wants to approach mid to late round situations. But the real question is how well can he integrate in this situation? How can he integrate against a Blue Jays roster that is now very confident? You're not going to have a junior that is going to be very willing to be mobile around the map. Might not necessarily be just on the arch side. Might go for some car peaks. Might have a couple of set plays there as well. So there's a lot for Wildcard to have to deal with in this circumstance, and a lot of it goes on Stan's shoulders, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you look on the other side for Blue Jays, they're not that bad at Inferno. Sure, they have a lot of losses, looking at their record 2-4, but some of them close, right? Against Fluxo, losing 10-13, almost pushing it to 24 rounds. Up against, let's say, actually the M81 was one-sided, but it was lag before that. That was into overtime, a loss 13-16. And then you have the 2 wins also against lag, right? 13-11. NRG most recently on LAN, 13-11. So I feel like the Blue Jays could absolutely put up a good fight given the performance they had in map number 1. I feel like they could take this away on this map right here. And we're jumping into the action. Pistol round is now underway. Laxi and Freshie are already going towards this B site. The other troops for the Blue Jays are headed towards B.
Let's see what Wildcard have in store here. At least they get to set the tempo early on. Surprising that Blue Jays wanted to opt in for the CT-sided start, but we'll see what they have in store for us. Dual Beretta set up for Cryptic straight away on an island and only finds 1. Flash is not able to get primed for their captain, but Wildcard will continue their rampage into this B-bomb. There's still 2 more players to dislodge. 1 Dark, 1 Coffins.
Classy. What do you got? Oh, he's got a bullet in his head now. trying to fade away, still surviving. Junior with 2 big ones. He's looking for some more pistol round magic, and he can't get anything more than that. JBA and Peeping do recover to make it a 2v2. Bomb needs to be planted, and Peeping is going to do exactly that. Freshie looking to regain the space. Could have an open fight. He does, but he can't connect on the shots. Now Freshie's position known. Laxi, a little more unknown with the dualies. Strikes first onto Peeping, and now it'll be up to JBA. He's got the Glock, he's got the shots, but can he hit the heads? No! Is the answer. Freshie finally collects one, and it'll be Blue Jays picking up the pistol.
Ooh-wee. That was not how I would have wanted that one to go for wild card, but Blue Jays very smartly working together there in tandem. And starting off on the right foot, exactly what you're looking for. I think for them, still a very good Inferno overall. It's not something that they go towards all too often. It's usually picked into them. But getting the right start here with that pistol is everything. And now you get 3 rifles involved, plenty of utility to hold on to the banana position. Even with this force buy that they're going up against, you still have to favor them with the buy that they have.
And Junior is, I think, only 4 or 5 frags away from hitting that PrizePicks frag estimate. Looks like that is inevitable. Maybe a Blue Jays win is also on this note. Anyway, Sonic, shot onto Cryptic. Laxi needs to be careful. Oh. Not sure if you guys heard that, but I don't know if you were supposed to. Hey! 117. We got it. We apparently... I don't know if you guys can hear that. We'll see. Freshie is going to get shot by JBA. Okay, I'm only hearing that in my ears. In the past, that wouldn't have been the case. So I get to hear a whole conversation between production. This is fun. 5v3 in favor of Wildcard. You guys, you're missing out on some good ones, though. I'm sorry. Classia waiting with the MP9 here, Paladin. And here come Wildcard.
Ooh, that molly doesn't spread all the way, but those bullets are very, very audible. He'd be able to find one, a better start from him, but Laxi's still trying to stick around and try to cause some ruckus here on that B-bomb side. 1 kill found, and he's got an avenue to get out with the smoke up, so he'll back away slowly but surely. Smoke fades, but he's already made most of the distance through. So Wildcard respond immediately in kind as JBA up in the apartments punishing a little bit of aggression there, and then waltzing straight back to the B-bomb site. Again, seeing just the clear identity and game plan from Wildcard of the T side show the miles of difference of how they approach Dust 2 to Inferno.
All right, we're tied up. 1-1. Blue Jays do save a couple of rifles, and I imagine they're going to force around them. There's no reason not to, given that we're still in the early goings of this first half of action. And here they come. Junior has the rifle, so does Laxi. Everyone else going to buy up whatever they can. Cryptic gets the MP9. Freshie on the 5.7 and Classia on the Deagle. Wildcard, as you were mentioning, Paladin obviously looking more comfortable on this map. This has been a map that has shown success on their side. Stanislaw calls up a storm usually. Oh, but Classia's got a storm brewing with that Desert Eagle. Sonic gone. Stanislaw gets the trade over onto Junior. That being said, a chance opens up here for the Blue Jays. That crossfire is pretty lethal, I would say, or at least it was, in towards Bracket. Freshie and Laxi setting it up. Now they got Classia supporting. If Wildcard head in towards mid, they could be in for even more hurt. That being said, they're readjusting to B, and that's where they want to head, right? Because Cryptic's the only one there with the MP9.
And they were able to flush him out pretty well. Full belt of utility for at least Cryptic to utilize, and he'll deploy that Molotov pretty early. He'll get a bit of audio cues as well. And that actually motivates the rest of the Blue Jays crew to crunch in. You've got players watching in on this, but the lineup is there for Freshie. Huge double kill to get. And now Wildcard have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They've got to fight their way out Friend will try his damnedest, but Laxi is there on the fall away. It's just JBA. But with the bomb down in T-steps, 30 seconds left on the clock, this one should be a non-starter for him. So much damage done across the board for the T side, but I mean, there's just no way to find any of these straggling CTs anywhere. They're all over the map like ants.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a great flank coming through from Freshie towards Banana. If JB is going to grab the bomb, but with 12 seconds left, he's just going to run right into Laxi's crosshair, and that's exactly what happens. 2-1 in favor of Blue Jays. The Force by Wars are starting up here on Inferno. And Wildcard's going to jump right back into them. A couple of AKs, Tech 9, Mac 10, and the P250. Blue Jays will have a decent buy-up. Finally getting themselves stabilized a little bit with the 4 rifles. Cryptic keeps on going with the MP9. Why not? Can farm a little bit of money. As the Blue Jays not only wrestling for control in Inferno, right? They're looking for control in this series.
Hold on. Another force buy back the other way. Mac 10s, Tech 9s. And most importantly, Sonic and peeping on these AKs. Stanislaus suggesting that it's a weaker purchase with those Tech 9s being shot out. And they're running out of utility, so they're going to have to commit to this brackets take. And commit they shall. Sonic finds a huge entry onto Junior. Opens up this part of the map. And they can really slow the pace of this round down. Really cause some concern for this CT side, but they're going to continue to accelerate. Smoking for Moto, and here they come into this A site.
Oh, Peeping's going to get that frag onto Freshie, and both times that Wildcard have gone towards A, it's been successful. So far, so good in this instance, and I feel like Blue Jays is going to go on saving towards that B site. That's exactly what happens. They don't really have the ability to fight back into A, even with that little bit of util that is to their advantage. It's just the manpower, 5v3. It's not worth fighting forward. So here we go again. Tied scoreline. I would say very nice for Wildcard not to lose a body either.
I think it's very important here for these 3 men to stay alive for the Blue Jays. You'll still have a purchase, a fightable purchase in round number 5. But Sonic is quickly encroaching upon the CT spawn, and that's a great little spray there. A very key kill. And an upgrade available for Cryptic on top of that. And so we'll see what Junior and Freshie can get done here. MP9s can be dropped over if they so please. But this is a key one.
Yeah. Guns will come through for the Blue Jays. Utility is actually better than the previous round. And Freshie's got the MP9 on the other side. It's a similar buy for both ends, right? Stanislaus on an MP9. Friend's got the Mac 10. I would even argue it slightly favors the Blue Jays unless Wildcard go for something fast, which is what they're doing here up Banana. JBA along with Sonic leading the charge. You'd expect it to be the Mac 10 or the MP9, but it's not, and Sonic has to throw that smoke in there. Oh, dead. Does get one onto Classia. Cryptic trades it back here. 4v4, even numbers. Cryptic is looking for more. He's getting hungry for frags. A little bit exposed here and loses the fight despite doing a ton of damage. JBA Junior reaggresses, and it's the perfect timing. Continues to fire away. Will fall. Brings it down to a 2v2. And now Laxi and Freshie have got to get their running shoes on and get towards this B site.
And they'll get there pretty quickly here. I like the idea potentially of a bait and switch setup if Freshie takes that first contact, susses out where these 2 players are. A lot of utility to utilize as well. Freshie with the Molotov can potentially flush out these T player in dark. And it's a perfectly placed one. Swings out, kill found. And they should be able to find where this remaining player is. Peeping, trapped behind new box, and Freshie does it all in the MP9. He's got a kit as well. He'll find the defusal. He'll get that little MVP on the side of his scoreboard as well. And finds themselves the 3rd round. That should be a huge round to get in the grand scheme of things. But look, bomb plant, 3 kills. There's still another buy to chew through here for the CT side.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty good. 3 AKs coming through from Wildcard. Sonic gonna have one as well. And Peeping, is there a gun on the ground for him? Maybe he's just the one settling for the Tech 9. Timeout call for the Blue Jays off of that one. Junior deserves a ton of credit for that reaggression, right? Cryptic loses the opening duel, doesn't get anything more than damage, but Junior pushes through the smoke, unbeknownst to Wildcard, gets to, is traded out eventually, but still, the damage was done, and that allowed Laxi and Freshie to set up patiently from Banana for that retake, and then Freshie throws the perfect incendiary to flush out one, and they know there's only so many places that second player could be, and given that there was one towards dark, usually there's another into new box, and they guessed correctly. The Blue Jays take the lead again. Wildcard will try to continue this seesaw ride of a first half of action. Junior pushing out with the op. Good flashbang. Yeah, he has to fall back off that. That's a perfect flash to deny the early op frag. And things have slowed down a little bit in the early goings of this round.
Keeping now cutting the distance here in apartments. And a lot of space being garnered here, but they don't have bracket space. That's where Junior really has free reign. So this isn't a complete A-haul too quickly. And finally the Arch Smoke will come through. Cryptic will reclaim Banana. Understanding that Sonic is just selling something here. It's not really a commitment.
Spotted out, throws the smoke up, but he's got an incendiary back in turn. Junior hits the first. Freshie locks onto Peeping as he tries to jump down and doesn't really let him set foot towards Pit. 5v3 in favor of the Blue Jays. JBA, Sonic, and Friend looking to regroup. They keep going through. Sonic, can he do anything? Friend manages to get one, but it's down to Sonic and Friend. There it is. Yeah, great positioning for Sonic. Still needs to find another one here for them to be comfortable on the post plant, if they even get a plant. And well, as Sonic falls there, it's Friend now in a 1v2 clutch situation, and there is that plant.
Huge work there from Friend to at least find the trade, get the bomb down. A double up here from both Cryptic and Classia, and Friend just turns away. A near opportunity there. I gotta commend Freshie in the pit.
Yeah.
Finding a way to stay alive for so long and getting 2 kills. That is a CT side's dream. It makes that round so much more possible despite Sonic's heroics in the middle of all that chaos.
Yeah, Freshie is, typically the pit player here for the Blue Jays on Inferno, and he's doing a great job for them. And you mentioned earlier, right, that the Blue Jays don't usually pick into this one. Yeah, they actually never pick into this one, at least over the last 3 months. 0% pick percentage, and they ban it 6.2% of the time. I believe it's usually a second ban for them in the veto, but, it does get picked through here by Wildcard. That being said, the numbers are still pretty decent, and we're seeing that they absolutely have that fight in them. Finally winning the Force by Wars. Here come the pistols for Wildcard. 3 techs, the P250, and the Glock. Junior waiting on the other side to receive them. Not long does he wait, he initiates, throws the nade down Banana. Does a little bit of damage to JBA. He's trying to get one back off here. There's the one, and he falls back. Well done.
Good kill to find, and very smartly backs away. And now that car is established. It's something for Wildcard, but can't really do anything with it unless Peeping finds a kill like that. They're going to continue their good looks on to Classy in the side of the new box. He's going to try his hardest to find 2, but he can't. I mean, look at how much damage is done. Stanislaw actually just gets deleted through the smoke. I was thinking it was the nade, but either way.
Yeah, it was the nade. The nade did damage in the bullets to finish him off.
3v2. And Fred will still have to hold strong with his AWP. Just see the shoulder, but can't connect the shot. JBA will also join hands, and they're just going to stand their ground here in the top of the church. Fred finds another one, but can't find the headshot on the P250. Freshie will shut it down. Blue Jays find 5. Damn, we have a chaotic game here, John.
We absolutely do. I thought that should have been a little cleaner for the Blue Jays, given the missed shots from Friend, but he gets a 4th chance at that range to take a fight. and actually collects a frag and almost pulls out the pistol to finish off Freshy, but Freshy just had too much HP at that point and took care of business in the 1v1. So it is a 5th round that comes through, but, you know, an expensive one for the Blue Jays, which means that this one could be on a razor's edge again if Blue Jays lose this round. But 3 in a row, it's pretty solid for them so far. They want to make it 4, but Wildcard have got the AKs up now. 4 of them, the Khalil as well. Laxi throws an early nade out. Stanislav's waiting for no one. He's charging up, but Junior is also going to take the fight again up Banana. Wins it early. Sonic gone. They really can't stop him. And I believe Junior has hit his check mark, but we'll wait and see.
This is a rejuvenated Blue Jays. One that is really managing to hang around. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
More than 30.5 kills for that PrizePicks check mark, and you're just seeing so much impact from him, and he's going to continue his dominant off the short side. He wants more. He wants all of the round. He hits the tag, switches over to the Tech 9, but Freshy will complete the kill. Falls away. This round is still on a knife's edge, still an opportunity for these teams to encroach, and JBA on the edges of the incendiary will find one more. Cryptic makes this one a non-negotiable. Freshy will chime in as well, and Freshy has just been a force to be reckoned with on this A side alongside Junior.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Freshy maybe having his coming out party as a fragger once more here on the Blue Jays yesterday and today. Maybe slower on Dust 2, but back to his usual ways on Inferno. 11 frags on the board. Junior has been ridiculous, already getting his PrizePicks check mark. And then you have everyone else in this roster that doesn't really look out of place. Sure, Classia doesn't necessarily have that many frags right now, but, you know, the opportunities haven't necessarily been there. I appreciate, he looks like he's on point, though, right? In that fight he was over at New Box that he was doing, I think it was a couple of rounds ago, I like the pre-fire, I like the idea. He was desperately trying to hang on, and because of that, attracts even more attention in his direction and allows his teammates to come out and finish the job afterwards. This is, looking a little dire, potentially, for Wildcard, especially considering that 3 players survived for the Blue Jays, so they built up their economy a little bit. It's not great, but it's starting to get there. And in the latter part of this half, well, Wildcard's going to need to find a little bit more if they want to be competitive once that defensive side starts.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of space they want, but they're just not able to sell anything. They're not able to sell a car fake. They're not able to sell brackets take as well when they swing back the other way. Blue Jays, for the most part, their anchors are just doing such stellar work at holding their ground. Freshy on one end, and sure, Classia hasn't necessarily blown us away kill-wise, but is stalling long enough for a rotation to come through. And that's all you can ask for at this stage of the game. We take Banana Utility being tossed in, but they're ahead of this. They want to go straight through, charging into this B bomb site. Cryptic will spam in to find one. Classia will double down. And Classia at this point has a smoke to play around. He's got more opportunity to find even more impact here on this B bomb site. Still manages to put down some damage down range, but Friend and Peeping have other ideas. Friend actually tries to go through the smoke. Kisses with Junior in the smoke and not able to actually commit to the frag means Junior can recock that AWP and find the 9th kill.
I mean, if you want to see how to play off each other on B site, just watch that round back. Cryptic and Classia doing great work. Cryptic goes for the early engagements, allows his anchor to get a little bit of space and attention directed away from him as they come around that corner after throwing the smoke. Classia is able to get one, throws the smoke down to allow him to have an escape path and does even more damage afterwards. Beautiful stuff. I mean, yes, they do die afterwards, but by that point, Blue Jays have the rotations on. They know the hit is coming in that direction, and they clean up house. 7th round picked up. That was just the half-5 for Wildcard. Here come the guns again. They're trying to go fast with that util up to the top Banana, but they're not even the ones that get the damage. It's the other side, the nades from the Blue Jays that do the early damage. That means 3 players are one-shot headshots with the M4s now. And they will help this CT side, and they keep on testing this B site. They continue to feel like they can gain the advantage, but Cryptic and Classia are starting to deny them.
I mean, they refuse to believe that this B side defense can be this strong. But Cryptic and Classia have been up to the task. Finally, they'll just plant Sonic here and move back the other way. I think this is aggression from Freshy to punish Peeping, but doesn't complete the frag. So much damage done on this end. Stan now flashed away and spotted. I think the barrel was just spotted there. And Molotov is deployed. Flash at the ready here for Cryptic, and Friend really considering just this encroachment onto the B bomb site. Third player made his way over in Laxi. So they're going to continue to really bolster this B bomb site no matter what.
Cryptic tried to block that. I'm not sure he connected with it. Look at that nade damage, though, and now they're going to try and finish the job. Laxi gets 2, pulls at the deagle. Cryptic supporting him, continues to spam in Laxi! The 3K, peeping, last one standing, 4v1. This round is done and dusted. Put it in the books. The Blue Jays have 8, no chance for peeping.
He's boxed out. You've already got Freshie up and through middle. Laxi continues the aggression in through car. Make it 4-3 on the deagle. This kid is something special.
I think we expected it, given he's all smiles, of course, right now, as he should be with that 4K. But we expected to see something happen with him based off his time on Akimbo. We saw the mechanical skills. Sure, that squad wasn't necessarily strategic, didn't have that crazy strategic depth, but he was mechanically crazy, and he continues to be here on a Blue Jay squad with a great IGL in Cryptic. And I mean, they're well on their way to victory here. You're looking at Wildcard stuck down to 3 Tech 9s and a Mac 10. They're trying to go fast up B again, and they're going to get denied on their first fight for a 4th consecutive round. Cryptic farming away with the spray down. Sure, he falls, but Classy is still here fighting forward. Laxi supporting now as well, and it's up to Stanislaw with 25 HP and a Tech 9 to try and clutch us out. It would be something else if he pulls it off here, Paladin, but he will not. Classia ends him 9-2 for the Blue Jays.
How many times do we have to teach this lesson to you, old man? That's probably what they're saying in comms right now. Because, I mean, they're just getting dominated in this B site. And I just think it's incredible to see the understanding of how Cryptic and Classy play off each other and how they continue to adapt, having Laxi come in to help. And look at that. Leading by example, Cryptic, more than 25.5 kills. He gets that PrizePicks check mark. Everything working out here for the Blue Jays. And they are just a mere 4 rounds away from shutting out Wildcard in 2.
Wildcard look lost. They look completely lost right now. And they're losing those fights repeatedly towards Banana. Friend falling back here, not really with the rest of his squad, but he has to grab that bomb and join up with them. They're looking for bracket control. They have to time this right, but this whole half has been very poorly timed. That said, Stanislaw does get that headshot onto Cryptic. It'll open up some space, but they're losing bodies in isolated engagements. Look, Classia snuck up down Banana, takes down Friend, and the bomb is gone. That's the problem with the late arrival of that bomb. Now JBA and Stanislaw are just standing there like, okay, we have to win fights, so Stan will get 1. And the second, okay, Stan, he's on his own now because he's lost JBA. A 1v2, he needs the ace clutch to give his team a 3rd round on the board, but he has to recover the bomb. If he had the bomb, it'd be a different story, but he doesn't.
Find some sort of solace when Wildcard do fall away. It is Stanislaw sometimes to lead by example, but Junior with the flick back. You've got to be a little quicker when it comes to Junior because he's been on one himself as well. Double digits on the defense for Blue Jays, and now they flip over the offense. Now they can set the tempo, and now they can run away with this series.
Yeah, Blue Jays, by the way, also better on their T side statistically than their CT side. So, not looking great. Not looking great if you're a Wildcard fan, I'll say that. Another PrizePicks checkmark coming through. Laxi, more than 26.5 frags. He's got it. That's 3 of the 5 players now on the Blue Jay side who have got those check marks, and well deserved. They have all been playing so well throughout the entirety of this revival series. Stanislaw on the pistol round. I mean, it's desperate for Wildcard. We say it a lot. It's a bit of a trope for us casters, but this is a must-win pistol. It absolutely is. Down 10-2.
Absolutely. Classia alongside Cryptic doing a lot of great work on the B site, but this time Cryptic will fall. JBA takes him out, and now a 4v5 in this pistol round is a very curious one. It's something that can still very much flip on its head. a all-in setup here on the B side along these sandbags is one to be reckoned with, but should this one fall, it's going to be very dangerous for Wildcard to pull it back over the other way. No dual Berettas either, so it's got to be these USPs to hit those instant headshots. And... oh, okay. Yeah. It's fine. It works, and that should push them away. Back into this A side, 2 players available. And Freshie will go bounding in. He catches JBA. And he catches Stanislaw as well. Oh my goodness, it's 13 kills, but all of them impact from Freshie. And now that the bomb hits the deck, now Klassia can activate as well. He's heard friends stomping through the apartments. He knows he's got a kill on a silver platter. It's just a matter of timing, but here comes the Arch player. Dink still connects though. Man. Everything goes well for the Blue Jays. Friend still makes his way into apartments, but they know, they heard him. And he gets pushed aside. Surely Sonic is not long for this world, but he'll find one. He'll go charging into this A bomb site and finds another. It's all up to Klassia. 10-second defuse though, and he's got to bodyguard him. He's got to bodyguard him for as long as possible, and somehow, some way, Sonic just has it in the nick of time. And Wildcard will hold on for dear life.
Oh my god, Sonic. He just saved the day for Wildcard in that pistol round. Absolutely monstrous work with that USP, maneuvering around that A site, finding headshots at every single turn, and then ending the last player's life on the Blue Jays in that pit. But Freshie, a 360 headshot into pit, jumping down from apartments to kick off that take of the A site. Ridiculous stuff. And then he gets the insta shot onto the site player as well to ensure the bomb plant would come through. But unfortunately for the Blue Jays, Sonic on the other side had other plans, and he takes care of business. Now the spam from Sonic down Banana, as Wildcard are hoping to recover here after a very, very difficult T side that looked extremely one-dimensional, which is surprising, but I'm guessing it's because they got 2 new pieces here and it's harder to orchestrate those more complex rounds. That said, Sonic continues to frag out here. Force buy is yielding absolutely nothing for the Blue Jays. 2K for Sonic. Doesn't have that third yet, anyway. As Blue Jays are going to readjust themselves in towards the A site, and Brackets is heavily defended by JBA and Friend.
This Brackets setup should be good enough to deal with the force buy, especially considering the weaponry on the other end. Little shoulder spotted from Klassia, and now they know what setup is imminent. They've just got to find a way to deal with it, but unfortunately, they will not be able to. Friend and GBA chime in for a boatload of damage, and Blue Jays now sent to Glocks.
Yep. Going to be the eco for Blue Jays. Might see an upgrade here and there. And yeah, Junior and Cryptic going to grab the Deagles. In fact, 3 Deagles on the board. You can't blame them. I think both Laxi and Junior are quite effective with them, and Cryptic has had his moments. We'll see what they end up doing, but overall they are just going to eco for the following round of play. We saw an eco round go absolutely crazy in that previous series between M80 and Getting Info, and it was Lake with 3 Deagle headshots to win a round that felt like it was nigh impossible to come through with. Now here, the Blue Jays have some pretty strong Deaglers themselves. This time though, Junior can't get anything. Friend will find him. Peeping takes care of Freshie, and I'm not sure we're going to get any of that eco round magic.
Unfortunately not. There is still this potential with Laxi in the boiler room, but nobody's willing to fight. Nobody wants to show face. And rightfully so. Wildcard cannot spare any bodies or any time right now. They need rounds on the board. And they need the money to sustain such a comeback. Peeping will find another. And they've spotted the remaining 2 players. One in middle, one in the apartments, and they both get dealt with by the SMGs. So 5 found. They cut the lead down to 5. But now Blue Jays have their chance to really run rampant with these AKs bought up in the buy round.
Indeed they do. Still, despite Wildcard getting that pistol round, thanks to Sonic converting off the next 2, they've still got a very sizable hill to climb. 5-round lead for the Blue Jays, and here come the AKs and proper calls, of course, from Cryptic. Will they decide to deploy? Cryptic immediately throws that Molotov for top banana. A smoke lands in it, but it's right in front of it. That's actually perfect util toss. I believe that it should have still been blooming. Anyway, I could be wrong, but I couldn't really see it beyond the smoke. Either way, the Blue Jays are not going to aggress early on. I mean, one thing that surprised me, and we're going to talk about it, is how aggressive Wildcard were on their T side going up banana. When you know the util's coming every single round, usually you want to wait a little bit unless you're trying to gain a surprise advantage. But I mean, every single round is not a surprise at all. It's just rinse and repeat by dying every time. Anyway, see if Wildcard can recover. Blue Jays taking their time here. 1 minute left on the clock, and the first 55 seconds haven't really yielded much of anything in terms of damage.
Try to feign banana pressure, and with that, it allows the lean for 4 players here on bracket. Smoke up on the yard side, flash through to fight from the CT side, and it's just a car crash here in the middle. Comes out favoring the CT side. But with Cryptic actually encroaching upon banana, this B bomb site is suddenly under threat. Sonic has got a Molotov, and it will be able to stall out for just a little bit longer, but the smoke up in CT still boxes him out. It's only him here, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, he's got to stand tall and then some, John.
I mean, he's got Stanislaw supporting through this smoke. I think they're going to try and flash him out. They do! Stanislaw comes through, does nothing. Sonic is able to get the headshot on Cryptic. 10 seconds left. Just has to stall a little bit longer. There's Laxigon. Junior gets the one frag he needs to maybe plant the bomb, but he decides to go for the fight instead. He had time! Could have planted the bomb and instead hands it to Wildcard without a fight being needed. Maybe a bit of a cross up there for the Blue Jays. Junior walks out with the AK. I don't even know if they're going to force up around that. Maybe call a timeout. Yeah, definitely call a timeout because I feel like you got to go for that plant in that situation. Maybe in a 1v1, you go for the fights and try to fake that. It's still risky, but more possible. But in a 2v1, the plant needs to come through if you want to have a chance of getting that clutch in my mind.
Yeah, I think the assumption there from Junior is probably that the rotations have already come through, and that he gets double swung, but I think that might have been the poor communication, is that he didn't know that they were still charging their way through. It's a real risk to take, and he looks a little foolish doing it, but at least, at the very least, he has his gun to kind of push into the next round.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to fault Junior for it. Like, it's just one mistake that he made in a series where he's been amazing. It's just that could be a costly mistake on this map, giving Wildcard a 4th in a row, and now you're back onto an eco around the AK. We'll see. It might mean nothing, especially if they can pull this one off. Well, JBA is going to wake up a little bit for a couple of frags onto Cryptic and Laxi, and then almost catches Classy going to the site, but this is going to be a plant.
Yeah. I mean, sure, there's no arch smoke up, but the damage is already done. JBA is caught under the collar, but he'll stand tall here for 1. 3 in the round, but Junior, the magnificent headshot from that AK. Freshie still has this close range Tech 9 that could do some damage, but isn't able to find the kill. Peeping wraps in from CT. And Wildcard continue to encroach back. Do we have this signature Wildcard comeback on the cards, just like the old days, John?
I don't know. It feels like it might be possible here. Stan always cool as a cucumber. Doesn't let anything phase him at all. So that's one benefit you have with him calling for your squad. 5 rounds in a row for Wildcard. Blue Jays felt like everything was in their control. 10-2 at the half, and they've been just drawing blanks on their T side. 18th round of play. Here come the AKs again. At least there was a bomb plant there in that previous round, so that helped bolster their economy a little bit and allow them for some more util. But Friends getting aggressive into the apartments. In fact, Wildcard in general aggressively pursuing the Blue Jays towards this A site. Laxi and Freshie may not expect this forward positioning from Friend. You almost never throw a flashbang for this position when you're moving up. So, I mean, this is likely a free shot for Friend. If they
it's got to be good jiggles, really, from the encroaching T. That's the only way you can deal with it. But they're not even going to bother touching that side of the map. They're just going to leave Freshie to his own devices. And he's really got to keep his wits about him. Bounding into the balcony, that's going to give a sound cue. And this setup, it's very dangerous, but none of the traps being sprung. They'll just walk all the way up, John. This is bold.
Yeah, Stan's going to spot them, so that'll activate the 2 apartments players to get back towards A, and Stan could get frags here. There's one. They don't trade him. It's beautiful stuff from Stanislaw. 5v3 in favor of Wildcard, and the Blue Jays, their positioning is now known. Stanislaw will get a third, eventually shut down, but it feels like he's done enough here to allow for his team to draw blood once more and get an 8th round under their belts. There goes the bomb on the ground. Freshie, the last one standing. And this T side, aside from that frag for Freshie, is falling completely flat. Neither team can seem to figure out what to do here on Inferno on the attacking side. And that's despite the fact that Blue Jays have actually typically looked really good here.
Yeah, a smile now creeping up on Stanislaw's face.
Yeah.
He knows that this one is within touching distance. Especially considering it doesn't really feel like Blue Jays have an identity. Oh, that's a nice little thing to spot for Stanislaw as well. He hits that PrizePicks check mark as well. More than 22.5 kills.
Yeah, it wasn't very high for him, but he's got it.
Yeah.
Stan has his moments, right? He can be a really solid fragger in clutch situations. Sonic is going to get the opener here on Cryptic. Rushy one back. Hold on a second. This is just a mixed buy up here around a saved gun. Or excuse me, around a hero purchase. Keeping, loses the fight. 4v3. Stanislaw's going to go for this again. Is it the right idea? No, it's not. Freshie, headshot onto Stan. Here come the Blue Jays in towards the B site. They may already have the round victory in their hands. JBA and friend, they've got money though. Cash for days on the wild card side. So going for this one may not be the worst idea, especially being down these 2 rounds. You're hoping to keep control of momentum. We'll see. Got the util.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing, is that they've got the utility, but on the other end for Blue Jays, you just recycled the smoke on CT as well. So do you really have an avenue in? I don't think so. They've won just by tossing in that utility straight away. I mean, well done to Freshie. What a rejuvenating map from him.
Friend does catch Classia chasing a frag. And that's the only chase Blue Jays will bring forward. They win the round. 11th on the board. JBA and friends save the op. Would have been able to buy it up anyway in this round, but they didn't have a path, right? You can't force your way towards a bomb site, especially with the utility being recycled, smokes in particular, very well by the Blue Jays. And eventually just say, okay, well, it's CT side, and we may need to fight a little bit more with some close rounds. So certainly having extra money is not going to be the worst case scenario. Not going to be a problem at all, I should say. What will be a problem is if Blue Jays get to 13 rounds and this one ends 2-0. For a series that you kind of looked at it on the surface, and despite all the background noise happening on Wildcard, you thought maybe they would come through and be able to be strong here, but so far, hasn't looked great. Starting to look better, and oh my goodness, JBA! What's happening here? You can't be doing that through the smoke. Lines up 2. Stanislaw gets Freshie. 4v2 in favor of Wildcard, and Junior still popping off here towards the A site. Classia collects another one. All of a sudden, that early rally of frags from JBA quickly melts away and turns into a 2v2.
Sonic now tosses in this nade. Could finish off Junior if placed correctly, but just does a hair of damage. Classia will execute friend. It's all up to Sonic. His position has been noted. They can double swing him if they so please. There's a little bit of a smoke to give him some space, but they can still swing on him, no problem. And match point is found by the Blue Jays. And I mean, talk about heartbreak for Wildcard after getting so close and getting it ripped away.
How is it the round that JBA pops off that they lose? Like, you want that contribution from JBA round after round. We've been missing it a little bit. He's like, okay, guys, I got 2 in the opener. Let's go. And then all of a sudden, the pieces fall into place for the Blue Jays. They get behind enemy lines. They start striking from weird angles, and Wildcard have absolutely no response. They call a timeout. Their backs are against the wall here. They do have a buy up in the bank. We already knew that, but the Blue Jays are threatening here with a 2-0. Who will join M80 in those grand finals? Will it be the Blue Jays here on this map, or can Wildcard come back, push it to overtime, and send us to a third?
I mean, at the very least, they have cash.
Yeah.
And I'd hate to have the whole 4-round spree back with no money. But at the very least, they'll have everything to speak of here. But it feels like Cryptic has found his rhythm, and Clasia certainly has as well. More than 24.5 kills. He's matched and exceeded the PrizePicks checkmark.
Alrighty. Going in here, Cryptic gets put down to the ground by Friend. He tried to go for a quick opening engagement towards Bracket. And now they go into the opposite direction. Clasia gets the opener at Banana, and now they're just going to barrel forward. They know this could be vulnerable. Peeping's here. Here's all these footsteps. Needs support. He's got some of it from Friend, but he's going to have to do it with the rifle. Great flashbang thrown. Friend does manage to get one onto Freshie, and now Blue Jays do get that smoke up finally. Peeping can't recover. Goes down 3v3. Laxi eats the nade, but in the meantime, Clasia takes care of Stanislav. Friend and JBA are the only ones left, and yes, they are leaving, going back to the A site, but they leave one behind. It is Laxi. He could end this right here if they don't realize he's up close. Friend thinking about clearing it. Laxi does get dropped. Okay, hope remains for Wildcard. JBA looking around for where the Blue Jays might be, but they're already towards Ace. This is going to buy them so much time if Wildcard don't realize soon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Clasia can get snug into pit. Junior has the opportunity to change up his position, but they didn't spot out that second player, so they don't get really that fluid in how they want to change up their position. So Junior will tuck himself in a cubby, Clasia in the pit, and they're going to have to just play off of each other somehow, some way. A smoke nade combo here for Friend to soften up that pit player if they so please. But they'll try to just cordon off the angle, ignore it instead. But Clasia spam is still good. It's all up to Friend, and Clasia will shut it down. Quad kill to close it. And it's Blue Jays shock and awe here in the NA Revival Series 7 semifinals.
Wow, Blue Jays, just wow. What a performance here up against Wildcard. And I mean, despite, all that stuff going on Wildcard, they need more time to cook with those two players, with Friend and Peeping and Stan returning to the roster. It was his first time back with them, right? And in this series. So I'm sure they're going to get better over time. Let's give them some time to get things going on that side. But for the Blue Jays, oh my goodness, this team continues to look scarier and scarier as time goes on. I had them honestly picked as one of the teams that could rise to the top tier of competition with the addition of Laxi. Basically, the old Nouns core with Laxi added into the mix is really starting to look like a force to be reckoned with. And we're going to see Wildcard here first, and none of the players here except for Stanislaw hitting the PrizePicks check mark. Sonic got close, and he looked good throughout the series, but I feel like the players that were missing a lot of the time were JBA and Friend. Like, these are the two players that you want to see contributing. Wildcard was built around an op of Fuzi that was very effective, and JBA's rifling. But with that op kind of missing in action, and JBA also, hit and miss most of the time, this has been a struggle for Wildcard.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, John. I mean, the fact that you're building off of a young talent in JBA, and you're building off of an AWP being the strength of the team, you can already see the setbacks that come with the moves that have come through, and how Frender's going to have to find a way to reinvent himself and dig this roster and this organization out of this hole. And on the other side of things, you look at Blue Jays, and the promise has been realized. You look at all of these players that have so much impact in their own regard. Clasia, we finally figured out the puzzle that is this player. And you've got to commend Cryptic for finding out how to do it. Doing it individually as well, overcoming the PrizePicks checkmark there as well. Freshie finding some rejuvenation, Junior hitting his stride, and of course Laxi with those just masterful first bullet headshots. I mean, top to bottom, this team looks so exciting when the theory is realized.
Absolutely. This is a very, essentially, like I said, you got that Nouns core, you added Laxi to the mix, Freshie comes in, and he looks revitalized with these new players by his side. it becomes such a scary prospect for anyone that's going up against them. It feels like Nouns Plus, basically, is what Blue Jays is bringing to the table. And it may be a handful for M80. Look, let's not forget that the Blue Jays played up against M80 and took a map off them to open up that series previously. So this is very much anything but a foregone conclusion for M80 in these grand finals. Sure, M80 have looked way more convincing in this series than they have in recent memory. They also did the same over at Philadelphia on land. But we can't forget that there's still that vulnerability. We saw it on Overpass where they looked a little shaky at certain moments. And I feel like the way Blue Jays are playing now, they could put a dent in the confidence of M80 in those grand finals. However, before we get there, guys, we will have a bit of a break. I think it's going to be a bit of a longer break so the teams can rest and get ready for this grand final. But before we get to it, we do have to say our thank yous to all the wonderful people who make this NA Revival Series possible. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link in the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 2 to 6 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they're gone swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're heading to a break. When we come back, the grand finals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7 between M80 and Blue Jays. Keep it locked here on the NA Revival Series from PrizePicks.
Sub to Flam. 5 gifted. 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 Twitch TV Flam.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final of the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 7. I am JRT, joined by Paladin, and we're getting ready to cover what could be the second victory in the PrizePicks Revival Series for M80. They already got one under their belts, and I believe, Nouns do have one as well, so technically the Blue Jays will consider them Nouns as having picked up a title as well. So both teams looking for their second title here in the PrizePicks Any Revival Series. Paladin, I don't know how you're feeling about it, but on the surface, it looks like M80 should be the favorite in this one, but based on what we've seen from Blue Jays so far, I don't know if that'll be the case.
Yeah, I think I echo a similar sentiment, John. I really did like what Blue Jays provided throughout their entire bracket run. Dominant against Boss in the early rounds of this tournament. And then moving forward to Wildcard, I think handled business pretty formidably. I mean, a great understanding of how to play Dust 2 from top to bottom. And then we switch over to Inferno, and you've got quote unquote the worser players, or the players that haven't necessarily shown up in a long time and having fantastic performances, really pulling their weight throughout all of it. And I'm just very impressed by the spread of firepower across the Blue Jays that I am tentatively excited for this grand final. I think we've got the two strongest teams by far at this point in the tournament, and I think we're due for a 3-mapper eventually, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And one thing is, we are almost certainly going to see Overpass. I didn't see the veto yet. We're going to get into it, guys, in a little bit, but I feel like we're going to get Overpass. We'll talk about it later because we have to go through the teams first. And, well, I won't say my point then. I'll wait for it. So let's talk about the PrizePicks analyst segment here, guys, and jump into things about Blue Jays, for example. Let's bring up Blue Jays on the screen. And okay, we won't go into the analyst segment yet. Rob wants to show these pictures first because he worked hard on them. So we got Blue Jays, which we already talked about. Junior is of course a force to be reckoned with on this Blue Jays squad with the AWP. He's hit his PrizePicks check mark every single time so far, and I mean, look, he has been the player that has always stood out amongst this squad, even when they were Nouns, you know, that reliable foundation that you need. And he's got a great supporting cast now.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about Freshie and his impact over the last series, and it was spades, dividends from him that I look towards our analyst section here. And you know, what is his line, or the kills that he's trying to breach? 25.5. I don't think that's too crazy, John.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, he fell short by 0.5 in the previous one, right? So it's pretty much the same, I would say, exactly the same. Junior as well. I feel like you need to go for that one.
30.5 is still like so tantalizing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Junior's been so very good. So for me, that's one I would keep an eye out for. And yeah, Junior and Laxi is the other one. Laxi has been ridiculous for this squad. So many moments where he's getting opening frags, taking those opening duels. That's why they have him. And he's been doing a great job at it. Very effective at fragging out opposing oppers as well. I think Slacks might be a little bit worried going up against this squad to see if he can deal with what Laxi is bringing his way. But yeah, I mean, I would say those are selections as the players to keep an eye on. And then you move over to the side of M80, and they are just absolutely fantastic right now. On Mirage, where we had the question marks for them, Paladin, they absolutely dismantled getting info, 13-1. Then Overpass, which, I mean, looked maybe a little shakier in the early moments, or perhaps the later moments of the first half. They quickly cooled things down and got a comfortable win, 13-7 after their CT side.
Yeah, I think what makes them so exciting is that you can already see that EU like DNA inscribed into this team, where you've got the constant CT aggression in the mid to late round. You've got some very crafty setups that have been made by both Sin and Def. And you've already seen just the swift integration of Hext into this roster, who has been a force to be reckoned with throughout this tournament altogether. And I will always look towards the headshots that are required for him. And with his entry capabilities, 16.5 is not crazy. I think I could reasonably see him have more than 16.5 headshots. I know it sounds a little bold, but that is the type of player that Hext is. Very aggressive, very reliant on that first bullet, And I think a lot of times when he is on his A game, he can nail those headshots.
I would also say the frags as well. He's been amazing. He's been fragging out series after series. So he would absolutely be the player I'd have a look towards to get that frag estimate and exceed it. And then you have on the other side Swisher. I think he's been very strong. Maybe I would lean more towards Lake as my third pick, though. I mean, Swisher's been good, but Lake just impressed me so much on Overpass, and I feel like we're going to see it again, that you want to keep an eye out for him without question. So, yeah, I mean, I think you pretty much are in line with me there, Paladin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I really do like Lake on all maps. I mean, it is not just Overpass. I mean, he's got some
Yes.
great positions to be in. You're thinking about Khan on Mirage as well, a very fight heavy portion of the map. So definitely going to see that. And actually, Blue Jays want to chance it again. They want to go
Okay.
into that Mirage that M80 dismantled getting info on earlier on in the day. And M80 will again commit to the Overpass pick as we kind of expected. Blue Jays having not touched that map. This is perfect opportunity for M80 to get a leg up. And then we get that Dust 2 Decider, which for Blue Jays, I'm happy that they've got that in their corner, but that does put a lot of pressure here on this Mirage pick, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mirage has to be a win for the Blue Jays. It was last time. Let's not forget, right? They got Mirage up against M80, won that one 13-9, then lost on Inferno and Dust 2. So it was 7-13 on Inferno, 8-13 on Dust 2. It wasn't really close after they. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I believe that was the series, and I casted it where Blue Jays actually were going back and forth with M80, and the scoreline was actually a bit deceptive. So maybe the Blue Jays can come through here and look promising, let's say, up against an M80 squad that has also hit another gear. And I think we saw them on Mirage looking quite strong. Blue Jays not phased at all. They even had a little bit of time maybe to watch some of it in that break that we had. But at the same time, I feel like they just look at it and say, this is the only map we look at right now that we can pick into and perhaps have a good chance at victory against an M80 squad that they knew. I mean, they had to know that Overpass was coming, given that that is M80's pick time and time again.
Yeah, I think about Dust 2 as being an option, but that is basically M80's third or fourth pick that you don't want to necessarily go to that. It's a nice boon to have as a decider, mind you, so they will be comfortable if this series goes the distance. But yeah, I think Mirage is an absolute necessity. I'm thinking about potential counters. I mean, they're going to have to counter this mid aggression. Swisher and Lake can be an absolute menace in that side of the map. You've got to figure out how Slacks is going to operate on that AWP on the CT side. Maneuvers around a lot of the maps. Definitely tries to nade open smokes for himself. And then I think the biggest question mark is how are they going to handle Hexed? Because this is a guy that I think that Def and Sin have really figured out how they want to approach using an aggressive anchor like this, and has been just all over the map in trying to kind of really just shove his rifle down their throats, and they've just got to find a way to deal with it. And I don't necessarily know how they're going to do it. I don't have an answer for you, but that is definitely one of those big win conditions that they're going to have to unlock.
Yeah, I think we saw another level from M80 on Mirage previously, and you saw Hex was moving around. As you described, right? He was in window. He pushed up into the apartments. He was on cat at one point. Like they were moving him around off that anchor position so much that it was very difficult, for getting info to get a read on where he was. He was just everywhere. Ended up in jungle as well. He was literally in every position that you could possibly hold on Mirage, and it was fantastic to see him maneuvering and finding frag after frag. So, yeah, I think it's not the only weapon that M80 have either. Slacks likes to be aggressive into mid, especially from Cat with the AWP. Often will be good for at least one before he falls back and retakes the Cat position a little more passively. And you also have Swisher, who's having a revitalization on this roster. The roles that he's being put in are roles that are designed for more success, and he'll be able to shine a little bit more. Overall, I think M80 is making all the right decisions, both in terms of roster moves, strategies, adjustments to their play. It is the team that has realized that you can't be stagnant. You can't just stay the same. You have to grow. And they had to learn the hard way, right? Last season was bad for them. Let's be honest. M80 didn't find the success they were hoping for. They didn't change. Like, it's not like they got worse. They just didn't get any better, and their competition improved while they were just completely stagnant. And I think that now, having grown, having moved their way up a little bit, having made that change for Hex, more conversations are happening on their side strategically, and Hex is a loud voice that helps power them forward. This is going to be an M80 squad that will hit a new level, I think, not only in North America, but in internationally as a whole. I don't want to glaze them too much here because, they are still a possibility for Blue Jays, who I'm also impressed by, to come out and get the win here. It's just that M80 really have looked that good.
No, I don't think it's a crazy thing to say at all. I really do like what they've been doing in the interim, because I think about when they added in Lake and they kind of surged into relevancy for quite a bit. They had that big EPL run, and you're thinking, okay, we've got this trajectory up, but I think you're actually right on the head there in terms of just the stagnation from them throughout. And their Anubis starting to get a little bit understood by majority of these international squads. They didn't really have a reliant map beyond Anubis, and that really hampered them, I felt like, for a long period of time, especially considering their Mirage and Inferno kind of fell away. It wasn't necessarily a mainstay for them. And you can already see the adaptations that make them seem a lot more interesting on those maps at this point. Mirage in particular. I mean, I've spoken about it ad nauseum, just as to how dynamic they want to stay in this map. And that's how you were going to have to play that map in this day and age against top 30 competition. And for Blue Jays, I think it's up to them to try and figure out if they can rise to that occasion as well, because it's very difficult to figure out unless you've got an actual game plan, or you have time in the sun to kind of go through repetition after repetition. This also brings me extra cause for concern for them when we move over to Overpass. We've seen how lost some certain CT sides can look against this M80 side, and that's not even a fault towards them. That's just the brilliance of what Sin has been able to cook together so quickly on this roster and showcase the strengths of every single piece. I mean, we saw Lake perform on the Getting Info series, but you turn your head towards the previous series in the first round, and you see Swisher's competitiveness in the connector. You look at what Hex is able to pull off in the Monster Tunnel as well, and you start to see the depth in which they already have on Overpass that I think Blue Jays are going to have their hands full in this series, regardless of the performance that they've shown throughout this tournament. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, but you're going to need an extra gear from some of these players. You're going to need an extra gear from Laxi. You're going to need an extra gear from players like Freshie as well. I mean, the floor of this team has to be at another level, and that is the only acceptable way that we have a 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean, well, there is one thing. I do remember Cryptic playing on, I believe it was the boss roster. They played Overpass quite a bit, and they liked to be on being on that map. And I remember there was this crazy pistol round strat that he called. I think it was like a B fake that they made it look like a fake, but it ended up being the execute on pistol round. Like all sorts of stuff was happening. Before pistol rounds, people were taking them seriously or this seriously. And just thought it was a 50-50, which it's not, guys. Get your pistol round strats together. It matters. Anyway, but yeah, no, Cryptic looked really good. He was ahead of the game. And he came up with some really creative stuff. So I'm actually interested to see what the Blue Jays can do here with him at the helm. I don't know if it'll be an easy of a run on Overpass for M80, but still, Blue Jays will be on the back foot because they haven't had an official on it to my knowledge. No, not yet. At least not with this iteration of their roster. So yeah, anyway, M80 are picking into it a lot. Another strength for M80, we're talking about their map pool being kind of like Anubis and Dun, which was the case. Before Overpass was brought into the pool again, they decided to pick into Dust 2 a lot. They were going Dust 2, Dust 2, Dust 2 over and over again. That happened in the EPL qualifiers. And they were trying to establish that map as a kind of a force for them, and they did. They looked really good. The last 2 maps they played against Marsborn, 13-9 and 13-5, and that 13-5 was to qualify for Pro League, right? So I think that Dust 2 is strong for them now. You have Mirage that looked really strong in their previous series. Ancient has always been good for them, and now Overpass is replacing Anubis, where, like you said, teams already knew how good they were on Anubis. They were already aware of that, and they kind of figured out how to counter them, or were figuring it out. So it's kind of a benefit, a boon, let's say, for M80 to have Anubis out and Overpass in, and they are embracing it with open arms. Like, they are ready to go on this new iteration of Overpass. A few changes. It's still the same map, but there's just a few small changes that will affect the meta of how teams play out, especially on that A site. But we're still waiting to get into the action here, guys. looks like we're about ready to get started. But yeah. All right, I just got word that everyone's joining. They were just doing some ping tests, guys. They were just making sure that they were ready to go in terms of connections. That's always important in online play. As yeah, I mean, overall though, I have a question for you, Paladin. How are you feeling about the changes, both the introduction of Overpass, and that the economy for the CTs?
Yeah, I'm liking it, man. I think this is one of the better updates that we've had in quite some time. I'm still a little upset that we've lost Anubis that early. I think that it would have been
Yeah.
nice for the region to keep it in. I thought Inferno probably should have gone if we wanted to bring back Overpass, but we're in this situation and we've got to find a way to go through it. And I think that Overpass is still a solid enough map. I think I was initially very apprehensive about it, but I already can see the tactics kind of being brought back into the fold. I do think that it's a bit of a lost art to know how to properly play Overpass, and it's something that's very difficult to master. So I am very impressed by how North America is trying to adapt to it as quickly as possible, notably M80. I think, and then obviously the rest of the changes for the MP9, the MP9 nerf was
Yes.
a solid one. I think it was high time. Give a little bit more variety to the SMGs. Still seeing a lot in pro play, but I think that'll change in time as soon as you start seeing pros start to succeed with other SMGs later down the road. I've been seeing UMPs, I've been seeing MP7s. And then lastly, the Molotov change, the incendiary change rather, super important, I think, because especially when if you want to keep a map like Inferno in the pool, you can't have banana holds being with that measly incendiary. It just wasn't going to be the case.
Yeah, no, I agree. The only thing is I still feel like it doesn't do enough damage. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like the buff is correct, and it's great now that you can actually have the full bloom of the Molotov, or should say incendiary, happening immediately, but just a bit more damage. I understand if it's a little less powerful than the Molotov, but right now it's still not really much of a concern to run right through the incendiary on the T side, which is exactly what you wouldn't expect. It doesn't feel like as much of a risk as it should be, I guess is my point. Like, there's an incendiary down, if there's fire at your feet, you shouldn't just be able to run through and be like, "Oh, I'm fine." It's like a walking on coal.
It's breaking your immersion, isn't it? It's breaking.
Yeah, a little. I don't know about that, but either way. I just feel like it should be a little bit more of a buff, and I would also argue that the MP9 may be still a little too strong. Maybe that also needs still something else to be nerfed from close range to really encourage players to go to those other SMGs because it's still super effective. People are going to hate me for this, but maybe a fire rate nerf, maybe lower the fire rate a little bit to help encourage the SMGs, the other ones, right?
I do like the inaccuracy addition. I mean, it does feel significant from testing it myself, but I think now people are. I think the skill level at which the highest level of pros use it at is for very burst oriented type things, right? That you don't even get the inaccuracy of the spray to even kick in if you're getting the burst kill in short to medium ranges anyways.
Exactly.
So there is always that feasibility in pro play that's going to be there. That I think you're right. I think the only real change that you can make is either a flat damage decrease, which I don't think Valve would do straight up, and the other one being fire rate, because I think that's the only real viable option. It's worked in terms of nerfing other guns. You think about the Krieg, you think about the Krieg was really the big one that they nerfed, and I guess the Scope AUG as well. But those are like the big ones that you decrease the fire rate. You have a little bit more something to use. But enough talking about all this nonsense about fire rate and nerfs and all that good stuff. We're into the grand finals of Revival Series 7. M80 taking on the hopefuls for Blue Jays, trying to see if they've got a little something to say here on Mirage.
Just before we end the discussion, I want to say one more thing. Please, Valve, do not nerf the MP9 into the ground, please. Like, it still should be viable. the SG553 or the SIG, whatever you want to call it, or the Krieg, sorry. It's terrible now. Like, it is almost barely usable under certain circumstances. So I would love that gun to be a little more viable, and for the MP9, just we'll see. Let's wait and see. Maybe Valve don't listen to what I just said, because I don't know for a fact if it's going to continue being this good. Anyway, let's now get into the action. Apologies for that extended little discussion. As we move in, Slacks going to get that headshot on towards Laxi. 4v5 already. And in favor of M80, Swisher's going to get the next one onto Cryptic, and already, yeah, this is looking good. This is looking great. Great flashbang.
Yeah, just a beautiful little setup there. Feet spotted for Lake. Junior is well aware of what's going on, but he can't really do anything about it. He just has to look on. He's laughing. He knows exactly what's going on, and he just has to stare. Classio, in the meantime, from the apartments, has to find a way to make this one a possibility, but nobody offering anything in the stairs will keep this one at a complete standstill. This is too funny.
Just waiting. Just watching and waiting at this point. M80, I think it's going to be difficult for the Blue Jays to handle them here on Mirage with the way they're playing. Very dynamic, very aggressive, and in your face. And they don't give you that time to set up. And Lake's going to wrap it up here with a pretty bow with the dualies. 2K on the board. 1-0 for M80, who have been exceptionally strong on their pistol rounds throughout the PrizePicks NA Revival series. And you're going to see here, I mean, look, that's just a great flashbang and the swing from Slacks on the jumping opponent. Nothing Blue Jays can really do there. As we go into the second round, no bomb plant means likely no buy-up. I don't want to say definitely, because a lot of teams are opting to get that force buy-in, but this time it won't happen. Blue Jays go for the full Glock Eco.
When I approach this series from a bird's eye view, I understand that the biggest thing that the Blue Jays have to do is find a way to make M80 feel uncomfortable in this matchup. I mean, throughout this tournament, you consider them title favorites, and it's the job of the Blue Jays to make them feel as though this title is not a walk in the park. And that takes incredible moments. That takes an A game out of players like Junior as a necessity, a player like Laxi who can aggressively find an opening here or there. And as this series develops, these two players are an absolute crux of a true series in this grand final. And if we don't get that out of them, that's where you allow for players like M80 to kind of have their way with the maps that they play the series on.
No, I agree. Blue Jays need to make sure the key players in the squad step up to the plate and deliver. Otherwise, we might have a very quick grand final on our hands. M80 were always the favorite in our minds to come out and take the title here. Didn't make it to the grand final. We thought it might be wild card up against them here, but I mean, Blue Jays dismantled them and took care of business. 5v4 already. This round is a foregone conclusion that the Blue Jays are just letting the full clock run out on. As, yeah, this is well. Thank you very much, says Lake. And there's that 2-0 for M80. Now we go into round number 3. The guns will be out. Lake just spamming away with the dualies, having a good time. So far, M80 have not given up more than 7 rounds, and that was on overpass up against getting info. Other than that, it was 13-1 against getting info on Mirage, 13-4 against Regain on overpass, and 13-3 versus Regain on Ancient. Dominant. Have M80 up in.
Look at this, man. Lake wants to continue his dominance here on Mirage, spamming through the smoke, taking out the IGL. And Blue Jays have to start off their first buy round a man down. Swisher unrelenting off the catwalk. A bold swing there from him, taking out Junior. And all of a sudden, this mid-hold for the Blue Jays just gets completely destroyed. That being said, Laxi will want to pull one back here, and that's the guy that I'm looking towards to cause a ruckus. Big kill to find and an instant boost up here to make sure that he can get some more impact.
This was one of the best maps for Akimbo when he was part of that squad because of how aggressive they were. So We'll see if he can channel some of that up against M80. Hext on notice now, down to 2 HP, but Lake will take care of Laxi as we're talking about him and make it a 2-man edge in favor of M80. Klassia, along with Freshie, on opposite sides of this A site. So they're going to have to meet up in the middle and hope that they find a couple of frags along the way. Otherwise, this won't be over before they even get this bomb planted. Slack's hiding in the cubby here, over in jungle. Freshie. Oh, he overlooks it. He overlooks it. There's an advantage here, potentially for Slacks to come and strike, and he hears that utility being tossed, so he'll likely strike soon. Sin confirming the position here. Great flashbang from Klassia, and Slacks actually can't collect anything, but Lake does onto Freshie. Klassia, last one standing. He doesn't find that quick trade and turn, and will eventually fall to Slacks, who finally activates to get the last 3-0 for him.
That flash pop from Klassia really had me believing for a moment. Completely surprising Sin as he falls down from the CT spawn. And I mean, I love the proactivity from Laxi to call his own shots there, but Lake is just such a force to be reckoned with here across Mirage. In window, back over through the CT spawn, stays alive in that low HP scenario as well. Big time stuff here, 8-0 to kickstart this series. And right away, Blue Jays on the back foot. Not able to do anything with the buy given. See ya.
Oh my god. Mortar strike from Sin. Fire in the hole. 5v4 in favor of M80. And yeah, this is just an anti-eco that's absolutely going to go the way of this M80 squad. Hex farming some frags, anchoring down that B site. 3k for him. Only Cryptic left, who does get one, but it would be surprising to see him get anything more than that, given that Lake and Slacks are hot in his tail. And there it is, Lake, the last shot, headshot to Cryptic, 4-0 in favor of M80. Don't forget, guys, these two teams are competing for the lion's share of $5,000. Second place gets $1,000, and first place gets, well, 4 times that, $4K in their pockets.
And you got to think about how much more value the money has, more so than its monetary value. You think about the VRS points and the invites and all of that good stuff. It means a lot. And that's why you've got M80 competing here at this point in time, trying to reclaim that international glory. So it all means a certain amount to both of these teams. It's not just kind of a walk in the park for M80. They're here to do business. And so far, the business looks very, very good.
Already early damage on the Cryptic. Hext on the A site now at Firebox. Wow. Okay.
Sure.
I mean, why not? They're just moving him around everywhere. It's working, like we said. 3 players waiting here on this A site. Still a full minute left for the Blue Jays to work with. Oh, Junior trying to get the spot. Misses the flick, and then the second attempt onto Sin. Util reigns in. Lake knows that Connector could be vulnerable, so he's trying to close the gap here from stairs, but needs to be careful as he's going to have 2 angles to worry about. There he goes, Laxi, beautiful headshot. That's the opener they wanted, and Laxi the follow-up. Here we go. Blue Jays could have their first round if they can take care of these last 2 players as well. They've overlooked Tyson completely. Oh, but Laxi spots him before he can get a move on, and Junior a 4th on the board. It's only Slacks left.
The prophecy foretold. Laxi is the guy to open the door for the Blue Jays, and what a turret of a round there from him. Gets a kill up Khan, swings around back into Swisher's crosshair off of Catwalk, and then to make sure that that bomb planter is safe. Fantastic sequence there from the Mongolian, and this is exactly what you needed. And unfortunately, you weren't gonna get that out of a previous Blue Jays players. This is a type of guy to really change how you perceive the Blue Jays.
No question.
They're gonna need a lot more of that, John.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, Lake got caught in a really tough spot because he's alone there, and I think he should have just trusted in his teammates and focused more on Connector, maybe stayed in jungle a little bit longer, but decides against it. ends up on stairs, and Laxi has the favorable angle as he goes for that fight. He just essentially wins the round by himself as the Blue Jays are pincering in from the other angles. So, Blue Jays have cracked the scoreboard here. There's still more than enough money available to M80 to try again, and okay, Lake, a little bit ambitious on the railing there towards mid. He gets found out immediately. Great smoke break, but Sin is there to recover and ensure a trade comes through as Slacks limps away barely with 1 HP. That being said, Hex has been caught out here on his aggressive lurk into the apartments, and Swisher's on his own for a moment. Slacks will join him with that singular point of health, but the Blue Jays have already gone back and reset themselves, realizing they have tons of time on the clock. They don't need to rush into anything.
And Sin's not really involving himself in the A site. He's having to deal with patrolling in through middle, but Laxi continues his reign of terror. Instant frag, and no trade potential here from Sin either. And should he go for this? Freshie's still lying in wait. There's just levels to this default here from the Blue Jays, and they should have that A-bomb site up to date. Nobody moving a muscle. Finally, Laxi makes the move, but that should be it. That should be the bomb plant available for Blue Jays, but they're taking a long time. Sin's actually able to bring the rotation over, and Junior misses the shot. All of a sudden, the door is wide open. Yes, he takes a nade. There's still a chance. He's still alive, still kicking. Calls over his teammate in Slacks. But surely that Molotov spreads. Surely it spreads, and now the flank is in, and Freshie will deal with it. Blue Jays get it over the line. And they get it over the line with the help of Laxi once again.
I feel like Freshie would have closed that out anyway, given his flank. But yeah, that's a beautiful Molotov thrown at a perfect time. It splits the difference between the two players that are there. Nothing Sin can do at all. They don't have any smokes left. He's trapped in the corner and done. And then Freshie takes care of whatever's left. Second round in a row for the Blue Jays. Still enough money in the bank for M80 to scrap together a bye, but we're seeing the reasons why Blue Jays got to this grand final already. The firepower of Laxi, Freshie really having a great tournament for himself, and overall, as of late, has looked like an improved player. And Junior, well, continuing to be Junior, even though he hasn't necessarily gotten much here. And there he gets fragged through the smoke. Yeah, just one shot taken's enough, right? Lake Curdy's like, okay, I'll try for this. And it works out. Hex waiting underneath the window with the MP9. Gets one, the follow-up as well. Hex looking for the 3K again. Oh my goodness, can he be stopped? The answer is absolutely not. Hex pulling it off and giving M80 a fifth.
And the cool part about that sequence is he uses the dead body as cover in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, if that dead body's not there, I think Klassia pulls the trigger. And he never does. Somehow finding a way to get multiple kills out of the van position. That's a one and done every day of the week, but he just slinks between angles and manages to nab a triple at the end of it all. 5 rounds the good for M80, and they'll say, yeah, you can do that a couple of times, Laxi, but we've still got the cojones to stick around. So they're going to need a little bit more Blue Jays if they want to claw this one back.
That's just a great play from Hex, honestly, and I agree with you, just using the dead body and everything. His teammates supporting him well with the flashbangs. We can't forget about that. And Hex delivering at every single turn. He'll stick to the MP9. Lake, what a flashbang again, but Lake can capitalize. Uh-oh. Laxi finds Sin as well. Lots of damage, but no frags means a 5v3 and now a 5v2. Junior spotting Swisher, Cryptic getting Hex. It all falls apart in the blink of an eye. One mistake on the push, and it smiles all around, but not for M80 this time. It's for the Blue Jays.
Sick little team ace there from the BJs. I mean, just finding so much impact across every position there. And all of a sudden, M80 fresh out of cash. But they're going to invest either way. Swisher with a hero rifle and pistol surrounding it. I'll be curious to see what he wants to do with it. Looks like an instant boost up into the apartments, and there are players on the other end, but Junior had the better spawn. Instantly, Hex will recover it, and he's got to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Instantly takes out Junior, tries to move back over up to the window, and he'll find, oh, nearly another kill. And all of a sudden, it's just up to Lake. is found out now that his deagle rings out, and Cryptic from the catwalk will shut him down. Slacks is here at the scene of the crime, but it should be an open and shut case. Maybe.
Yep.
Look at Sin.
I was gonna say, yeah, if Sin can activate here without them looking into the apartments, then there could be a problem here. Classy is watching it. But Sin, has he managed to slip through? Yes, for the time being. Needs to win the duel. He's the last one standing now. Oh, this gets infinitely harder. Oh, Classy looked away for a moment. I thought Sin had that chance to strike. He's going to be disappointed, no question. Because he had the opportunity to get the first one free and then flick for a second, and then he ends up in a 1v1. Sure, it's not as easy as I make it sound, but, you know, it presented itself. Either way, that is a good anti-eco coming through from M80. They overlooked Hex for a moment. I guess I can't really blame them because Hex has really been all over the map. Technically, he is the B anchor, and he wasn't the first player they fragged, so Junior wasn't even looking for that potential jump up from Hex. He does collect one, but it'll be only one. Very close to that second one, though, and if he gets that, then we have a different round. But instead, the Blue Jays have recovered. They got 4 of the last 5 rounds in their favor.
Mid control again established. Cryptic trying to run through alongside Laxi, and yes, these flashes are good, but control still firmly in the favor of the T's. Laxi and Junior very keen on just pumping the brakes here. No need to encroach upon Khan this early. But they'll drop the utility no matter what, and now they can safely move forward. Molotov in, nade to pop open. They'll find that this should be a clear position, at least to get to the entranceway of Connector. They'll boost up Cryptic this time and plant him on that low HP. We smoke up in a window and turn back their attentions elsewhere. They're in no hurry here, Blue Jays.
No, they're not. Look at the util now for M80. They got only a flashbang. So huge util advantage, but that doesn't matter if you can't win the fights. Lake gets the opener onto Classia. That's a minute, more than a minute into the round as the first frag comes through. Cryptic waiting at window. He is spotted by Sin because they push out into mid. Now, they probably got all the information, but Junior wins the fight against Slacks, and then Freshie finds Sin. Okay, this is still on. The Blue Jays moving in towards the A site.
The dynamic playstyle helps and hurts M80 in a single fell swoop, but Lake is still here. He's trying to deny the bomb, but isn't able to do it. Spots out the remaining 2 members. Swisher still has an opportunity at wreaking havoc and nails Freshie to the wall. Spotted out, Junior takes the tag, but now Junior's been caught between a crossfire. How did he find a way to disassemble it? The only answer is he can't. Hex finds him, collects that AWP, and M80 fight on for a 6th.
Yeah, I think it was Lake that's tried to start that fight towards A site. Regardless, the first player that engaged from CT had a good chance because no one's really paying attention to it, but made a little too much noise, and that's why you see that quick flick from all 3 players and dealing damage. But they didn't expect Swisher to be there as well, and that is the difference maker in the round. Afterwards, Hex gets up towards the top of the stairs before Junior even realizes it. He was scoped in towards Connector, and you have a 6th round picked up, by M80. But Blue Jays, they're still good to go. They got the 4 AKs and the AWP. Slacks throws that smoke break nade. Lake's already out. Good flashbang and great frag off of it.
Yeah, that's just a set play, a really well-timed set play, but an even better timing from the Blue Jays as they go pouncing into this A site. Regardless, the trades are still coming out for the CTs.
Wow.
Lake ends Classia with an aid, and all of a sudden it's just up to Freshie. I like the idea there from the Blue Jays, but the anchoring from both Lake and Sin, just sublime.
Now you're seeing the utility knowledge on full display here from M80. The timing of it, the location as well, absolutely fantastic. And then the nades even looking excellent on their side. It's really a scary prospect when M80's on their game going up against them on this defensive side of Mirage. And despite the fact that, you know, Blue Jays have gotten 4, I think M80 haven't looked as shaky as they did in the previous engagement against the Blue Jays on this map.
And this time a dry swing out before the window smoke plumes. And that's their own demise. Oh, spray is really unruly from Switcher, but he'll still find the kill eventually. Lake still trying to dance with death along the connector smoke. Clasia still keen on trying to pull things back. Rough start for him so far. He'd like to get on the board as soon as possible, and he will. Executes Lake right as the smoke decides to plume. And we've got ourselves a 3v4 with mid control for the T's.
I mean, such a assertive push there from M80 towards mid to find those first 2 frags. Round after round where they found success there, it feels like Blue Jays just don't even have an opportunity to respond. They do get 1 answer back here, but they're still sitting a man down with only mid control to speak of. Not really knowing what's going on at either A or B. If they did, they'd probably head to B, but they won't. Flax with the op, gets the headshot, overkill onto Freshie. I believe he spotted Classy as well, switches in the spot to Punisher. Oh no, but he doesn't get it! What a swing from Laxi! Keeps hope alive for the squad. Classy going for some spam. They still have to get that bomb implanted. 23 seconds left to do so. Smoke lands on the A site. Sin waiting, calming with his team, letting them know what's happening. And Slacks with the AWP has to wait a little bit longer. Sin tries to activate and can't. Laxi a great frag, and then a follow-up. He keeps dancing around this A bomb site, gets a 3K, and it's now all up to Hex in a 1v2. But it has been Laxi that has brought the Blue Jays here multiple times.
And he's going to try to do one better. A 5th round would be huge for the Blue Jays side. AWP picked up by him to try and complete this 4K. He doesn't hit the shot, but he still got his trusty sidekick of Clasia in the Palace to nail Hext in the back. And Blue Jays find themselves that 5th round. Laxi putting the team on his back there at the tail end.
No question. I mean, Laxi's the reason why Blue Jays didn't get wiped out in that first half of action. 2 key round victories on his back with, a 3K in that one, and I believe a 4K previously. So tons of impact here from the newest addition to this Blue Jays roster. We do switch sides, and M80 will be the aggressors now. Lake has been fantastic, obviously, with a 14-6 scoreline. Saw him an overpass previously, is where he popped off, but here on Mirage has been the key and likely will continue to be as they push forward here, and he takes opening fights, but Slack's taking the opener this time and wins both fights. Cryptic and Laxi erased.
Well, I admire Laxi's confidence to try and exude some aggression off in middle, but Slacks puts them down. Big 5v3 now for M80. It's a must-convert pistol situation. And they'll plant Lake here as a late lurk, but the B execution comes in, smoke tossed in, flash to follow. And Lake finally actually takes that early engagement and falls away. Should be able to get around the corner before Classic can jump down. And that should be the 8th round for M80.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
I
the
guess
kid.
I gotta go for it.
You got the kid in the armor and some util. I'm not sure if they're going for it or just trying to maybe keep them on the site. I don't know if that even matters in pistol that much, right? They're going to go for a bit of a fight, but yeah. This round is done. Doesn't matter what Blue Jays get here. Perhaps it's just to get that kill bonus. I think that's what it is, right? That extra $50 per player if you get a frag, and Freshie will find one. The second one, no. Slacks drops him to dirt, and, well, 2 players will die to the bomb. Doesn't really matter again, as it will be 8-5 in favor of M80.
We'll see how much that kill bonus does rear its ugly head for M80. The Force Buy does come out for the Blue Jays side. 3 MP9s, that dastardly scout from Junior. We'll see what he can get done with that. The Cryptic's still yet to purchase. I'll be curious to see what he opts in for. A Deagle. Okay. Very lackluster utility across the board. They'll have enough to stall for at least a little bit, but this is going to be a tough ask for the Blue Jays and a chance for M80 to really rack up the rounds here on Mirage.
they built up a lot off of the pistol in the first half. Trying to do the same here. Cryptic through the smoke and through the skull of Lake goes that Deagle bullet. 5v4 just like that. Slacks backs off and says, I don't want any of that smoke. Completely resets. M80 have a lot of presence in the T apartments at this point, but they are just completely resetting themselves. Looks like they'll be headed more for a standard A hit than that mid control, and Cryptic's going to realize it.
Yeah, I really like this taking of space here from the captain. All this information, and unfortunately, I think they have this idea that it's going to be a B play.
Yeah.
And finally, the penny drops. He doesn't hear anything around that part of the map, and now they're going to have to run back, hustle back to this A bomb site. They should be able to make it here in time. And it's up to Junior to get some little damage bits before that C4 does hit the dirt. But
Cryptic's
look at Cryptic, man. Still perfect position. There's no way they're going to expect him this quickly behind them. And, I mean, maybe it's too little too late. No, never mind. 15 seconds left on the clock, and he drops the bomb. Now Classia activates, but the flurry of frags come the other way from the T side. It's all up to Junior here in the 1v2, and he can't find it. Near opportunity there with 7 seconds left on the clock, but M80 just get it over the line.
Yeah, Junior had to have a peek, right? He didn't know what was happening or if they were about to plant the bomb, so he had a look, but it was not, unfortunately for him, to play. He gets fragged out. 9-5 for M80, a close call for them in that round after that initial Deagle shot from Cryptic, and then the flank that comes through, trying to lead by example there for his squad. But eventually, they end up having to go for the eco. Still 3 Deagles here, upgraded pistols, a 5.7 and a P250 available for Blue Jays. And they are going to stack this A site. It is the wrong call. M80 are going B.
Count it, 10 rounds.
Yep.
The Blue Jays would love any sort of damage, something that Cryptic was very good at through the smoke. But this time around, M80 keep it nice and simple. Double digits after quelling the force buy. And now, a real test for the Blue Jays to try and claw back a 5-round deficit and find a way back in their own map. But we talk about the looming threat of overpass and how important Mirage is for the Blue Jays. And for M80, they'll be licking their lips at the opportunity of trying to get Mirage early on here.
M80's trying to chase down all these players. They don't really have to just this. I feel like you lose more than you gain in this situation, especially with the kill reward bonus. Junior gets slacks. It's up to Cryptic and Classia to get more frags. And I mean, look, maybe they're trying to assert their dominance, right? And that's not necessarily a bad play when the outcome is that, only losing 2 bodies and just absolutely running through any surviving members of the Blue Jays.
And now we're getting down to some of those last chances for Blue Jays. Junior pulls out the AWP and hasn't necessarily had that incredible impact that we saw against Wildcard earlier on today. Oh no, but that doesn't make any matters easier. A boost up for Slacks here, and he absolutely nails Junior. Huge kill to find, and I mean, you could see how frazzled he felt there.
I don't think... Yeah, Junior you could see that, but you can't see anything for Slacks. I'm not even sure what we're looking at his camera. Is that a glass of water? Maybe his cam fell over. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is bad. Cryptic does get one onto Hex, but Lake is waiting there in the shadows and will strike immediately afterwards. Jumps up. Okay, Freshie. Going to find the immediate trade, but there is Slacks getting the leg shot onto Laxi, making the health situation even worse for the Blue Jays. And I mean, I wanted to say you're absolutely right. I mean, Junior, after missing that utility, just shaking his head, trying to recover himself, but by the time he's close to doing so, Slacks has that boost to get the op shot right on the money. Swisher's communicating that no one's on A, guys, so we should go there, and he gets the frag onto Laxi to boot. Maybe he just attracts all the attention to A and they go B at this point, but they'll have to make a decision soon. Do they hear the footsteps, or aren't any footsteps being made by Freshie? He's walking up, gets one. Slacks is in trouble here with the up close and personal. Spam from Freshie, but the no-scope a little bit better. Slacks in style, gains the space. He's going to go to B, so Swish is going to have to join him. Glacia, I believe, will hear it, but he has to go all the way through apartments to activate. Maybe they won't expect him here, but M80 have the advantage, Paladin.
Absolutely. Glacia, with this pace, has to use that pace to his advantage, but no M80 players are showing face. As he gets all the way to the balcony, eventually he's going to have to make noise. He deploys the Molotov, he spots both players, but he can't connect any bullets to a kill, and finally Slacks capitalizes. The absolute hero for M80 in that round. The no-scope and the completed op kill to get M80 11.
Unbelievable stuff from Slacks. I mean, that's that no-scope. We didn't see it from the first-person perspective, but we got on the replay. And we also got his last quick-scope. 11-5 for M80. Blue Jays on their last legs. Oh my goodness, Cryptic again. He's been so good at finding these opening deagle shots. Trying to keep the Blue Jays' wings flapping here on Mirage. But they're so close to being completely grounded.
And all of a sudden, M80 want to pump the brakes? They don't want anything to do with his deagle at this point. They back away from the mid position. They'll keep Sin on that end. Freshie, meanwhile, pushing forward through the apartment is a matter of timing. And X will hit the hay. Put to sleep in this one here. And all of a sudden,
yeah,
3v5. And Blue Jays have a lifeline potentially here.
Maybe. Haven't gotten any of the upgrades though, so it's just the pistols still with that AK. Well, Freshie got one, but that's just still a rifle.
Oh.
It doesn't matter! Who cares? Deagle or not. Junior's gonna hit headshots. Sin's gone. Glacia gets laid. They don't need any rifles. Just give them the pistols, and they'll get you around victory. Swisher, last one standing, trying to throw away these AKs and keep them out of the reach of the Blue Jays, as he will eventually maybe fall. That's a nice little sequence there. 22 seconds left. There's no way he can make it to B. There's no chance. Right? No, there's
I
no
mean, there's a possibility. Actually,
no,
never.
no. There's no chance. There's no chance. It's over.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just had to believe that was. I mean, I would love to see the replay because that was ridiculous.
That was. Unless he has unless he uses no clip, you won't get to the bomb site in 10 seconds.
No, yeah, you're right.
From that position, anyway. Anyway, great work. Beautiful stuff. We can't forget about those deagle shots that were coming through from pretty much everyone from Blue Jays, despite Swisher's attempted recovery towards the end. It was the deagle shots that rang out that gave the Blue Jays that advantage. Now, that being said, finding those 3 frags is actually quite important for Swisher, right? Because he prevents rifles from being carried over for free and keeps the economy delicate for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, very important to note. Only that one AK. But M80 are still hurting in their own regard. Hex on a Mac 10, Sin on a Tech 9. They're going to have to be a little diligent with the weapons that they have. Instant replenish of the mid smokes here as they go walking up the mid side. They're considering this B split. There's only 2 players here, and they're looking to pounce straight away.
Oh, Sin's in trouble. He does get dropped, but Swisher's right there for the trade, and they continue to pounce on towards this B site. Cryptic wants to be the hero again. Throws the flash out, goes for a fight, wins it, but it's not clean. He's down to 19 HP. Swisher will finish him off. Still that man advantage here for M80. Great shot from Junior. Now he'll grab the AK off the ground. Do they have any util left? They don't. This is still going to be really difficult for them, especially with a Molotov remaining in the hands of M80. Swisher, aggressive posturing on top of Van. It works out for both of the final frags. A 4K for Swish and a 12-6 lead with 6 opportunities to close out Blue Jays map pick.
Well, those are a few kills that actually had an impact in the round this time around. He was hoping to have that kind of impact in the round previous, but here's the real star of the show here. I mean, bold to stand on top of the van like that, but so aware of the possibility in the walkthrough. Massive work there from Swisher. 16 and 6 from him. And now knocking on the door of a Mirage victory. Look at them already encroaching upon this A site. Look at how much attention Sin has caused. 3 players moving in, but Classy still finds them through the smoke, meaning that they've got to hit the go button straight away. Trade still flying forward for the CT side in the 3v4.
This might be problematic for the Blue Jays, but they're closing up the gaps quickly. I might have been worried about CT, but Junior is there with the AWP. Slacks knows Cryptic is in the vicinity here. Swisher gets an important one, but Cryptic cannot be isolated. That's his second frag. The spam goes on from Lake. He manages only to get one, but Swisher's right there for the trade. Back and forth we go, and Junior will be in a 1v1 against Swisher, and he clutches it out again! M80 have got 13 rounds on the board, and that's all you need. They've got Mirage and a 1-0 lead.
And a cheeky $100 game from Swisher. Just impact upon impact here. And I mean, I'm just so excited to see this guy just feel rejuvenated on this team. It just feels like they found a little bit more to get out of him at this point in his career. They've given him the catwalk on the CT side, on the T side as well. Very proactive and bold in terms of his lurks. You saw how much space he was able to take on that A site, and it's very clear to me that he's found a little bit more of that former self, the prodigal side of his gameplay, and it's netting them a huge map victory to start things off here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked close in the early goings, but M80 quickly took control, and you're right, Swisher was a big reason for that. Lake as well, but Swisher on the latter part of it. 19 and 6. He only died 6 times. I didn't even realize that. That's wild, honestly. 100.3 ADR, and, you know, he's very close. I want to say very close, but it feels like it's likely that he'll hit that PrizePicks frag estimate, and Slacks as well doing well. Everyone, I would say. Sin, you don't expect him to pop off, so anything he gets is a bonus, but all the other players, as was the case throughout the entirety of this tournament so far, are doing very well. On the other side for Blue Jays, we saw moments. We saw those flashes from Laxi. He won a couple of rounds by his lonesome right, and then Freshie and Cryptic had some crazy stuff. Cryptic in particular with that Deagle was on fire for opening frags, but the problem was it didn't really materialize into much of anything.
Yeah, you didn't have that big pop-up performance from Junior. Had a couple of attempts, and I think he was putting himself in the right spots, but that accuracy just wasn't there. Same for Classia. I feel like he has that bold, aggressive style to counteract M80 fight fire with fire in a way, but just wasn't able to get the crosshair in the right spot, and that's going to cost them. Now we're in a situation where backs against the wall in this grand final. You've got Overpass waiting in the wings, and my worries for Blue Jays continue to grow. I loved what I saw from M80 throughout this tournament on Overpass, and I mean even on the land stage as well, the way that they've developed this map into their own style of play. I really do fear for the Blue Jays here.
Yeah, I do too, honestly, Paladin. I mean, we'll say a little bit more about Overpass, guys, but before we do, we have to take a quick break. Keep it locked here on the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7.
Sub to Flom. 5 gifted. 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 Twitch TV Flom.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7 grand final between M80 and Blue Jays. M80 have the 1-0 lead after another dominant performance on Mirage, and we head to their pick of Overpass Paladin, where things have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, a real worry and a journey into the unknown for the Blue Jays, considering they haven't played an official with this 5-man lineup. And I mean, in this iteration of Overpass, of course, not too many changes that have drastically shifted how this map is approached. But that being said, I think just getting everybody on the same page is going to be hard when you've got a lineup like M80 breathing down your necks with just some stellar T-sided play and I think some crafty defensive setups to really deal with whatever comes their way. So I feel like the Blue Jays are in the worst spot they could be in at this point in the series.
I notice all the lights off now in the Blue Jays camps, and they're looking somber. Okay, a little bit of a smile from Cryptic, but you see Swisher laughing and loving the moment, loving the day as he should. And look, I mean, I'm just going to show you guys, I'm not showing you guys, I'm going to tell you guys Lake's stats here on Overpass over the last 4 maps, and you can read into it pretty easily yourselves. 1.57 rating, 1.71 impact, 98.5 ADR, a perfect 100 firepower rating, plus 27 kill to death differential as well, and entry and opening stats of 91 and 97. He has been an absolute monster.
I don't think there's really any superlative that you can give him that would be too much when it comes to Lake. I think he was just so dominant across the T side of Overpass, and we'll see what he has in store for us here against the Blue Jays in this grand final scenario. Welcome to Overpass, everyone. This is map 2 in our grand final here in NA Revival Series 7, and an opportunity for M80 to notch their 2nd title here and grab that 4K first place appearance. Huh. Incredible flash for the fight for Hexed, but it's the headshot that does the most amount of damage. All those dual Berettas can do is fall away. And a 5v3, look at them just charging into the back of the B bomb site. And they run down Classia. They'll find Freshie, and it's all up to Junior from the sandbags. They've got all the crossfires set up, and it's an impenetrable site to retake for the CT Opper, and he'll get eviscerated by Lake. A 3K for him, and he'll continue his dominance here, John.
Yes, he will. Lake doing a great job. 1-0 for M80. I actually just double checked and I realized, I don't know why I thought that was the case, but M80 have not taken a revival series. They haven't really competed in that many, so I guess it kind of makes sense.
Enough.
Yeah. No. I mean, I said it before too, so just a little bit of a mix up there because it was the Timbermen that have taken one, Nouns have gotten one, and NRG have a ridiculous amount of victories here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. But it would be M80's first. Maybe the first of many, right? Because of how important this is for VRS in North America.
Yeah. They want to climb back into that international relevance. They want to prove that this roster move of Hexed was the right one, and so far it has been looking very clean with how they've integrated him. The Blue Jays on the other end, they don't want to go quietly off into the night. They'll go aggressing in the short side here. Try to make M80 feel uncomfortable here, but Hex has also been an unsung hero for the Simon Monster. But Laxi will only find one. I was going to say teed up for a second, but not to be.
Boost for Classia. It's being watched. It is. Swisher can't get the frag, but he knows 2 players are towards B, so that's going to accelerate them in towards this A site. Junior has the scout flashed out now, using that new cover afforded by the dice box door. Here and around, back and forth. Doesn't miss a shot, doesn't even get a chance to take one, because Lake takes care of that and finds the follow-up as well. He is already rocking and rolling here in the first 2 rounds of Overpass. Bomb going to get planted, and really nothing at all that Freshie can do with 4 HP. This would be the clutch of the decade if he wins.
You can say that again. Freshy looking for any sort of damage, and Slacks kills him midair. Sure. We'll go with that. And
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
He's laughing.
a little silly, and yeah, I'm glad you can shrug it off there. That round was a non-starter. Blue Jays not making really any cash beyond Laxey's kill means it's a full save in round number 3. And Emmy to get another hot start to add to their tally in this series.
I mean, their T side has been so very effective. The team that got the closest to finding a lead off of the first half and falling short was Getting Info, where they got 5 rounds. And we're kind of back and forth in the latter part of that first half. But I think what was most effective, surprisingly, was Regain. I think they had some of the better rounds on their CT side up against M80. Either way, this is another eco, and Hext overlooks the toxic barrels there. Freshy, what are you going to do with this? You're going to miss your shots. Okay. Junior, in the meantime, does get a frag on towards Swisher. So this is still possible for the Blue Jays because they got a couple of AKs. The problem is they are so very far away from this B site. That means that, I believe it is Junior. Yeah, he's just going to hang out on the slides, play in the playground. He's got the elephant plushie by his side, and that's going to be it for the Blue Jays in this round. Maybe they save the AKs, but there is a bit of a chase potentially from M80.
Yeah, you don't really want to let them hold on to these guns here. They'll have plenty of cash to buy the AWP for Junior in the following, but you'd love to just make sure they don't have that one-shot headshot potential, but Cryptic will pass the test. 2 AKs recovered, a T Molotov as well. That's nice to have.
Yeah. That's so unfortunate for Freshy. He was 1 shot away and he just couldn't hit another one. He whiffed on 3 in a row. A real shame. That could have been a turning point in the round instead. M80 get a 3rd in a row. They do save a couple of AKs. I mean, that is the silver lining, and a pretty strong one, as you pointed out. Will be M80 on the same guns as they had in the previous round for the most part, and the money's starting to build up for them as well. Victory here would certainly spell a lot of trouble for a Blue Jays roster that is not familiar with the new overpasses. This is their first official being played on it. Cryptic, good flashbang. No, Cryptic's just going to take the fight. And, well, it is pretty good. Cryptic gets 1, Classy trades out Lake's frag, and you have a 4v3 off of it. What?
Somehow clipping the player falling away in that doorway. They get the man advantage.
That was weird lighting in that tunnel and that smoke, wasn't it? I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, very bizarre.
Yeah.
Either way, they're gonna hunker down on that B end, and M80 will turn their attention to the A side. Junior here, watching down this line. I mean, you get a lot of information from this angle. And a kill would be even better, but they boost over. Yeah. I mean, shout out production there for turning off X-Ray for this split second, because you get to see how clean that bait was. Classy's going to try to pull this one back, but naded and now eventually smoked off. He's going to have to give up this bomb plant. And now in the 3v3, M80 have a chance to keep this clean sheet alive, unless Laxey can get up to his antics, and he absolutely will. Hex now in the 1-on-3. No chance in hell. Classia finding a way to get himself involved, and Blue Jays get on the board.
I think M80 may be regretting being a little over-aggressive with their utility there, spotting out the player dumpster, because they throw 2 smokes at the same time, and they could have used that smoke in the post plant to provide some more cover. Instead, it's not available, and you see the result is Laxey has some clean engagements here. The first one onto Sin, and then expects Lax to try and peek out from those bathrooms. Well done from Laxey, as he did on Mirage. Can single-handedly turn around in favor of the Blue Jays. M80, they had the money, though. They'll be able to absorb that round loss. If they lose again, though, that'll be a different story. 3 AKs, the Galil and the Op are out. Lake waiting in playground to see if some aggression comes through, but the Blue Jays are not going to provide any of it. Cryptic spamming through the panel. And he retreats in towards pit. They're waiting for M80 to come their way, but Swisher wins the opening duel. Laxey's gone, and he was the key piece in that previous round.
Yeah, splendid work there from Swisher to open the door in round number 5. Connector control has always been the forefront of overpass. Molotov in slightly off the mark, mind you, so the barrel's position can still be occupied. They do move away, and now they'll reclaim it. But Slack still wants to get engaged here on that sniper, and nearly gets the flick over. Shocked that he's alive and still able to give a fight in this round. But Junior now has his opportunity to step up to the plate. Players in from connector, and a player actually moving forward in the bathrooms. There's no way he's going to figure that one out. And Lake continues his way up, and he fully blind just decapitates Calasia. How does he pull that one off? I couldn't tell you. M80 have a free path to this A bomb site now, and a 4th imminent.
I mean, the flash was good. It was a team flash, though. It blinded both players, but somehow, some way, Lake times that perfectly and hits the headshot and forces the Blue Jays onto a save. 4th round picked up for M80, isolating that lone round victory for the Blue Jays, but they do have enough money in the bank to buy up again if they can save these 2 guns, which they will be able to. M80 is not hunting at all. They don't have the money to do so. So we go on. Blue Jays not out of it just yet, but once more trending in the favor of M80.
You already have the worst part to deal with, and that's Lake. Lake just churning through the defense on that A side. Swisher also having some significant impact here in Con, keeping Laxi on notice. And you've already seen the potency of Laxi if he's left to his own devices. Can get real dangerous in the late round. And straight away Blue Jays call a timeout. They don't want to let this one get out of hand. I do feel like Getting Info never really utilized the timeout throughout their series, and it cost them. Perhaps for Blue Jays and Axed, it might be a bit more beneficial to slow the pace of this game down.
Well, they're trying. Still have a decent chunk of change in Freshie and Cryptic's wallets, but everyone else not going to have that much money should they lose this next round. $150 on the clock. Here we go. Round number 6. Slacks throws that bomb down to dirt. They're going to try and take this space into Fountain. Classy was thinking about challenging and then just throws util and backs off in towards those long bathrooms. I really think that it would be to the Blue Jays' benefit if they get more aggressive here. It's very important on Overpass to gain that early information on CT side, because I've said it before, I feel like a broken record, but there's so much space to cover. Right? You need info. It's extremely valuable, same way as Anubis, right? I think it's that map plays out the same way, even though it's out of the pool. You have to get aggressive and you have to get that information. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck guessing constantly.
Now, Junior still feels like a fish out of water here in the bathrooms. And now Classy has actually been abandoned completely. He gets a flash to potentially fight through, but Slack's just playing anti. And Classy will hit the deck. Now all of a sudden, Junior's turn to feel alone on this A side, and Swisher just rips his head clean off. Fantastic move there. And now they just want to continue their escapade into this A side. Laxi providing another 1v1, hits square with that flashbang. And MA just dominate into this A site. Completely discombobulated are the Blue Jays.
You can just see how much work M80 have already put into the map, right? I mean, they're just flashing around these corners, making Blue Jays look silly. They're holding the angles perfectly, and there's just nothing Blue Jays can do. Sure, Cryptic will get a frag here, but it doesn't matter. The round's already over, and I just generally think the Blue Jays look a little lost here, right? When they should be taking the aggression, they're not in the early parts of the round. Then in the latter part, they try to go out towards long, and I mean, M80 is already up close there. They throw a flash to their credit, but I mean, it's just an easy trade, not even a trade, frag, I should say, from Slacks because he's playing anti. And then afterwards, Junior trying to gain space in the short bathrooms with the op, but I mean, Swisher's already there. It's so late into the round that that play just usually won't work. So It's the expectation again. M80 are going to continue abusing this map until teams figure out how to play it. And even when they do, M80 is going to be ahead of them.
Absolutely. Blue Jays now not able to really handle this mid-round potency from M80. And once again, charging up through the playground. And no real change up here from the Blue Jays. No real adaptation. Something that cost both regain and getting info from really having a foothold in this game. Now trying to involve Junior a little bit further ahead, but I mean, there's just this fear. There's this fear that you might have lost connector, you might have lost long, and they have to just pull the ripcord and back away.
Yeah, they just, I think fear is a great way to describe it. They're playing scared, are the Blue Jays. They don't want to take the initiative, and when they do, it's not at the right times. We'll see. Slacks. Waiting with the op towards long. His rifler Sin, and IGL, of course. Going to take the space ahead of him. They've cleared out long bathrooms. They know no one's there. So Junior, what can he do here? You expect a flash to come through for long before they actually peek it. There is that flash. Junior fully blinded. And now that gives Slacks the opportunity to post up. Classy is up close, loses the fight. Junior will probably re-aggress off of that. You'd imagine that would be a mistake, but actually he doesn't. He just waits, bides his time, and gives M80 all the opportunity in the world to set up a full set piece.
Now, very important Molotov deployed. Junior has to back all the way back to Optimus. Lake and Hex will continue in, but Lake gets clipped just early there from Junior. Another opportunity for him, but he can't capitalize. Hex will find him, and Laxi goes charging through, gives up a sound cue. Swisher's aware, or Sin rather, but Swisher will find one more, leaving it all up to Freshie, and he'll bound away back to this B bomb site. M80 just dominant in these A takes. I just love how they encroach upon the position, round in and round out, different dimensions and how they want to approach it. But every single one of these strats just feels so dangerous.
Yeah, it feels like there's layer upon layer available here for M80, and on the Blue Jays, you got only one. That's it. Not to say they're a bad team. I'm not trying to imply that. It's just they don't have the experience on overpass, and not banning it was an error, given what happened in those previous two series that M80 have played. Look, it's not over yet, and I don't want to talk like it is, but M80 is absolutely dismantling them. This isn't close.
No, I mean, I'd rather you not mince your words at this point. It is just a fantastic showing here from how M80 have approached overpass, and we've been singing their praises as much as we can throughout day 2 of the Revival series. So I'm glad just to see that we're not talking out of our ass. That this is a real team. They are very good at what they do. And they're going to try to continue to lay down the hurt. A complete purchase here from the Blue Jays. And Junior will hit the flick. That's a very important kill to find. And Swisher's getting pressured here from the connector. They might think that he's potentially left the scene of the crime, and that's not to be. Swisher still punishes and hexed from the tunnels. That's massive there from the new blood. And he wants to continue to extend play. He wants to go surging into this B bomb site. Laxi now just with the Deagle trying to hold on to this defense. But with Junior being smoked off, there's just no chance at him really having a way in.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that Blue Jays got a little more aggressive there, and in particular, having 3 players over in connector. They tried for it. Swisher was very close to being fragged by Cryptic, and I think Blue Jays were a step away from gaining the advantage here. But one thing that's important is when you take that aggression overpass, you also have to be ready to get those rotations called quickly, and the communications have to be perfect. And, well, I mean, Blue Jays were just a step late going back into B, and you see a couple of players on notice here, but Laxi won't be engaging much further. He's got the full armor, the kit to save over the Deagle as well, I guess you could argue, and Junior's got the big green that Laxi's trying to defend. They will save it, but right now, that should be the last thing on their minds. They need rounds. They need an adaptation. start making M80 a little bit more uncomfortable, which they did there in that round, but more of that.
Yeah, they tried pushing in a con a little bit more aggressively. They tried making Swisher feel uncomfortable, but it's just that snap decision from Hex as soon as he does find the kill through to surge forward. I mean, too many times where you do get that space, sometimes you think, I don't have to push the issue. Let me shirk back and wait for the default to continue to unfold. But the awareness to continue on in and make Laxi feel that he can't do anything in that round, that was everything.
Sin dodging around that Molotov, only taking 11 HP of damage and moving his way forward. That will not slow M80 down an iota. Laxi, what can he do? He can take a couple of times, and he's big again here. 2K for him. Flash is out. Slack's completely blinded, but he won't pursue that. Realize he's already done a ton of damage to the attempted push here from M80. He's going to fall back into those long bathrooms. Slacks wants to try and get a fight. I think Junior spotted him on that hop. I think he saw his leg. So Junior's going to hold the angle, waiting here. Misses the shot, though. Slacks will miss as well. Junior collects a leg shot on him, and then, oh my goodness, the nade is just short. What are these shots coming through? What did I just watch? Okay.
No.
Slacks gets the frag. That was weird. I don't even know how to describe that. Anyway, let's move on. 3v2 for Blue Jays, who do look good in the round overall. 13 HP combined for M80 here. Hext moving his way towards the A side. There's still a chance for a bomb plant here for the M80 squad. They've got the util. Hext swings bank, loses the fight with Cryptic, and Slacks now all alone with the AWP, that singular point of help. Bomb on his back, but the round is over. He realizes it. He takes all the ops and says, I will not let anyone have them. Throws them away.
I mean, after that exchange from both of them, maybe they shouldn't be touching it.
It felt like time froze. I don't even know.
Yeah, like our streams were broken or something.
Right.
Like maybe the server hadn't caught up and the bullets hadn't connected yet, but nope. That was real. That
we need
was
like
real.
A slow motion replay on just that moment. Like, what? That's the end of it. That's the end of it, right? But before that is when we're like, what happened? Crazy stuff. It's like we're in the Matrix and dodging bullets on both sides.
Yeah. Well, the good part is at least Blue Jays don't have that round taken away from them because of that sequence. And Junior will still have another chance to right his wrongs. Aggressive in the party now, but completely bamboozled by those flashes. Just nowhere to stand safely, and Lake will continue his dominance in the party. Flashing through long side, and now this A side is completely in M80's favor. Head spotted for Hex, but he backs away. Smoke up to try and stay alive, and really at this point, it's just how much space can M80 take with Hex this pushed away is the real question. He actually gets a flash from a teammate, but it's not to be. Laxi will eventually take him out. But now it's M80's turn to up the tempo here on this A side. Hex cannot be sacrificed without space taken.
Freshy comes in from connector and manages to get one onto Sin, so there's the advantage. Lots of pressure being applied now from the Blue Jays. It seems like M80 have the answers for now. Shadow spotted, and Lake gets another. 3v2, Cryptic and Laxi still alive, and I don't know if they'll expect Laxi to be on that flank. Cryptic, if he can respond here and get maybe one, possibly two, he has the advantage. There's the two! Lake the last, 1 HP, and there's Laxi's opportunity to strike. The Blue Jays are on the board for a third.
Whew. A real grueling affair for M80 in that one. And I just feel as though when you do see that many bodies that you would try to push the issue just a little bit faster. But you've also got to commend Freshy for aggressing up connector as fast as he did from the B site. As soon as that one kill was in the backside, it completely threw M80 for a loop, understanding that we've been got. How are we going to get out of this one? And here's the additional adaptation from M80 this time around. Fast up connector, Swisher, minute 40 up and at him. And No ability there from Hex to punish. It's actually Lake spamming to find Laxi. But Junior will chime in for one. Molly up, and we sit back in the 4v4.
Blue Jays starting to collect some rounds here in the latter part of the half, similar to what Getting Info were able to achieve. But you've already lost the half on the CT side of Overpass, so that is never a good sign. Junior, along with Freshie and Cryptic, they've got the right read. The bodies are here. Will they win the fights is the question. Yes in the first. Need more than that, and Junior hits the headshot onto Hex. 4v2 now for the Blue Jays. 45 seconds left. Flashbang thrown, but it's a bit off, and both M80 and the Blue Jays get flashed by it. Sin looking for a favorable fight. I think he spotted Junior right on the edge of the pillar, but it won't matter. Junior hits that shot. It's all up to Sin in a 1v4, and that will not happen. Junior awakens here for 4 from the big green, and there's also 4 on the board for the Blue Jays.
Better late than never there from Junior. Good spam from Lake, but just finding a way to stay mobile goes the Opper. Freshie doing some good work there as well. And now the cash has run dry for M80. I think at this point, with the buy that you'll have in this next one, call a B rush or throw a B set piece. Maybe try to gun for short control early on and see if you can break up that defense. But instead, they'll go opt in for another default. Trust in their extremity players once more. Swisher still up in the apartments. Tag up for Slacks. Multiple tags up for Slacks. But Junior still gets the last laugh with the opening kill.
You know, they know where he is, though. Oh, great smoke thrown by Junior, but he can't realize that Lake has pushed through that smoke. Lake almost transferring towards Laxi as well, but could never really wrangle his crosshair in order to do some more damage. So 4v3, but it's still precarious thanks to those tags that came through from Slacks. And Sin's on the B site. No one's home. Freshie's around the corner, but he's all the way back towards the walkway. Swisher. It's flashed out. Beautiful flash, and a great frag afterwards. Now down to a 3v3, and look who are still standing. It's the Walking Wounded, the 2 Cs, Cryptic and Classia. And all 3 of them grouped up together. Is there an nade? What a shame. Because that would be lethal if there was. Laxi will get that boost frag onto Swisher. Still precarious situation for the Blue Jays, and they know it. The Utils try, and their bodies are very low in health. Slacks will get 2, and Sin drops Classia. That will do it. 8-4 as M80 doubles up on the scoreline of the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that's clean work there, done by both Sin and Slacks. And I mean, I think the biggest call there is Swisher calling for the flash to push off the B anchor. Pulling that back into a 3-on-3. And just living just long enough for both players to get back into a winnable position. Now they're back into their easier side. They've got 4 rounds buffer as well. This is a dream scenario for M80 to take the title here. Let's see if they can do it.
Cryptic gets the opener. That's something. We can build off of that. Already have 4 players postured in direction of Monster. Swish is going to be walking into a trap here. He should be dead without finding a frag, and he is. Okay, 5v3 for the Blue Jays. That should have given M80 a ton of info, though, and you see Hex along with Slacks moving in to take the space at B.
Sin's still not moving, so it'll just be these 2 players. Contact play on the cards for Blue Jays. And here comes that flash to help as well. Or I say flash. There's a smoke. There's the flash. Hex gets pushed away, and Hex still finds 2. Make it 3. Somehow, some way. Sin has a doable 1v2. No kit, no armor. But he does have the position to pull this one off. He spotted out 1. The double swing comes through, and Cryptic on the fadeaway. Well done from the captain. But damn, did it Hex to make that one a doable one.
I mean, not only because of the headshots he gets, but it's Sin's flashbang, right? He throws that flash out towards the site, and all of them are blinded. So Hex walks in and says, okay, I will take care of that. Finds 3. Thing is, you know, at the end, Sin falls short, as there are still 2 more Blue Jays flying around that site. 5th round for Blue Jays. Finally getting a pistol round under their belts here on the T side. Will be a force buy on the other end for M80. Slacks getting aggressive for a moment, tossing that util out, trying to keep the Blue Jays at bay, and then another nade goes into connector. That being said, certainly not the damage that M80 was hoping for. Ooh, and some return the other way now.
Real bold with those jump spots, but not punished on it. Just takes a little bit of damage through the boards. Slacks, meanwhile, with this scout, he's done significant damage on this weapon, but hasn't found the kills necessary. This is the gun that I want to look at the most, though. Lake's Deagle has been filthy across today. But Slacks will back away. They'll disassemble this mini setup that they have, and they'll even let Slacks get back to this A side. Class A will continue to encroach upon that front bathroom's position, and they've got to be real wary that he can pounce at any point. This MAC-10 at this range can be just so lethal.
$35 left. The more time that ticks off, the more lethal these pistols become on the side of M80. This is really taking a long time to develop. I think there's only going to be maybe 15 seconds left by the time they set foot on the site. There we go. There's the smoke. This is scary for Blue Jays. They could lose this one off time. Slacks connects on a tag. Needs the frag. Lake as well. 8 seconds left. Lake finds the headshot. He's so good with that. Deagle even gets one before he dies. How does that even connect? Now they're going to try and plant the bomb. Should be. No, it's not enough time. They run out of time before they even get a chance to put bomb down to dirt. And the Blue Jays lose a round that should have been theirs. They just took too long in setting that up. And look at the second one. I mean, he had a half a second to click mouse 1 and find that headshot, and he does. Absolutely another crazy overpass coming through from Lake with his 15th frag on the board.
I mean, you think about the T side full eco Deagle purchase from Lake.
Yeah.
On overpass against getting info, and now he gets that little sequence there. He's got to hold that Deagle close to his chest, man. It is a danger.
I think Blue Jays outplayed themselves a little bit, though, right, in that one?
Yeah, and I was going to bring it up. I didn't want to, I don't know, jinx it, I guess, but you could just tell how long that they were taking, and there wasn't really an identity to that round. But Lake, he has hit that PrizePicks check mark, more than 31.5 kills, and he's exceeded expectations even after how much praise we've given him in this tournament.
So the pistol round is quickly erased on the Blue Jays side, and Lake takes care of the AK player and the pistol player in Cryptic and Laxi. Not going to be able to recover that AK yet, RM80, or maybe not even at all. Blue Jays could retake that space, and they will. Glacia grabs the AK off the ground fresh. He opens up a little bit of room here towards A to potentially execute. And then given the circumstances and the lack of utility, you imagine the Blue Jays are just going to use whatever they get here to try and move in. Slacks a little exposed, doesn't really that close. Glacia is, but he hits a wicked flick to the head of Glacia, then gets Junior to the chest. Will he find the last as well? He goes to the sidearm to try and determine that, but goes right back to the scout afterwards, and there's that flank from Hex to finish the job. Slacks did a little bit of damage, but Hex finishes the job. 10-5 for M80.
Beautiful work there from Slacks, and again, Lake and Slacks on this A side feel like an impenetrable duo. And I don't feel as though the Blue Jays have found any sort of answer here. Perhaps turn your attention back to the B side, because this site is closed for business.
Is that an airburst? I believe it was.
I think so.
I mean, that made him missing one, but the rest is on point. Putting the pressure on against the Blue Jays, even though Blue Jays only have the pistols coming into this round. One upgrade, that's Cryptic on the P250. No bomb plant in that previous one really is going to hurt.
Conga line up banana. Now trying to find a way to surprise this duo here on this A site. And Lake spots out ahead, well aware of how much space has been given over. And luckily for M80, Slacks has also got himself a rifle, so was never too worried about that much space. And they'll very easily notch that 11th round.
Well, this is it, Blue Jays. You either have it or you don't. Last chance with a full buy up against M80. If they get a bomb plant, they could get some AKs and Galil's in the mix once more. M80 have really been shutting them down effectively. Two players heading towards that B site. Only one will continue the trek in towards construction. And Sin is hopping for information. Saw Cryptic. All right, there's the info. And backs off afterwards. Three players will meet up in connector for the Blue Jays. So they're slowing things up. Cryptic's going to leave that door open. Lake and Slacks grouped up in long bathrooms. I don't think Blue Jays will expect two players to be here should they come in this direction. They absolutely will be. Uh-oh. Lake, what you got? Lake is going to take care of one. Gets traded out, but yeah, they have no idea. No clue at all that Slacks is here, and he's playing his advantage pretty carefully and will win the fight against Cryptic.
Now the goal is, can he get out safely? They're trying to help by clearing out this A side, but Slacks is going to have to fight his way out here. Klassia deep on the rock angle, not able to capitalize. So Slacks will just continue to be a nuisance here. He's boxed in from basically every angle now. Yeah. And finally Junior will put him to bed, but the information is gained. Swisher can move out from Khan, but Laxi punishes him. And now, with the man advantage, World's Blue Jays Oyster, if they want to go back down the stairs back of that B bomb site, it's an option, but they're going to stick to their gut. They're going to stick to this A bomb site. Hex will commit to a potential flank, you'd like to think, but it's Sin here on this MP9 that has to do a ton of heavy lifting. But look at the time. 11 seconds left on the clock, and if they don't have their wits about them, this could be an unruly way to end the round, and he absolutely will, but no! Laxi lives on 30 HP, and Hex will have to find a way to clutch this one out. Nade can't find the mark, and he'll just have to hold on to his gun. What an unfortunate sequence for the captain of M80, but maybe that's the nerf coming out there, John. Who knows?
Yes, I was gonna say exactly that. I think old MP9 hits that. And the nerfed MP9 does not. We need that little bit of an extended spray. Absolutely. A little bit of a difference maker there. I thought M80 had it, honestly. I thought the setup was strong. Just didn't expect that read and response from the Blue Jays, right? They isolate the player towards long and immediately go and check out what's happening at connector, where you think Swisher's going to have a bit of time. Laxi gives him none and shuts him down before he can step forward and get into that fight in a meaningful way. 18th round of play. Still plenty of cash available for M80, so Blue Jays going to have to do the exact same thing and win another round up against the Rifles. Hex loses the battle. Lots of damage done up against Cryptic and Laxi, and then the nade from Sin does even more. Junior, along with Laxi, are going to fall. In fact, no, Laxi and Klassia, excuse me. Junior's still standing. 4v2 for M80. Full control. I appreciate the idea from the Blue Jays. They hadn't gone fast yet. But M80 were there, ready and waiting with the utility and the bullets to put the hurt on. Still a chance at a plant here.
Now, what can Junior and Freshie do here in the 2v4? Swisher has lived in the pit for so long at this point, and he's still got support from the other end. Junior will still fight tooth and nail, take significant damage, crunched in by Freshie, but Slacks is there in the one-on-one. I mean, I have to just commend the proper protocols there from Swisher. You see the way that he tosses in that smoke straight away? He has an awareness of what Molotov is coming and how to play around his own smoke and finds it a very impactful double. Stays alive in the pit. I mean, just the attention to detail on both halves and the kills that you're getting. Okay, I think we've already seen the PrizePicks check mark, but I believe Slacks has also
there we go.
met the check mark as well.
Slacks,
more than his required estimate. 31.5. He's had a hell of a series. He's looking to cap it off here with an important entry on that AWP.
I want to give full credit to M80 on the spacing as well on those frags. Just immediately ready for trades. As soon as a player goes down, no death goes unpunished. And that's why they win it towards the end. Because if Slacks isn't there to strike right away, Junior has an opportunity to get that bomb planted and potentially clutch the 1v1. But it never even started. That conversation never even started. Thanks to M80's play. Slacks just running around the map now with his dynamic opping, shining. Finds the first two. Blue Jays still haven't set foot towards this B site. They do take monster control. Any more than that, Lake finds Classia before he moves up. Laxi and Junior, what can you do? Barely any damage dealt to M80. They look like they want to be done and dusted here with the NA Revival Series number 7. And Junior is the only thing that stands in their way between getting the victory and $4,000 in their bank accounts. And they have absolutely secured that. M80 are your PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 7 champions.
It was never a competition. And look, we've got everybody dancing. We got Daze dancing. We got Bully McGuire as well. Even Flom sleeping. We've got that appearance too. The infamous photo. Everything that you could ask for. And I mean, listen, a top to bottom performance from M80. I mean, yes, you've got this wow factor of Lake and Slacks here on Overpass, but I've really got to commend Sin for the way that he's integrated Hext into this lineup. I mean, just finding a way to channel that aggression that he has in the game for good and finding a way to make him a dependable anchor as well. Something that I had a big issue with his time on NRG. I thought he was too static with the way he approached that role. And I think Sin and Def have unlocked him. And in that process, they've unlocked Swisher as well.
No, I agree. I think, you know, and it also has to do with not only with his contributions in the server. I was talking about this before for Hex, but how vocal he is in the mid rounds, how much he speaks and doesn't just sit there doing, I mean, nothing against Rec. He does his job very, very well, but he's not a very vocal player. He's a player that's going to, you know, be very consistent, be able to get some frags on the board and is a solid anchor, but he's not bringing the same skill set as Hext, who's more dynamic and who's going to be a player who can contribute to the overall strat calling as well. Just, yeah, I think this has been fantastic, like you said, for not only Hex, but Swisher as well in a revival for them in the NA Revival Series. Go figure. But yeah, I mean, we're going to check out the numbers in just a little bit for these players and see who hit their check marks. We already talked about it during the match. Obviously, you know, Slacks having a fantastic performance on Overpass. This is something we didn't necessarily see, or maybe they didn't necessarily need in the past because of how good Lake was, but he actually stepped up to the plate on CT side, as you would expect of an opera of his caliber. 34 frags is what he finishes off with. Lake with 38, though. He has been that star player. You know, more and more as time goes on, he's replaced Malbs as that really critical spark here for M80.
Yeah, and he still has that same level of aggression that Malbs did bring. And
right,
clearly the stats to back it up as well. $105 for him. And of course, you can't go wrong with what the work that Hext and Swisher provided in this series. Of course, just slightly off the mark in terms of the frag estimation, but all that being said, still a very commendable series from both of them, really pulling their weight in their own regard. On the side of the Blue Jays, unfortunately, it was Laxi that was, two kills off from his frag estimate, but still a shining light for Blue Jays, I would say, in the series out of all 5 players. He is definitely one to keep your eye out on, because the potency that you were able to see out of him in very lopsided score lines, that begs me to believe that he's got a lot left in the tank, and he's definitely someone to keep an eye on moving forward in this next season.
I think Blue Jays as a whole are a team to keep an eye on, though. You know, I agree with your assessment as well. But I mean, Blue Jays are still on my radar. I think M80 are just that good right now. I think they've leveled up to a point where a lot of this North American competition is going to get run through by them until they can catch up, which I don't know when that's going to happen because they are flying high. They've already made Pro League. They win NA Revival Series. Maybe we could argue winning, getting to Pro League might be a bigger achievement, but they get the money here. It's important. It's important, guys. And, you know, the VRS points to boost their ranking, which they also do need. I think M80 have to be happy with the way things are shaping up for themselves. I'd like to see them tested once Pro League starts and in other tournaments in Europe, for example. But right now, I'm excited by what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, of course. I mean, top to bottom, just showcasing that they're not going to stay stagnant this season. There is a level of improvement that they're trying to go towards, and I think it starts with Overpass and it ends with how Hexed has performed on this roster so far. So I'm very, very excited for this one. All things being said, John, very happy with what I saw from M80 today.
All right, well, I think that's going to do it for us here for another NA Revival series, guys. Before we go, we have our final thank yous to say for everyone that makes this Revival series possible. And of course, we can't do it without PrizePicks because the NA Revival series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACE at ranks 2 to 6 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that is going to do it, but a huge thank you to Flom, to Complexity, to Jason Lake, to all of our production here, Rob, Ches, Slove, behind the scenes, Oliver. I mean, there's so many names here. You can see them on your screen that make this possible, and thank you so much to all of them. That being said, guys, we are now signing off. Have yourselves an amazing night, and we'll see you again in middle of August for another PrizePicks NA Revival series. Have a good night.